Good morning and welcome to the Mike Graham Show. I'm Mike Graham and this is the Mike Graham Show. And there it is. You can tell that it's the Mike Graham Show because there's a big sign that says the Mike Graham Show. All this week, it's been interesting, hasn't it? Because we've been dealing with week 2 of Andy Burnham's supposed reign as the Prime Minister of this country, or King Andy from Tip North, as we know him. And today is no different because today we've got even more prognostications from Andy Burnham about what he's going to do, about when he's going to do it, how he's going to do it. Front page of the Times says, shake-up of social care to lock out private firms. Front page of the Daily Mail, Burnham benefits bribe for parents of apprentices. So basically, if you've got no money and you're already getting universal credit, you will be able to apply for an apprenticeship with one of your children and it won't affect your benefits. But for those people who are actually trying to do the right thing, trying to work and pay tax and not claim any benefits, they get nothing. They get no help at all. Absolutely ridiculous. Incredible. Burnham calls for social care consensus in The Guardian. And then, of course, if you look at the Sun, they're going to claim that Burnham says the boat plan is working. Is it really? Well, wahoo, on time, says Sarah. You see, this is when you realise that actually, you know, when we then are able to do it on time, everybody gets a bonus. It's like a bonus payment. No, you can't start on time. It's just not cricket.
We didn't start early, did we?
Says, and we actually went a little bit early today. Well, we're trying our best. You know, this is what we try to do. Is every day, in every way, we get better and better and better. Bloody hell, I was right. Get in there, Mike. Being on time, says Lisa. You see, I know that you appreciate it when we do it on time, and so thank you. So we'll try and finish on time as well, shall we? Yeah. That'll be a first. But we've got a great deal of things to discuss. We've got a great many stories to talk about. We've got plenty of videos to show you as well. We've got many, many, many wonderful guests today to talk to as well. And who better to start off with on a Wednesday, as we always do, the man who says that he's only here because of some kind of plea arrangement. That's what he put on Twitter last night, which was very funny. Mr. Stephen Barrett. Stephen, very good morning to you.
Good morning, Mike.
I thought that was a nice touch, actually, last night when I saw your tweet. You know, due to some kind of plea arrangement, I've had to go on Mike Graham's breakfast show. Very funny. Those of us who have been in those situations where you've had to negotiate with legal people. I was at the SDP's summer party last night, and I ran into a lawyer, and he said, you probably see quite a lot of lawyers in your business. I said, yep, absolutely right. I said, there's very short periods of time between me having to hire lawyers to do various different things. So welcome to my world. But Andy Burnham, of course, King of Tip North. I don't know whether you've noticed that we've got our own signs. Right. This is the Mike Graham Show South. Over here, if you wish, you can have the Mike Graham Show North. And it won't cost you £1 million of taxpayers' money. You can just make a sign and then off you go. I see that you are as disparaging about our new beloved leader as you've always been, quite rightly. He's claiming, he finally mentioned immigration yesterday. He's claiming that we're conquering the boat situation, as they always do. But of course we're not, are we?
No, we're not. And it's really pathetic that they just lie.
Right.
We have more boat migrants who've come in Andy's first week than came in Keir's first week. The invasion continues. And I do refer to it as an invasion because I don't know any other way to describe it. Mm. And I think if we actually...
You're entirely right, because that's exactly what it is. You know, there can be no other word. I mean, if you were to trawl through the lexicon of synonyms and antonyms, you would find that invasion is the right word.
Yeah, if we took 80,000 of our fellow British people and we travelled by small boats to, I don't know, let's say we went to Iceland, and we arrived, then I think Iceland would describe that as an invasion.
Yeah,
quite rightly. You know, there's been many times throughout history, and I'm Anglo-Saxon, so I'm actually quite very closely tied to small boats because that's how we came here. Right. And by the way, we invaded too. And that, you know, this is what happens if you're weak and pathetic and you won't have a border and you have a prime minister called Tiny Andy who won't do anything and who just keeps lying to you. I mean, that is I knew this was was the strategy. You could sense this all along. Effectively, the Labour Party looked at the situation and said, the problem is Keir Starmer's not lying well enough. He's lying, but he's not. That people aren't being convinced. So what we really need is a better liar, a much more highly skilled liar that the people will believe, and that's how we've ended up with Tiny Andy. And I just think this fundamentally misses the obvious point, which is that we, the public, are not stupid. We don't need a higher caliber liar. We need somebody who actually deals with the problems. And Tiny Andy has no intention of dealing with the problems and is just running around now making cringe-worthy social media videos.
Yeah. I mean, that is the problem, isn't it? We now live, it seems to me, in this kind of rather bizarre bubble where actually all politicians, with very few exceptions, tell you things that they're doing which they're not doing, pretend that they're doing things which they're not actually doing. I mean, I was talking to somebody last night again who said, Andy's had quite a good start. And I said, exactly how has he had a good start? And we ran through the 5 pillars of Andy Burnham's incarnation, which was, one, I'm going to get rid of rough sleeping. I literally walked down Oxford Street on Monday, on day one of him trying to get rid of rough sleeping, to find 2 people in a tent shouting at each other, being filmed by tourists outside of Selfridges, because that's where they're living, right? So that's rough sleeping for you, being ended by Andy Burnham, not being ended. Secondly, the buses and the taxpayers' money that's paying for people to now pay £2 to go on a bus that used to cost £1 because they've actually, upped the amount of money that you have to pay as a minimum and as a maximum. Then, of course, there was the 90p off a week that you're going to be giving back to the electricity board, even though you're spending £5 more than you were before you got the 90p back, and on and on and on it goes. And I mean, he keeps making these prognostications. Like, I might as well say to you, all right, Stephen, during the course of our half an hour chat this morning, I am going to eradicate poverty, right? And you can say, that's a fantastic idea, Mike. Well done, Mike. Fantastic, absolutely brilliant. But of course, I'm not going to eradicate poverty. I'm not going to get anywhere near eradicating poverty. I'm just going to say that I'm doing it, and then that supposedly is going to con everybody into thinking, well, that Mike Graham's a nice guy, wants to eradicate poverty.
Well, Mike, I've just eradicated malaria, so I think we should all...
Well
done. Praise me for this. Thank you. Thank you.
A round of applause for Stephen Barrett. He's eradicated malaria. Well done, Stephen. Whoa!
I think I deserve a press conference and a cringe-worthy YouTube video or clip.
Yeah, and maybe even a half hour slot at the UN where you could go and speak.
That would be great.
To the General Assembly there,
Yeah, this is pathetic, but this is where we get to. After we're still so trapped in the 90s.
Yes.
Okay? The 90s is like a black hole that we just constantly orbit. And in the mid-90s, it became accepted wisdom. And accepted wisdom is always exceptionally dangerous amongst humans because, in certain cultures, it's been accepted wisdom that if you throw the virgin child into the volcano, things will get better. So, accepted wisdom is probably one of those things that we should watch out for as a race, as a species. But it became accepted wisdom that politicians just need to spin everything. They just need to lie to us, and they don't need to do any substance because the real substance of the world is taken place by the civil servants. And do you know what? They're in charge of everything, and everything's fine. Yes. So don't you worry your little head. Just go and kiss some babies. Just go and be charming. Just go and make an innocuous video. I mean, can we get Tiny Andy out of a high-vis vest? If we achieve one thing today, could we just not have him in a high-vis vest doing his George Osborne? But this accepted wisdom is just nonsense. It's just not true. We have serious, substantive, real problems. We are being invaded every day by illegal boat migrants. We have, as a result, serious crime problems. We have also, on our own, serious crime problems.
Yes.
We clearly don't have enough prison space. That's a massive problem. The courts clearly don't work. That's a massive problem. Oh, by the way, we're in hot to the bond markets and the debt is crippling us. Oh, and by the way, we have record high taxes, which is destroying the economy, meaning that we don't have any jobs or hope. These are serious matters. And it's not going to be solved by an asinine little man making a TikTok video.
No. And that's it. It's government by TikTok. I mean, there's actually a piece, and you probably haven't seen it this morning in the Mail. Dan Hodges has gone from being the anti-reform attack dog to sucking up to the new regime, which is what he did before. Of course, before I sort of groomed him and trained him that Keir Starmer wasn't quite the man that he thought he was. He's done this big thing about the young women helping Andy Burnham to win the TikTok battle with reform. Commentary by Dan Hodges, and he's written about these three women, one of whom is called Ellen Stewart, and two other online activists, and it's all like a game to them. It's not a game. Yeah. This is not a game. We are in the shit. I'm sorry to say this to you people, but we are in a very bad place in this country. We need a proper Prime Minister. We need a proper leadership contest. We need a proper battle of ideas, and we need to fix what is wrong. What we don't need is a bunch of bloody influencers going, oh, we need a TikTok video wearing a T-shirt. Bollocks to that, is what I say.
Yeah, because those are the words, and this is the reason that we have swearing in our language, because sometimes that is all you can say to an idea that is completely ridiculous. You don't need to merely reject it. You don't need to merely say no. You need to absolutely expel this nonsense idea. And the idea that TikTok videos and Tiny Andy in a vest are going to solve anything is complete and utter, as you said, and it just is. And we have very serious problems, and our politicians actually say, wouldn't it be lovely if we had, we appear to have a surfeit of parties. We don't appear to have a surfeit of ideas. Those parties aren't actually really coming up with anything, but wouldn't it be great if all the parties that we now have were coming up with alternative visions for Britain, saying we will do this, 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 and this, and this, and this is how we will fix things. And I think, Mike, very largely the problem is that the politicians think the civil service can run the country, and the civil service cannot run the country. And everybody thinks that we just got to basically tinker, but leave everything largely as it is. No, tinkering will kill us. Yeah. We are in very serious doo-doo, very serious problems. There have been many human societies that got themselves into this position. We shouldn't necessarily, beat ourselves up about this. It does happen from time to time, but we need a plan to get out of it.
Yes, we do. And there doesn't appear to be anybody in Downing Street who has a plan to get out of it. I saw yesterday, we haven't got the clip because I didn't ask for it, the Cabinet Office put out a clip of Lou Haig in her first job, in her first week, saying, "Oh, it's all been very amazing. We've been here for a whole week, and it's been really, really overwhelming. We've been so busy." And it's like, I don't care. I'm not interested in how busy you are. I'm not interested in what you think about how impressed you are that you're working in the heart of government. I'm rather more interested in what you're actually doing. And at the moment, it doesn't appear as if anybody is really doing anything of any kind of improvement to the country. We are not, we are not better off. We have not suddenly been given, carte blanche to be happier. We are stuck in this kind of, what I would call laundry cycle of madness, where we're just going round and round and round and getting hotter and hotter and hotter. And sort of, at some point somebody will switch off the tumble dryer and you get to be hung out to dry. That's it.
Well, at some point, Mike, there's going to be another atrocity.
Yeah.
Because you can't have an atrocity in New York, an atrocity in Germany, and an atrocity in France. And I know we're all becoming a bit sort of inured or immune to these atrocities, but they are going on. There's going to be an atrocity here because we're not running ourselves. We're not a serious country. If you want to defend the politicians, and goodness knows why anybody would want to do that, you'd say that they're not really connected to anything. Right. They get given an office, they get given a drive. They're probably closest. They get a permanent secretary who is probably who frankly is running the show without them. And ignoring them, and then the next staff, then they've got a spad who tells them how wonderful they are and how fantastic they looked in a high-vis vest on TikTok. Who's probably about 12 and carries the bag. Yes, and then the next person they're probably closest to is their driver. Because at least the driver meets them and they chat, and I've probably got a lot of faith in those drivers. I'd probably remove the permanent secretaries and replace them with
absolutely. Yeah, the drivers have probably got a better idea of how to fix the country actually than the people they're driving around. And I think we've got the Lou Haig clip. Let's have a look at it.
Minister, can you introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Louise Haig. I'm First Secretary of State and Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster.
And when did you start?
Last Monday.
Has it only been a week?
It has been 1 week. It's been a whirlwind.
It's been a whirlwind. Why do they bother putting that shit out? Sorry. Why do they bother showing us that?
Because it's the 90s and they think that that's enough. They think that that's all we need. Colin the Caterpillar Cake, and we're all happy, like the good little children we are.
Yeah.
We live in a fundamentally infantilized society, and we're not getting out of this until people grow up. We're not getting out of this until we demand better politicians. That is a convicted fraudster. That's what that is. That's a human being who's committed a dishonesty offence.
Yeah.
That is, in my view, a human being who's not fit to be a minister to His Majesty the King. That the fact that the minister who's not fit to be a minister produces absolute, asinine, childish content doesn't surprise me at all. I suppose I should chalk up a win that she wasn't in a high-vis vest.
Yeah, I mean, that's the least of our troubles, I suppose. We certainly don't want to see that. But yeah, I mean, we are literally being run by people who have no clue of how to run anything, unfortunately. And every time anybody says to me, oh, well, he seems to be better than Keir Starmer, he seems to be doing okay. Well, no, actually, no. And you have to really fight back, I think, on that and say no. And the supine media, who are incredibly incapable of actually examining anything at all. We've already got, they've moved on. The Times, my favourite hate newspaper this morning, has moved on to having a go at Gianni Infantino. Amazingly, they've discovered that he might be a bit corrupt, and he's selling off the World Cup to all comers. And they've got a quote from Andy Burnham saying, "Football belongs to the people. Football should." It's like a distraction. It's like over here, a distraction. Look over here. I think the people will care about the World Cup. Nobody cares about the World Cup. Everybody knows Infantino's corrupt. Nobody gives a damn. Let's talk about proper stories. Let's talk about the state of the country. This story inside of the Daily Mail: net zero is going to cost families £40 billion. In the next year, 40 billion quid, right? We're told that, we're not going to be able to walk around London because it's so hot that we're going to be like melting in the heat. No, we're not. It's called summer. It's fine. It's okay. Stop wasting our bloody money, right? That's what we need to be talking about. But that, again, last night, talking to various people at this party, I said, what we do on this show is we tell the newspapers what we should actually be talking about, rather than what they think we want to talk about, because that's part of the problem.
It is part of the problem. We're not children, and they don't get to curate what we care about.
Yeah.
London may very well get hot, and London is becoming vaguely unbearable. But that's because they got rid of all of the trees. It's not rocket science. We've known this for a very long time. If you're a city that's going to have a summer, which London is, Paris is, New York is, then it's really nice to have tree-lined boulevards because they keep the place cool. It's it's that simple. And London has massively got rid of its trees.
Yeah.
It's not. I live in leafy South Bucks, and the minute you cross the M25, you notice the difference in tree content.
Yes.
It's like, oh, hello, the trees are here now. That's just basic rocket science. But they'd rather pretend that CO2 is some sort of problem, rather pretend that climate change is man-made, so that they can steal all of our money and scare us, than actually fix anything that we actually care about. And this is it's really. Andy, if we're a very lucky people, if God truly loves us, then Andy Burnham will be the last politician of absolutely no substance that we have to endure. Because quite frankly, Theresa May had absolutely no substance. I was very disappointed in her successor. And since then, I don't think we've had any politician of any substance other than Liz Truss, who, of course, they disappeared in like 2 weeks.
Yeah. And isn't it funny? I mean, Liz Truss and I have got to know each other quite well. She's using our studios quite a lot. She's doing podcasts from here and all of that. And we've formed a bit of an alliance, right? And a very intelligent woman, very interesting sort of policy maker of old, and people have sort of just glossed over the fact that she was completely and utterly denuded of power by the people that she complains about, who she calls the blob, who are actually running the country. And I mean, if you ever wanted to know that there was a problem in this country, she is the illustration of it, because she was elected, she was duly put into a position of power, and she had it all taken away from her without any sort of, I don't know, by your leave or permission being given. She was completely and utterly stripped of power by the blob. And the blob clearly is in charge.
Very clearly, and they demonstrated, they flexed, as I think the young people say,
Yes.
when they did that. And it was proof to us all that we don't matter. We, the voters, are not important. We didn't want Rishi Sunak. Nobody, unsurprisingly, nobody wanted Rishi Sunak. Just in exactly the same way, nobody really wants Andy Burnham. But you will have to have Rishi Sunak. You will have to have Andy Burnham, whether you like it or not, because we need a tiny man to front the operation for a little while.
Yeah.
Until we can find the next tiny man to do it. And Liz, with her ideas and vision for the country, and at least attempting to do stuff. I mean, give me 5 people like Liz. Now, that doesn't mean that they're all espousing Liz's policies.
Yeah.
They can have completely different policies.
Yeah, right.
But give me, we seem to have like 5 parties right now. So why don't I have 5 different visions for the country?
Yeah.
Why am I not being told about 5 different ways
Right.
in which we could fundamentally restructure our country and start to live again?
Mm.
And instead, we're just told, well, we're not told anything. We're not treated like grown-ups. We're just sent TikTok videos of tiny men in high-vis vests, or that buffoon in the Yellow Party who just likes falling off things. And
Yeah.
that's apparently his highest skill in life.
How
Just
about
fall
this?
down.
Even worse, right? We've got Andy Burnham yesterday saying that he wants to have a coalition of ideas about social care. So he's invited the leader of the Lib Dems, your man there, you just described,
Falling downy man. Yeah.
falling downy man, falling into bodies of water up and down the country, and the Tories. He has not invited the Reform Party to be part of the conversation. He has not invited the Greens, because I'm not just standing up for reform here. He's had the usual coalition of the willing, if you like, of the major parties. He has not included anybody else, and that tells you all you need to know. By the way, this is the anniversary once again of the Southport attack, where these beautiful tiny girls were stabbed in a brutal and ghastly way, which I don't even want to think about. Because it's too horrible at this time of the morning, by a man who should not probably be alive right now, but who has been moved or is about to be moved to a mental institution where he will be treated better than you and I are treated by our own local council.
At great expense.
Yeah.
And you can tell we're a broken country because we still haven't given an honour. I think she deserves a damehood to the lady who ran the dance class, who got injured protecting those girls, and we still haven't given an honour, and I think he deserves a knighthood, to the gentleman who had the office opposite the dance studio, who again got himself involved. I think he was injured. I'm not sure if he was injured too, but he got himself involved protecting little children, which is what all decent grown-ups would do in that situation. Axel Rueda-Cabana is a complete monster. I think we do need to talk about the death penalty, Mike, and I think I'm there with him in particular, because the alternative seems to me that we'll have to he's relatively young, so what we've got like 60 years of this, and he's going to hurt people in Broadmoor, or even if we go.
He should never be allowed. I mean, he should never be allowed out. And then you take that argument further down the track, if you like, and say, well, should he be allowed to be alive? I don't think he should, actually.
No, and I think what's really interesting about the death penalty in particular is that it's a recurring feature of human society. Lots of human societies have had it, and if you just look back over sort of 6,000 years, it's a really present feature. And maybe we're a bit arrogant in pretending that we don't need it, because what do you do with an Axel Rueda-Cabana? What do you do? What are we supposed to do? Moving him to Broadmoor means he will cost a colossal amount of money at the time when we don't have a lot of money.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm old enough to remember Myra Hindley and the palaver that went on about that, where she basically just gaslit and trolled the nation, going, "Oh yes, I will tell you where the children's bodies are, just next week, not now."
Yeah, I know.
And you know, can I have a lobster?
And
maybe
almost
I'll tell you after that.
Yeah, and sort of almost achieved a sort of in a bizarre sort of victim status in a way, that somehow she was, you know, she was sort of a glamour puss. She was somehow somebody that people wanted to read about, to see, to talk to have an interest in what she had to say. Glamorized almost for what she did, you know?
Made a celebrity largely by the Labour Party, largely by Frank Pakenham, the Earl of Longford. And just absolutely just a grotesque spectacle.
Yeah.
That maybe back then, when we were a world when there wasn't an atrocity a week, or you know, maybe back then when there was only one Naira Hindley or one Ian, you know, we maybe we were more capable of tolerating that. Maybe it was easier to get through. But we don't have just one Axel Rudicabana, do we? You know, we've got all these people keep coming up, and I think we do have to have very serious questions about the death penalty. Even though I think it will, I mean, it will be immensely sad if we do this thing, and we should do it in as dignified a way as we possibly can. But I don't know of any other way. And Axel Rudicabana, he's just going to be an ongoing sideshow for the next 60 years. You know, and people will get hurt, and goodness knows what he's capable of doing. Yeah. And I'm not sure he should be allowed to stay among us.
No, because you can't, because I mean, as much as we argue, and you and I could probably talk about this all day, you know, we are, yes, a civilized society. We like to think of ourselves as better than some places where they do the death penalty, like China, like the United States, where in fact, in many places now, they don't do it. In many states, but yeah, there are so many arguments against it, and yet still, you and I, as intelligent, you know, sort of sentient human beings, feel that he shouldn't be around. He just shouldn't be.
Yeah, and I just find him. I think he's going to become the lodestone of this. I don't know why, because there are lots of other atrocities that have been committed, and there are lots of other truly awful people. And it's just, I mean, what happened in Southport was just grotesque, just
evil, just evil, right? I mean, just really, really evil. I can't. I mean, it upsets me to even talk about it, to be honest. And I'm not a shrinking violet, right? But it really upsets me to talk about it in the same way that it upsets me to talk about what happened in Nottingham. I spoke to Mrs. Emma Webber the other day, who's, you know, the mother of Barnaby Webber, who was murdered by this other scumbag, who she's worried about. Because he has been put into a hospital rather than a prison, and Valdo Callicane, who should never have been out on the streets in the first place, and there's now a criminal investigation going into NHS Nottingham Health Trust for possible corporate manslaughter. But you know, I'm a parent, and as are you. And it's just a bear thinking about. And she's such an amazing woman, such a brave woman. And she says, look, I'm not somebody that ever thought I would have a conversation about the death penalty, but I don't want to see this man ever let loose back into society. And he could be let loose back into society because he's been put into a mental institution in 10 years' time. And you just go, no, don't do it. Don't allow that.
He shouldn't have been out at all. We probably, as well as the death penalty, we probably need to talk about the fact that we need asylums again. That care in the community doesn't work. Maybe this is why we're trapped in the 90s. The 90s, just so that listeners and viewers know, that's when we started letting severely mentally ill people just wander about and hope that they were fine to live in normal society. And they're not. They're very clearly not. And we probably need to get back to secure mental health asylums. Valdo Callicane, I mean, he was obviously very ill and obviously not safe, obviously dangerous. Right. I do think, with him, again, it's a bit like Henry Novak. You know, I really think that the true evil there was DEI.
Yeah.
Because again, if he'd been white, I don't think it would have happened.
No.
Because if he'd been white, they would have gone, oh, well, actually, he really is ill.
Yeah.
And he's not taking his meds.
And we're not
you
letting
know
him
what?
out. Yeah.
We need to do something about this. But because he was black, they wouldn't do it. And this is just ridiculous. I don't give a toss about melanin. I was trying to find a mole of mine. I've got loads of melanin on my body. You know, it doesn't matter. It doesn't make a difference. It doesn't change you as a human being.
Yeah.
We really need to get out of this spiral of DEI, and we need to escape from the 90s and 90s thinking. Because do you know what? Care in the community doesn't work. It doesn't work, and it's put us at danger. And care in the community at the same time that you're importing thousands upon thousands of traumatized and potentially dangerous men is just begging for something bad to happen.
But you've got to, you know, if you want to know, Stephen, about where we've all gone terribly badly wrong, look at David Gauke, you know, the guy who was a Tory, who has now been tasked with, by the Labour government, doing a report about, you know, early release of prisoners and how to kind of treat prisoners. And this is a guy who's meant, as I say, meant to be a Conservative, sounds more like a Lib Dem, who even now, even as we are conducting a conversation about Rudy Cabana and his like and his ilk, he's saying, oh, well, we must let people out of prison. You know, you can't let people just go to prison and rot for the rest of their lives. That's not the way to deal with justice. And you're kind of going, what the hell are you talking about? You complete and utter numpty. I'm sorry, I'm finding it very hard not to swear this morning because you know, these are, you know, they live in this sort of, you know, whited sepulchre where they think that everything's fine. Everything isn't fine. We are unfortunately riddled in society with scumbags, ne'er-do-wells, murderers, you know, evildoers, and we have to be able to contain them. There was a good point there made, and I would, in some ways, sometimes go along with it. But this is from Ali, who says, I'm a couple of minutes behind, but don't want to miss anything by catching up. With regards to capital punishment, can you imagine if we gave them the power to kill us? And I can't back it for that reason. I get that, you know, I understand that. You know, these are people who can't organise, you know, the roads. Do you really want to give them the power to execute people?
No, that is, I think, the best counter argument, and that is where I have been up until I think Axel Rudy Cabana. And I mean, just don't even engage with somebody like David Gauke. He's just reciting the mantras because it will get him the benefits.
Yeah.
You know, you have to accept that certain people in our society they're not genuine in any traditional sense of the word. They're just reciting cult thinking because it gets a benefit, and David's about to be knighted you know, by the Labour Party. So, and he's not a man I hold in particularly high regard. I may as well tell your listeners and viewers, Mike, I took my young child, and we like to explore random towns and just go about and have fun. And we were standing in a pub in Berkhamsted, and David Gauke walked past. I was standing with my little child.
Oh, I saw you tweeted about this, yeah.
Yeah, and he vaguely glared at me, and I was like, okay, that's nice.
Right.
And then he went to the loo, and he clearly probably didn't know who I was, but was like vaguely aware that he didn't like this long. This went back when I had long hair, and he's vaguely aware he didn't like this long haired chap, whoever this is. Clearly went to the loo and then probably Googled me and found out just who is this guy? Oh, right. It was him. And then he walked back and he really purposefully glared at me. And it's like, what are you doing? And I didn't take any real offense at this because I just think the entire thing is pathetic. Yeah. You're in a pub on a quite nice, it was either a Saturday or Sunday because that's when we do these things. You know, quite a nice day. And you're taking time to glare at someone because you think, on what basis am I not acceptable? On what basis am I a bad person? You disagree with me, fine. But all I wish for is good for our country. You know, and yet these people, and you know, and I don't really have any animus against him. I just think he's a phony. I just think he's reciting, a fraud. Well, he's just reciting the accepted mantras. Well, I could do that, Mike. I'm not completely brain dead. If I wanted to, I could recite the DEI mantras, and maybe I'd get a knighthood, and maybe I could have a.
Well, because that's the game. That is the game, isn't it? You play the game. Don't go outside of the little circle. It's almost like, you know, you've got a circle here, which is what we used to be given when we were at primary school, you know, and you'd play the game. Can you stay inside the circle no matter what happens? And that's what they want you to do. Don't go outside the circle. Don't put your foot out there. Don't put your hand over there. You know, be very careful that you stay where you're supposed to stay. No, I'm sorry, that's not how we work here. It's not how you work, and it's why you're such an interesting and compelling individual to listen to and to speak to, because you don't believe in that crap, and neither do I. And I don't wish to be told what to say or think or do, and I never will. And no matter how hard they try, I will never, ever succumb to their bullshit. And I'm sorry to make a speech, thank you. And I'm sorry to swear, but that's how I feel. And they're starting to annoy me now. And when people like David Gork get given the sort of the portmanteau to go, oh, why don't you revolutionise our penal system? Why don't you tell us what we should do? Why? On what basis is he qualified to do that? You know, this is the guy who turned down, by the way, a judicial review into the black taxi rapist. Right, and if it wasn't for the incredible bravery of Carrie Johnson, Boris's wife, and I know a lot of people don't like her and him, but she was incredibly brave. She was one of his victims.
Really was.
She pushed, and with a bunch of other people, women who had been victims of this scumbag, she pushed for a judicial review, which David Gork turned down, right, and managed to get him to be kept in prison rather than be let out. And if it wasn't for her, David Gork would have allowed him to be out, and he'd be raping women even as we speak.
Well, exactly. I mean, this is just they are trapped in this bubble where they think that they have to think these things and say these things. And if they do them, they'll get rewarded, which they do with swimming certificates and medals and bells and whistles and all the rest of it. But it's just intellectually dead, and it's worse than that, Mike. It's morally dead. Yeah, you know, it's a land that I don't want to live in, because I would feel that my granny would be disappointed in me. Yeah, that I would not be a properly functioning human being. I mean, I'm so glad that you pointed out the work that Carrie Johnson did. It is such an important thing to remember. And whenever anybody talks about Carrie Johnson, they really need to remember her bravery in doing that.
Yeah, absolutely.
She's of course given anonymity. It's too early in the morning, by the system, and she bravely said, "I don't want to be anonymous. I will be public. Yes, if it protects other women." And War Boys in particular is an absolute monster who again should never get out of prison. And again, we might want to think about the death penalty for him. But you know,
who still, by the way, thanks to our useless judicial system, still has a notebook with people's addresses in it, who he raped. He's allowed to keep the notebook. That's what he has.
No. And again, the David Gork can become the lightning rod for the establishment. Yeah. But there are plenty of others we could name, and we've probably met them all. But these people just know that is not how a functioning society works. No, that is not a good human society. Right. No, he must not have that notebook. We must get that taken off him and burned.
Exactly.
You know, it must be removed from him. And I think many of us are just absolutely fed up, because we have real substantive problems in this country. You know, the amount of, I was just thinking again, like yesterday morning, I was touched by the amount of graffiti around just as I pulled into London. And yesterday, much like you, I passed a man who was, you know, crashed out on the floor with a dirty duvet. And it was probably, and this is drug addiction. This is what's going on. It's not homelessness. It's drug addiction. Can we talk about drug addiction? And can we maybe get drug addicts put in secure accommodation where they're treated to help cure the drug addiction? You know, we need to start dealing with things and problems in our society rather than stepping over them and doing a David Gork and just pretending that the mantras still work. The mantras don't work anymore. It's not the 90s. We just need to shake these people and just say it's not the 1990s. Yeah. Will you grow up? I mean, and I worry. I mean, for listeners and viewers who are too young to remember the 1990s, it's when the leading band of the age, Radiohead, said they sang a lyric. I wish it was the 60s. I wish we could be happy. Yeah. I wish that something would happen. Because actually the 90s was a very secure period of time. Yeah. It was so secure that our leading band was singing about how bored they were. Yeah. It was a lovely period of time. It's not like now. We didn't have the atrocities every day or every week. Not back then. You know, there was no... Mrs. Weber would have lived a far better life if we could have taken it all back to the 90s, you know, the things we are having to live through, and I think we're doing it. I do actually think we're doing it quite bravely, Mike. I think we probably should be, as well as angry and as well as not rejecting the David Gawks of this world, rejecting Tiny Andy in his high-vis vest, as well as, you know, just rejecting politicians without a plan. I think we also need to be quietly proud of ourselves, because we're being tested to a huge degree, and we are actually broadly keeping things together. You know, everybody who goes to work this morning, I'm proud. You know, I think we should say, we're proud of you. That's great. Everybody, you know, who does a packed lunch for their kid today. Everybody, you know, everybody who drives a train, everybody who drives a bus, everybody who gets in their own car and works. Just be proud of us all. We are living through a massive test, and I do think we're broadly doing very well, because not only we haven't lost it, we haven't just started rioting in the streets, but you know, it's very hard. It's getting close to that, because we are being constantly pushed, constantly poked. I talked to somebody, and they were like, they said they just feel like they're constantly being nipped by tiny little crab claws, every day, nip, 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 and it's very hard to be right now. I don't want anything more to happen. This is not the 1990s. I want us to go back to being safe. Stop
with that happening. Yeah, stop it. Brilliant. Stephen, as ever, fantastic to talk to you. Thank you so much. Really inspiring, actually, this morning. You've inspired me to be wound up, because occasionally I just have to get wound up, because that's the only way that we can kind of understand what's going on around us. Brilliant to see you. Stephen, thank you very much indeed. Stephen Barrett, the world's greatest barrister, a man who, after my own heart, gets very, very wound up by what is going on around us. You know, Andy Burnham in his high-vis vest. What a total and utter waste of time. Brilliant stuff. We've got loads more to do. We've got Alex Wilson coming up, who's going to talk to us about the reform situation in the London Assembly. Ellie Hodges is here. William Clouston from the SDP is going to be talking to us. He's running for election in Clacton, believe it or not. And we are, I believe, in the process of, Pooch is here, of figuring out how we're going to cover the Clacton by-election. We're going to be there, I believe, on Wednesday night before polling day, and we're going to be there Thursday morning on polling day. And we want you to come and watch us doing what we magically do every single day, because we're going to be doing a live show before an audience, as far as I'm aware, which will be a first for us, which will be great fun. Can you imagine all the things that could go wrong? It'd be great. Anyway, listen, let's get some news, shall we? Russell Quirk coming up in a moment as well. Edward Hughes is here.
Good morning. I'm Edward the News Hughes. The fourth heat wave of the summer is peaking nicely today, with amber health alerts covering big chunks of England and temperatures pushing towards 35 degrees Celsius. Drought still grips parts of Wales. The ground's so dry the railways are buckling, and fire chiefs are basically begging people not to set the countryside alight. Classic British summer. Sun's out, infrastructure's out, and everyone's wondering when the hosepipe bans become permanent. Meanwhile, new PM Andy Burnham is throwing open the doors for cross-party talks on social care, while plotting to lock private firms out of the system entirely, because nothing says fix the crisis like turning it into another NHS-style waiting list. He's also pushing technical subjects for 14-year-olds so kids can study AI and manufacturing instead of just daydreaming about them. And in the Channel, a French Navy boat allegedly fired shots near a Tory MP mid-interview. They say it was a training exercise. Of course it was. Remember to like and subscribe. Laters, Tigers.
This video is sponsored by Tally Money. I'm delighted to be joined in the studio by CEO and founder Cameron Parry. Cameron, very good morning to you. Nice to see you. Tell us what Tally Money is.
Well, at Tally Money, you get a savings account powered by gold. So we give you a sort code and account number in your name, just like a normal bank account, but instead of sitting in pounds, you now have milligrams of gold that we brand as Tally.
Okay. And how does it actually work sort of day to day? Do you check the gold price every day? Do you need to do that? How does that?
We use the spot price, what's called the spot price in gold, and that updates every minute. It's a live price. We don't charge any premiums or FX margins on anything on that. You just go about your day as though it was any other mainstream foreign currency, except that you see all your transactions in real time and you're not getting charged international transactions. transaction fees and things like this.
Okay, so if I move some of my money into Tally because I've just opened an account, what happens to it? And is it one of those things that I'll just be watching all day to go, ooh, look what's happening today?
You might do, but you've probably got better things to do with your time, to be honest, Mike. I don't actually think about the little movements in price, because I know over time that on average it goes up more than 12% per annum, and it has each year for the last 10 years. You know, bank savings products or current accounts just can't compete with that at all. But the main thing is my money's sitting there. It's my direct ownership of an asset. When I use my Italia card, you know, in London to buy a cup of coffee, the merchant still gets pounds.
Yeah, okay. To find out more about Tally Money and for a special offer for viewers of the Mike Graham Show, simply scan the QR code or click the link in the description right here. Welcome back to the Mike Graham Show. It is 7:45, incredibly. There are times when you think, you look around and you go, is that really the time? Is that really what day it is? Is that really, what are we doing? Russell Quirk is here, which is giving me great confidence.
Oh, confidence.
No, in reality, the sort of reality check.
Oh,
I'm going,
yeah.
Well, he's here, so it must, he can't be that early.
Yeah.
Well, he can't be that late.
Maybe you're disorientated because you've had 2 nights out on the trot.
Well, I spend quite a lot of time out.
I know you do.
Just to be said.
You're good at it.
I mean, I'm quite good at it. There are people who say, when are you going to, calm down a bit? I don't know.
No.
Is the answer to that.
Maybe
and
never.
It is sort of Christmas. It's sort of Christmas all comes at once, doesn't it? And summer parties and all the rest of it. I mean, I've got another one, I think, coming up later today. This is one of those weeks where you just go, I haven't got any time. But you're the same. I mean, you're now, running your business. You're running, Essex, as far as I can tell.
Yeah,
You're king of
all
Essex,
of it. Yeah,
right.
The whole thing.
We're talking about trying to come down to Clapton, and hopefully you'll help us with that in the meantime between now and next Thursday. Is it next Thursday?
Week
election?
after, 2 weeks time.
2 weeks time.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's just. I don't think I've ever been busier.
Yeah, but it's great, isn't it?
It is great.
I mean, it is relentless. And look, we kind of bite off these things. I certainly have, whether it's business, whether it's commercial endeavours, whether it's, media stuff and now politics.
Yeah.
I think, as we were just saying, you kind of throw yourself in at the deep end, with both feet. If you're going to do it properly.
Yeah.
And I think when it comes to politics and the kind of the right side of broadcasting, as you're doing, not many others, I think we've got an obligation, actually, because...
Oh, totally, yeah.
Because if we don't stand up, speak up and try and enforce change and influence, then I think this country's done.
Yeah.
I mean, I really do.
Yeah.
And I think...
Well, I mean, one of the things today that I woke up this morning and I wanted to talk to Stephen Barrett about, and I'll talk to you about as well, is it's the anniversary of, and it's not, anniversary is the wrong word probably, of the Southport killings. And, that should create a conversation around punishment, around crime, around, the death penalty, all of those things that normal people talk about, but which I can't imagine the BBC will be doing. I can't imagine ITV will do it. Sky won't be talking about it because it's all a bit embarrassing for them.
No,
but these are the places where we can talk about this stuff,
Well, yeah, look, because you're not, I suppose regulated, I think is too soft a word, but you're not governed. You're not dictated to by a quango like Ofcom, which I will continue to rail against. The fact that we've got someone that earns £500,000 a year running Ofcom, that effectively is the censor in chief.
Yes.
I mean, it's a bit like that North Korean broadcaster. The woman that sits there with the pink thing on and just whatever it is.
That's quite a good impersonation.
That's quite cool. That's exactly her.
Great leader.
The great leader, but parroting this propaganda nonsense, which is exactly what the state want people to see, believe, and believe is true. And Ofcom, I think, is perhaps not quite as extreme as the North Korean Broadcasting Association or whatever it's called, but it ain't far off.
It's not far away.
It ain't far off.
No. In fact, that's their ambition. They'd like to be as good as that.
Baby steps.
Look at what they do in North Korea. We could do that if we're really good at our jobs.
Yeah. But this is exactly the problem. So you've got a media that are left leaning. You've got Ofcom that are basically telling all broadcasters, newspapers, and so on that you've got to be balanced. You can't offend anybody. Be careful what you say. This is actually the real truth. It's our truth.
It was a Sunday night. I was watching Sky for no good reason. I sort of hold my hands up and I apologise for having to admit it.
Opposition research.
But I was watching the coverage of Berlin and the mad Islamist who'd driven a van into a bunch of people.
Which is a reforms fault.
And you would not have known that it was an Islamist that had done it.
Yeah.
You would not have known that the guy was a member of ISIS. They had some bloke on who was from the Berlin local council, funnily enough, who was obviously an LGBTQ plus I blah whatever advocate, and he started blaming Donald Trump.
Yeah, Trump.
He
and
started
reform.
going, it's all the hate speech that's been said about gay people, and it's like, look, nobody in their right mind in this day and age in the Western world has a problem with gay people. They just don't. No matter how right
you don't have to do what you're doing in terms of the whole pride thing for us to believe that the world, the West in particular, is not homophobic.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Yeah.
However, to pretend and to not mention the fact that the guy who drove the van was from Lebanon, even though he was born in Germany to Lebanese parents, even though he was a German citizen, to pretend that his nationality, if you like, and his ethnicity was not a factor, and his religion was not a factor, is ridiculous.
Well, when he jumped out and said, "Allah made me do it."
Well, that was the guy in France, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, France. Sorry, yeah.
But
this guy was,
and there again, the French Interior Minister went, "We're not sure what the motive is."
But this guy, of course, was a known Islamist. But of course, the extremists in Islam, who are clearly the problem, are painted as not being the problem because, of course, it's very inconvenient, isn't it? It's inconvenient for the media that have supported mass immigration. Right. It's very inconvenient for successive governments, this one and the Conservatives, that they have allowed people to come in on boats that we don't know the identity of.
And they're coming in even as we speak.
Yep.
On these ridiculously huge
and look,
dinghies.
Burnham's first week was greater, big inverted commas, in terms of that influx of boat migrants than Starmer's first week.
Let's have a look, actually, because we've got a clip of Burnham. He finally mentioned it, because he hasn't mentioned it. The first week, he made no mention of immigration at all, right? Yep. Finally, yesterday, he was pinned down and asked about the illegal boat crossings, and here's what he had to say.
Has brought forward a very rigorous plan in relation to this, and let's remember, of course, the numbers can fluctuate, but overall boat crossings are down quite significantly year on year, so that does suggest that the plan is working.
Overall, boat crossings are down. Well, I'll tell you what overall is. Overall, in your first week as Prime Minister, boat crossings are up by 71%, because in Keir Starmer's first week, they were much lower.
Yeah, but this is the world we live in now, Mike, isn't it? Where, a bit like Sadiq Khan that last week said, hey, there's no crime in London, it's all good, right? Because crime's dropped. Yeah, okay. If you take the highest point that crime has got to in the last 12 months, and then say that, in the following weeks and months, we saw a decrease from that high point, that makes a headline. But of course, it's disingenuous, because what we should be saying is, well, the baseline is not a year ago. The baseline in terms of London crime is 2016, which is when Sadiq Khan took office. The baseline in terms of boats is not the fact that they're down a bit on last year or the year before. It's where they are versus 5 or 10 years ago. The baseline should be zero, right? The baseline shouldn't be, it's okay, there's only 30,000 potential terrorists, rapists and murderers coming in now on boats unidentified.
So that's okay.
And
that's all right then.
Yeah.
So, if you're lucky, you won't be affected by that.
You're marginally less likely to be raped now.
Yeah, that's fine. But obviously, things are looking up.
It's great.
But it is absolutely unbelievable, isn't it? And the same goes for, and I know you were talking about this, and you in fact, you wore the Making Plans for Nigel T-shirt.
I did.
Zach
that was AI. I've ordered one. I'll get you one if you want. Yeah.
Zach Polanski, who comes out and says, I didn't realise that there was a cache of social media posts that I just somehow collectively retweeted. I mean, sorry, we all use Twitter. We all know how it works. I mean, I've never looked at anybody's Twitter and gone, look, there's 20 different pictures there. I'll just retweet all of them.
No matter what they say.
Are you joking that you didn't see it?
Particularly when you're the leader of a political party that purports to want to take government. It's a bit like saying, did we enact that law? Sorry, I didn't read it.
Right.
Is that what it says?
Yeah, right.
I had no idea. But also, I think we need to apply the Lucy Connolly test. And the Lucy Connolly test is that she, of course, was used as a political prisoner to make a point that suited Starmer's narrative. And actually, when it comes to taking responsibility, that test needs to be applied. Now, equally, I am not an advocate of people tweeting something that's unsavoury and then going to prison for it. I think that we need to be more grown up than that in terms of the whole free speech thing. But if we've applied the test to Lucy Connolly, and she got 31 months, did 14, I think, then that test now needs to be applied to Zach Polanski. It has to be.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, I'm with you. I don't want to start locking people up for things that they've tweeted. However, if you are outwardly and without any equivocation actually recommending that people get murdered, given what happened to Anne Widdecombe, because the world has changed slightly since Anne Widdecombe's murder, we now have to seriously consider the fact that there are people who are deranged enough who will take your political view and decide to harm you as a result of that.
Well,
so we can't pretend that it's all, you know, something happening in the ether. We can't pretend that it's not there. It is there.
Yeah, of course it's there.
Absolutely there.
Yeah, and
there's a light.
and
missing
it's
there, by the way.
you know,
Have you
He
noticed
always
that?
misses a light.
There's always a
there you
light.
go. Oh look, let there be light.
Let there be
Pooch is
light.
like God,
Can you
literally
just
like
start
God. You
singing that
turn the lights
Morrissey
on.
song.
Pooch.
There's what's that? You know, Andy Burnham's to sing another Major Smith song. You know? There's
No,
a
it's not.
light that never goes out. You know, well, except that one does bloody go out all the time. You never
Look,
put it
you
back
could
on.
release that as the new the Mike Graham summer #1. That's going to be. Yeah. Look, it's you know, it's an upside down world, isn't it? And the fact that, going back to the point about that, we shouldn't see to politicise these incidents. I mean, and actually, there was a member of the Berlin LGBT community, I think, stood up and said, "Let's not politicise this." Well, look, I'm sorry, mate. It is political.
Yeah.
It's completely political, right? Because if you don't understand that political choices allow these people to come into our countries unchecked, where they come from cultures where maybe beheading is a little bit more kind of de rigueur.
Yeah.
Maybe, you know, stoning women to death on the basis that they think they might have committed adultery
Come on,
is
then.
all right.
Come on down.
Well, here
You know.
in the West, everybody, it ain't all right.
No.
It just isn't.
No. But this is the other thing. There was a woman. We didn't play it actually because I was cautious, because you never know until you do know, as it were. And Pooch actually translated from the German. A woman got up after the event in Berlin and said, "I wish it had been a white male who had done the killing,
Because it'd be more convenient.
as opposed to a white Christian, as opposed to a brown Muslim, because that would have been better."
It'd be more convenient.
And you go, sorry?
Yeah. But
What
that's
sort of twisted bullshit
No,
logic
of
is
course,
that?
because what they're saying is, we now have to acknowledge there's a problem in terms of some of the people that are coming into Europe per se and doing things that are undesirable.
Yeah.
And look, that's the elephant in the room here is that it's an absolute fact that certain people from other cultures are responsible for a disproportionate amount of crime, right? That is just a matter of fact.
Yes.
The fact that the government only 2 weeks ago decided to try and they still are covering up the fact with regard to data that applies to different nationalities and cultures and their propensity to commit crime in other countries where they migrate to. The fact that the government are covering that up demonstrates and proves that it's a problem, right?
Yeah.
But if you don't get to the nub of the problem, you're never going to solve it, are you?
No.
You know, and
No.
instead we're just
First you have to
handling...
accept that it's there, and then you have to figure out how to fix it.
Yeah.
But if you don't accept that it's there, you're never going to fix it.
So we just hand wring and just say, oh, well, and then guess what? In the next 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks, whether it's Paris, Madrid, London, Berlin, it's going to happen again. And the fact is, this is innocent people. This is men, women, and sometimes children that are being maimed, attacked, murdered, raped, because our governments, European governments, are sitting on their hands and allowing this to continue. Why? Because of this ridiculous ideology that all refugees are welcome.
Yeah.
It's just not true.
Yeah.
They should not be welcome.
No, it shouldn't be. But luckily, Shabana Mahmood has changed the entire foreign policy of this country, because she said, actually, we want more refugees to come in. She's actually giving them an incentive to come.
Yeah.
You know, don't worry about coming here illegally. We'll give you a chance to come here
So
legally.
I'll tell you what should happen, right? In the next election, whenever it is, I mean, it might be this year. I think that's a reasonable bet to make, actually, that Burnham might see this very temporary, in my opinion, bounce in his popularity. He might see that as a reason to go to the country. But let's say there is an election. Anyone that votes Liberal Democrat or Labour or Green, all migrants should go into those areas.
Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah.
So whether it be migrant camps, which, by the way, should be locked up, they shouldn't be free
Yeah.
to roam like they are in Wethersfield and Essex.
Yeah.
Put them in there, lock the doors. But when it comes to HMOs, when it comes to migrant hotels, when it comes to these army bases that now house thousands of migrants, put them only in Labour, Liberal Democrat and Green areas. That's it.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, great to see you. And a lot of people are asking why is Russell not doing shows? You're so busy that
They
you can't.
think you sacked me.
I
only
know,
did 4 bloody
I know.
days.
Listen, for those of you who have been complaining that Russell's been somehow sidelined, he hasn't.
No,
been
he hasn't. It's
sidelined.
my fault.
He's so busy that he hasn't got time. You're a time lord. But I'm gonna finish up on this will warm the cockles of your heart, because it's always nice to see the HMRC getting caught out. The Candy brothers, right? Nick Candy and his brother Christian, billionaire property developers. He's going to get £2.3 million back from the taxman.
Oh, was he?
This has never happened before, right? This is extraordinary. He's getting £2.3 million back from the taxman after a judge ruled that he and his brother Nick had been double taxed when they bought a mansion in Chelsea in 2012.
Yeah.
So, good news for the entrepreneurs of this country. Providence House, which apart from Buckingham Palace has the biggest garden in central London, which I think is the place that Nick just sold, right?
Yeah, for what was it, 127
million or something like that.
Yeah.
Sorry, hang on. Here it says, 265 million to the city trader Sunil Setia, who's obviously doing quite well for himself. But great news. Finally, let me ask you, in terms of Burnham's sort of capacity to screw up the economy, he's talking about...
He's doing that already. Gilt yields?
Yeah,
Gilt yields
mansion
have done that.
taxes, council tax being changed. He's now saying, I'm not going to change the council tax, I'm not going to change stamp duty, blah, 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 blah. All of this speculation is just speculation.
Yeah.
Surely he's going to have to do something, isn't he?
But look, he's doing exactly what Starmer did in his first few weeks and months, which is to kind of test these announcements by way of kind of leaking to journalists or via social media, all of these presuppositions, or I might do this, I might change the way that property is taxed. The latest thing over the last 24 hours, of course, is the way that social care might be funded, which is costs about 40 billion quid a year, by the way, adult social care in Britain. And first of all, he wanted to test this kind of 10% property levy as a kind of pseudo inheritance tax, whereby you would be taxed extra when you die to pay for adult social care. Now he's said in the last few hours, well, actually, we might not do that. Instead, we might just add a bit onto income tax.
Yeah.
So he's all over the place in terms of trying to test. Today, he's also said he wants to speak to Ed Davey, I don't know what help he's going to be, and Kemi Badenoch to solve the problem of adult social care, which means
Why is
to
he
me...
not talking to Reform, by the way? Why has he just gone, I'm going to talk to Lib Dems and the Conservatives?
Yeah, because he knows that we'll be too frank and bold and commonsensical. I think what he wants to do is to do something that, I guess, if he gets the Conservatives, the Lib Dems on board, in some way it gives him some kind of safety, some guardrails.
Yeah, but doesn't it also show you that there's still this kind of ganging up against Reform?
Yeah, it does. But the other point with this is what politicians need to understand, and the public definitely need to understand, is that all of these spending decisions are choices, right? They're political choices. Now, if you were to cut, for instance, net zero, that's about £40 million a year. If you were to cut the amount of money that we spend on asylum care, accommodation money and so on, that's about another 10 billion a year. If you were to cut foreign aid, that's another 8. Cut foreign climate aid, that's another 12. You've just paid for the entirety of adult social care and children's services across Britain, right? It's easy. It's easy, right? So just cut the stuff that is nonsense, that's ideological, that's wasteful, and put the money into stuff that matters to the people of Britain, rather than saying, well, actually, we've got this bloated, broken economy. The only way now to get out of the trap, which is adult social care going forward, is to tax people even more. I noticed... you remember I had a lefty on when I was covering for you, and I got absolutely castigated. That lefty was called Matthew Holbert. He was on a show yesterday talking about how great it was that millionaires were all leaving the country. I don't know if you saw that data.
I didn't.
Less millionaires now in this country than there's been for many years.
I saw that story.
And Matthew Holbert and the left are going, yeah, brilliant, good riddance. Are you morons, right?
I mean, how stupid
have you got to be, right? That 60% of all income tax that comes into the Treasury is paid by 10% of the people, the richest, right? So if you want to do all this fantastical stuff, like give train drivers £800,000 a year and doctors 25% pay rises and spend money on net zero and welfare and so on, if the millionaires aren't here to pay into the system, like Nick Candy there, who proves the fact he's just got a refund means he's paid tens, if not hundreds of millions of pounds in tax into the system in the first place, you have to be an absolute numpskull to think that it's okay to get rid of the people that are paying into the pot to pay for your stupid project. it.
I know, absolutely right.
Sorry, rant over.
No, listen. I'm
back.
I can give you my free number 10 North award for that.
I did a parody yesterday. I said the Essex County Council had decided that we were going to take a little shop in Saffron Walden on a Friday between 11 o'clock and lunchtime for the purposes of making sure that the north of Essex was well catered for.
There you go.
Some people fell for it.
Absolutely.
We're not doing that.
Now, finally, before you go, one more question. We've got a poll today, which is it's a sort of fairly innocuous poll. What's your favourite barbecue food as we go into barbecue season? Corn on the cob, burgers, chicken, sardines.
Who put sardines? Is that a pooch thing? That's a pooch thing, isn't it?
No, because I actually, my son, who is into all sorts of, I only eat, fresh food. I don't eat anything processed. We went to the fishmongers, and I was like, "Oh, this was really nice sardines," and we barbecued. They were really good, actually.
Yeah.
Really, really lovely.
Bones and all. The answer is obviously burgers, but you've missed steak.
Steak.
Yeah.
Sausages, no
Why
sausages.
sausages?
Why have we not got any of that?
Because you wanted to put sardines.
You said corn on the cob.
You said sardines.
Corn on the cob,
look at it.
that's quite niche, I think.
Chocolate mill.
Corn on the cob is very
the
niche.
ranks going on.
Yeah.
Anyway, do vote for us and see if we can get sardines up a bit, for heaven's sake. Anyway,
Give sardines a break.
Russell, brilliant to see you. Thank you
mate.
very much indeed. Well done. And how did the Goodwood thing go, by the way?
It was right, actually.
Yeah.
500 people. It was quite a Herculean effort. But
Yeah.
can I just say before I go quickly, look, the point about me not now doing a show, right?
Yeah.
Can I just kind of elaborate on that very
Yeah.
slightly? It's completely on me, right? It's not on these guys, not on Pooch, not on Mike, not on Charlotte.
We're all disappointed because we want you to do
No,
one.
I know, and I want to, right?
Yeah.
But what happened was, you offered me the show, and I was so delighted, proud, and grateful.
Yeah.
And I did the first 4 days, and at the same time, I got elected as deputy leader
Yeah.
of Essex County Council, which, as you and I have rehearsed offline, it's just become an all-consuming Herculean thing. I cannot commit to doing a daily show and help the leadership team at Essex County Council do the right thing for Essex. So I've kind of painted myself into a corner.
Yeah.
But it's temporary, and if he goes away, hopefully
And
I'll
I will.
cover for him again.
I will go away again. It will happen. Yeah, definitely. Absolutely.
Good.
Listen, great to see you, man. Take care of yourself and don't work too hard. You're looking well
Too
on
late.
it, by the way. I mean, you're
I've
looking
been
like
away, and I've been to
fired up.
Zante, as you know.
Of course, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
What about this comment?
This one, Quirky could do a mobile show. Let him be interviewed on the roll. We'll add nice dimension to things. Just a few regular couple of minute slots from different places. He might get.
Or maybe Charlotte could just follow me around with an iPhone.
Yeah, we could do that. I
It's
mean,
too busy for me.
yeah, we could do.
Yeah, you
I
wouldn't
could
be
get
able
one
to
of my
keep up,
kids to do it. You know, because my kids are
Like a
now. You know,
Netflix.
one of them, the older, younger one, as it were, the 21-year-old is coming out of university. He's not going to be able to get a job. I'll just said we could follow you around
Yeah,
with a
follow me
mobile.
around. We could do it, and at home with the quirks.
Yeah, absolutely right. Although Mrs. Quirk, I've been already warned off about saying anything about Mrs. Quirk on the air. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, she doesn't like the limelight.
No, she doesn't like it. The Mike Graham Show, best show on TV. Well done, team. Thank you very much, LTL. Coming up from Judas Goat. In Texas, we have the death penalty, but it's used only for the worst crimes. Well, that's a relief.
What, not shoplifting?
Not for shoplifting, then. But
Jaywalking.
we are protected from its use for minor crimes by the Constitution, which prevents cruel and unusual punishment. Hit that like button. Yeah, do hit that like button. We got 2.8. We got up to 10,000 likes the other day. Let's see if we can do that again. And would you mind subscribing as well? Because we've got so many of you watching. You know, over 14,000 of you watching. Could you please subscribe if you haven't done it? It's free, it doesn't cost you any money, and it helps us with the algorithm and helps to push us even further up into the stratosphere. 33.6 million views since January. We're cooking on gas. We'd just like to have a little bit more going on the bog with Quirk.
What? That's a whole different show. That's my OnlyFans.
No, I'm not looking for that one. Anyway, listen, Quirky live from the streets of Britain. Well, yeah, but he's busy. He's busy all the time. Listen, I love the fact that you want him, and we want him as well. We'll finally get him. We will. The deal will be done.
You kidnapped me.
We'll make him
Shake
give
me to
up
the desk.
Yeah, give up the Essex Council job. Forget saving the world. Save the world here. Anyway, listen. Who have we got next?
Well, there.
William Clouston's here.
Your drinking partner.
I was only drinking with him last night. Sorry to keep you waiting. We'll do some news with Howard Hughes. Howard Hughes? No. How about Edward Hughes? Edward Hughes, and then we'll get William Clouston in for the SDP. See you in a minute.
Good morning. I'm Edward the News Hughes. The fourth heat wave of the summer is peaking nicely today, with amber health alerts covering big chunks of England and temperatures pushing towards 35 degrees Celsius. Drought still grips parts of Wales. The ground's so dry the railways are buckling, and fire chiefs are basically begging people not to set the countryside alight. Classic British summer. Sun's out, infrastructure's out, and everyone's wondering when the hosepipe bans become permanent. Meanwhile, new PM Andy Burnham is throwing open the doors for cross-party talks on social care, while plotting to lock private firms out of the system entirely, because nothing says fix the crisis like turning it into another NHS-style waiting list. He's also pushing technical subjects for 14-year-olds so kids can study AI and manufacturing instead of just daydreaming about them. And in the Channel, a French Navy boat allegedly fired shots near a Tory MP mid-interview. They say it was a training exercise. Of course it was. Remember to like and subscribe. Laters, Tigers.
Thank you very much indeed. Edward Hughes, of course. We wouldn't get that wrong. We are here in Mike Graham Show South, as we like to call it. We've got William Clouston from the Social Democrat Party and indeed what we can describe as candidate for the Clacton by-election.
Yeah.
Right?
No, it's great. Well, wait and see. Wait and see, Russell. Yeah.
Booing you there. Well, I mean, at least somebody's taking it seriously, unlike the Tories and the Labour Party and the Lib Dems.
That's literally why we're doing it. I
Yeah.
think it's a disgrace, actually.
It is.
They're boycotting it because they were scared.
I think it makes them look worse. I mean, people have said, you know, oh, now Nigel Farage looks stupid because he's having a by-election against Lord Count Binface. I think it makes the actual, mainstream parties look ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean,
because they're not doing what they should be doing.
They're in denial,
Yeah.
right? So Nigel Farage is the leader of the party that's been ahead in the polls for the last 2 years. And he resigns. He's got a right to resign if he wants to.
Yeah.
So it's a proper election.
Yeah.
Proper election put up.
Well,
I think they're scared. They were scared.
I said it at the time. How is, Clacton not a proper election, but Makerfield somehow is?
Yeah. Completely contrived. Yeah. No,
just as contrived.
No, they can't. But actually, it's interesting. It's a lovely constituency. I grew up in Scarborough. I went to Scarborough College. Best 5 years of my life, really. And I just love the sort of seaside town, British seaside town. It's lovely to be there. A very happy place. So I'll be back again at the weekend. It's quite a long way from Northumberland.
Somebody was telling me last night, actually, at your party, from a guy called Sebastian from the Critic magazine, that actually Clacton is famous for being the home of Screaming Lord Such, who used to perform on Clacton Pier.
Apparently,
when he was not running in by-elections for the Monster Baby Looney Posse.
But it does have a very important part in British political history. Because I mean, it was UKIP's first seat.
Yeah.
Douglas Carswell, the Tory.
Yes.
He caused the by-election, won it.
Yeah.
So it's a very interesting place, a beautiful place.
Right.
And look, we're standing because it is a proper election. A lot of people told me, countless people told me on Saturday, Binface, look, we like a joke. We're British, like a joke.
Yeah.
But if Binface does very well, the joke's on Clacton. We're not having that.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be good for the town. So we'll get around and see how we do. I mean, you've got to remember that I think Nigel will win, but I think 55% or thereby didn't vote for him last time, and I want to meet those people and try and persuade some of them to vote for me.
Yeah. I mean, people have said that there is a risk for him in the sense that if you add up all of the votes that he didn't get in the last election, if they were all to vote for one person, actually he would lose. I don't think that will happen. You've obviously offered him the opportunity to debate with you, which he hasn't taken. He hasn't taken you up on that.
No.
Has he said no, or has he just not said anything?
No, I mean, obviously we've got friends, and they've got my number, so look, let's be real. Can we be real? It's not in his interest to, is it? He wouldn't do it.
No, I mean, I had this conversation again last night with one of your supporters, and I said, look, there's nothing in it for him because in the end, he will probably want to play the card that says, I was not taken seriously. The mainstream parties didn't talk to me. They didn't want to take part in the by-election. So for him to then do a debate with you would sort of undermine that.
He wouldn't. And, I did some interviews with a national newspaper yesterday, and I did an interview with New Culture Forum. It was me and Lawrence Fox, actually. So but I think
because he's running as well.
He's running as well, but I'm not sure how he's doing with that. But I think Nigel wouldn't. I mean, we agree. Look, there's a lot we do agree on, things like immigration and stop the boats and things. And for years, I think promoted our policies as strong as policy.
Did you guys not have a deal with reform?
We did.
Before
pact.
Nigel came back.
We did.
When you were talking to sort of Richard Tice, right?
Yeah, Patrick O'Flynn and I negotiated an electoral pact at the general election. It's 24 seats. It was quite limited, and we did the deal with Richard, and they honoured it. It was. I'm not sure Nigel would have done it if he was in charge. And it sort of probably held on by string at the end, but they did it, and it was a national pact. I mean, our economics is different. Our view of what the state should do is different. I think if I got into a proper detailed debate with Nigel on some of the detail. How do you solve the housing crisis? We would disagree, because I think the state should build some council houses. We would probably disagree about industry, we'd probably disagree about trade policy, possibly disagree about the utilities. I did a sump speech at Clacton on Saturday. Key point I made is every single time people in Clacton turn on a tap, the water comes out, they pay their water bill, the money gets siphoned off to German multinationals and companies in the Gulf, and states in the Gulf. That shouldn't be the case. I think it's ridiculous. What they've done is they've structured our economy to let people bleed it out, basically. And we can run our own water, right?
Yeah.
Can't we?
Well, you would like to think so.
Most people agree with us.
But apparently not. I mean, look at what happened at Gatwick the other day. Gatwick
outrageous.
Airport, a major sort of, Western world, hub of travel.
I used it the other day.
Was without water.
I know.
For the best part of 24 hours.
It's Banana Republic stuff.
It is.
It is literally third world.
I mean, if you were flying into Paraguay or somewhere, or Dr. Congo, as Mark Littlewood used to call it, DR Congo, you might expect there not to be any water when you got there, and you think, I better take some water because you never know.
Well, you wouldn't drink the water.
But you wouldn't drink it. No. You wouldn't use the ice from it. And yet here we are in what would be generally described as a modern industrial nation in the Western world.
People couldn't go to the loo.
Water. You can't. They literally had those sort of orange and white fences blocking off the toilets.
I know.
I can't imagine what it must have been like that day in Gatwick. It must have been awful.
Well,
right? Tim
Martin, I think he's got 4 Wetherspoons pubs there, hasn't he, at Gatwick, and he said they received no notice.
They all had to shut down.
They all had to shut down, and it was ridiculous. No, I mean, it's scary. I think it's a warning sign that it's just like the energy grid. We've got brownouts forecast. And
well, have you seen the story in the Times today, which says something like £40 billion, I think it's going to cost for the cost of net zero? Government plans to decarbonise the energy network will cost consumers in
But it does reflect. There is a social dimension. It's not all about me. It's about us. We. I know Reform nicked it, but family, community, nation was our strapline. Why do we talk about those 3 things? Because family is the first place that you do something for other people. It's where your kids and your family are more important than you. That you put them first. Community, ditto, and nation's the top level that you can share. So it was that all those things are social. I think it does have meaning. I don't buy that people won't. I mean, there was a poll about 4 years ago, and they asked people in Britain to sort of self-identify as to what they were. Are you a communist? Are you a conservative or whatever, a liberal? And actually, the biggest single number was social democrat.
Really?
Yeah, and it's interesting.
So do you think that? So they understand the term then?
I think they probably understand the term. And actually, to be fair, some of those people are probably Blairites, and we're not like that. So it's going to take a little bit of time, but also the other thing is it's the Lindy effect. If you just ditch our 40-year history and you have a new thing, most new things don't survive.
It's very difficult to reinvent an idea and to reinvent a sort of a name even. The branding of everything is. I mean, we were laughing last night because a couple of people were saying to me, so you've gone out on your own. So how did you do that? How did you make that work? And what do you call the show? And I went, well, it's the Mike Graham show.
It's your Mike Graham.
And they all kind of laughed. I went, all right, then, fair enough.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, there's no point in hiding under a bushel.
Yeah.
But you know, just tell it like it is. Just say, you know, there's no point in me pretending that, you know, it's, you know, world news or, I don't know, the Times or something.
One of the things I have been, and I'm you know, a little bit shy of this in the past, really. One of the things I'm doing now is partly because of the timing of the general election and where we are, is that we have to, as a party, get some serious funding, you know, $1 million first and then $5 million to actually fight the election. We don't have that.
Right.
And
how hard is that to do?
Rod Little and I, and actually Paddy O'Flynn, we've met lots of people, usually hedge fund managers, you know, people with lots of money. It's like, why does the bank rob banks? Is where the money is.
That's where the money
is. So we met a lot of people, and actually they love all the cultural stuff and our commitment to the country. But it was often the economics, because they're not really bothered about housing or transport or energy grid, you know, stuff. So there's always a problem. There's usually a problem that stops them going the full way. So they like a lot of it. But we've got to find, you know, we've got to do that, because without that resource, we won't get the cut through we need. I would say on the plus side, the only place we've had the resources to really try it out and actually do full spectrum campaigns, bomb it completely, is Leeds in Middleton Park. Public lapped it up. So the sort of, have we tried it full? Yeah, they took it.
So does that tell you that there is in fact a methodology to having money, putting it behind a candidate, and spending that money, and that then gives you the reward?
Yeah, it's what the horrible marketing people call proof of concept.
Yeah.
The only place we've ever had the resources to do a proper campaign against the big parties is Middleton Park, and the public lapped it up. And in the end, we haven't lost an election there for years.
Right.
So they'll take it. I mean, it took it. It was funny, Mike, because the first time we were there, I remember in 2018, probably it would have been 2017, 2018.
Yeah.
Giving leaflets out in Middleton Park in Leeds, and you give them a leaflet and they look at SDP and they say, "What's Scottish nationalists doing here?" You know, so that was people that were the SNP, you know, and I can understand that because they knew nothing about us, but because now they know all about us.
Because we all, you know, those of us who exist in the kind of, I don't want to say the Westminster bubble, but the political of world in which we inhabit.
Yeah.
You know, we assume everybody knows everything.
No.
I mean, I actually met a friend of mine's daughter. And this was a couple of weeks ago. We were sitting in his restaurant, and she's 20. She's at university, and she said, "I don't really know who Andy Burnham is. I've never really heard of him. I don't know what he stands for."
Most people wouldn't.
And I think that's interesting, because you and I would go, "Oh, well, we either don't like him or we do like him for whatever reason." But there's an awful lot of people out there who don't actually know who he is.
No, sure, that's right. I mean, and most people, and to be fair to people, most people are building their lives. They're not following all the politics.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the problem with the Westminster bubble, is that it's very insular.
Yeah.
Isn't it? I mean, you know, it talks to itself and it fusses about itself.
And the media, again, I mean, sorry to keep plugging my book. I've got this book coming out in the next month or so.
Decent.
Imminently, apparently.
Can I get a signed copy?
Absolutely. It's all about the kind of the manipulation and the sort of relationship between the media and the politicians and the political parties, because it's quite an important connection, that, because at the moment, for example, you've got the Times and the BBC and various other mainstream kind of outlets just accepting that suddenly we've got a new Prime Minister. He's coming out with these ideas every day, which are pretty much baseless, useless, and unlikely to ever come to fruition.
Yeah.
And yet they're talking about him just because he's got the job, as though that's fine.
Yeah.
But it's not fine.
No, but my criticism, and I've made this, and I think there are some brilliant journalists, and you're a proper old school journalist, but the thing is, they lap it up, and it's sort of symbiotic, isn't it? They don't ask the right questions, and the questions are superficial. You look at it these last 2 weeks, Burnham. Pretty much all his vibe stuff and all his you have to say his comms are good, but they're just comms.
Yeah, but he's running it, right?
Yeah.
But the job of these people who run newspapers
to ask the proper questions.
is to go, hang on a minute.
Yeah.
You know, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Instead of which they're just going along with it, going, oh, this is what he says.
They just
now.
literally take it as content.
Yeah.
They're quite lazy, I think.
They are.
I was in.
I say this. I say that the newspaper business and politics in general, from the journalistic point of view, they've lost their curiosity. They're not asking
serious questions.
Serious questions. They're not being sceptical.
Not
They're
at all.
just kind of going, oh, maybe if I do this, I'll get an interview with him.
That's why, they'd suck up to them, but they take slogans. We've talked about smash the gang, stop the boats, which is ludicrous slogans. You can't solve things with slogans.
Yeah.
But they did it even on the detail of things like, remember Steve Reed, the erstwhile housing secretary?
Yeah.
Got a new one.
Former head of Lambeth Council.
Check up on stamp duty now. But they lap this baby build.
Yeah.
He hasn't been asked a serious question by the press.
No.
I went to Australia to see our new granddaughter recently. And I stopped in Singapore for a couple of days.
Yeah.
And you pick up the Straits Times, which is their quality paper. It's full of detailed analysis on industrial investment and transportation and really detailed stuff.
Yeah.
There's no fluff.
Right.
And their politicians are answering serious questions because their press is asking it. And that's what they're divvying up.
Right.
In this country, it's pretty poor.
I know, it really is. And it's disappointing because, I don't know what you think of the likelihood of an election. I happen
Not
to
at
think,
all. You're always more bullish. On
I'm
elections,
very
aren't you?
bullish, yeah. And more people are coming around to my way of thinking, by the way.
Turkeys, Mike. They are. For Christmas.
They are,
They'll lose half the
I made a
seats.
bet last night with somebody, I can't remember who, might be Henry Bolton, that for 50 quid, that there will be an election. He thinks it will be in the next 2 years. I think it will be in the autumn. But people are starting to come around to that way of thinking because he's kind of softening people up. Because he knows that the economy is going to get worse. He knows that, his sort of, honeymoon period is going to wear off. So it would make sense for him.
I don't think it doesn't help
to believe, but also to believe the poll. Look at the polls. He's now ahead of the polls, right?
Marginal.
I don't believe that either. I think that's nonsense. But, Nigel Farage and the Reform Party are struggling at the moment.
Yeah.
Whether it's perception or whether it's real, that's what it looks like.
If you feed those polling numbers into the electoral dynamics now, you'll end up with some sort of chaotic hung party. It won't be a clear result, Mike. They were lucky to get a clear result. My view is that there's no historical precedent for a party that's got that many seat majority and a very large majority just giving up and saying, well, you have it. I remember at the end of there were Tories at the end of the Sunak thing, and right at the end, I used to meet for a coffee, and they said, "Oh, we just want it to end. It's so bad."
Yeah.
They were saying that, and I could understand, but they were still getting paid, Mike.
Yes.
They were still getting paid, and all these people, these Labour MPs in marginal seats, they'll lose their seats. So I'm not buying that. I think what's disappointing, and again, the press should go more heavily on this, is that you've elected people that are still trying to work it out on so many areas. So you say, "Oh, we're going to have an industrial plan. We're going to show you what the industrial plan is." I'll give you a bit of advice, Burnham. Why don't you work out what you're about before you get elected? And so you can actually... And the same applies to Starmer.
Well, I mean, there are those who believe that Burnham's been working on this whole, number 10 North, as we've got the sign here.
That's the deep south, by the way, Mike, for me.
Yeah.
I live in Northumberland, that's a long way down south.
Well, this is it. I mean, why, for example, on what basis does anyone in their right mind think that in Manchester you've got a different view of Newcastle than you have from London? It's chalk and cheese, isn't it? Manchester does not cover Newcastle.
No.
The people that live in Sunderland don't.
Or Carlisle, for that matter.
Or Carlisle. Or Glasgow, or Edinburgh, or the Orkneys, or Shetland. They don't. It's nonsensical.
Manchester actually is interesting because it's like, of all the northern, you've got Liverpool, Leeds, Sheffield, and everything. But Manchester is the city that's most like London in terms of its graduate. Like 40% of graduates in the country come to London. They get jobs in London. And then there's no other equivalent apart from Manchester. A lot of graduate jobs, a lot of media stuff there.
Yeah.
So it's the most similar. So it's not actually, funny thing is, Mike, Manchester isn't that typical of the north in that sense. There are a lot of northern cities that are quite different.
Yeah, of course they are. Yeah. But also it's kind of such a ridiculous old-fashioned mantra to go, the north-south. I mean, we were reading just the other day, the north-south divide, if you want to look at it, is still a thing. In Blackpool, for example, the life expectancy is 8 years shorter than it is if you live in the southeast of England.
Yeah.
That's not something that they should be proud of. But it's got nothing to do with Manchester,
but it's
and it's got nothing to do with the north.
Also,
it's Blackpool is a very deprived area, and that's why they've got a problem.
I know. I also think it's a bit short-sighted. Like a prime minister should try and bring everyone together.
Yeah.
It's a bit snooty, isn't it? If I were a voter in the south in a marginal constituency, wouldn't endear me to him. Wouldn't make me vote for him.
No.
All this stuff.
No. The whole idea of it is it's a gimmick. I think most people see it as a gimmick. I don't think anyone in their right mind thinks, "Oh, this is great news for the north."
No,
They don't.
and the other thing is that it's in one direction, isn't it? I mean, when have you heard a Southern Prime Minister saying, I'm from the South? It's me, isn't it? From the
they
South.
don't, yeah.
Bye, everyone else.
Right.
Yeah.
They
But
don't
I
do
get
it.
back to this thing about the seriousness. Like, I really want to be governed by people that have thought carefully about the problems, have worked out the solutions, and when they get into power, they roll them out. Every single thing. Look at social care. Like, I mean, some of these, it's been like a splurge of ideas. You know, it's like we're all over the place, and some of his basic ideas are not bad on social care. But you've got the Casey report on social care, which is, you know, I think it was 2028. It was going to come out. And they're trying to speed this up. But again, if you're elected and you're a government, you should have your ducks in a row. You should work out what you want to do before you're doing it. It's classic sort of.
Is
Yes,
it one of
Prime
those
Minister.
social care situations? Is it almost an insolvable problem?
No,
No?
you can solve it. No, but it's funny to solve it. This is counterintuitive. To solve it, you have to centralise it. Actually, because a national care service would be better. You get some economies of scale.
I mean, it seems to
it's
me
very patchy.
Well, there seems to me to be two problems with it. One, if you have money and you have a house, which the local council then takes off you and sells,
it's wrong.
so that you have no ability. What's the point of ever buying a house? Right? Right, and then the person who doesn't have a house gets the same treatment. Without having any money at all.
I know.
It just doesn't seem fair, does it?
No, it's not fair. No, and actually, and there are long-term ways to solve it, which, you know, the civil service have been asked to look at compulsory saving.
Yeah.
You know, it's a bit like to Singapore. It's a bit like the National Provident Scheme. Every citizen has their own bank account. Effectively, you pay in. You're not taking it from other people. You're paying into your own little kitty, and then that's used for health and other issues. But you know, it's frustrating because I wish. Why can't we have people that have worked it out and then do it instead of getting elected and saying, "Oh, we'll work it out. Let's have a report." It's like it's like these incessant strategic defence reviews. How many of those have you heard?
I know.
You know, can we not elect people that have thought it and this is the programme, this is what we're going to do?
Right.
Do you remember? You remember?
Well, Starmer was the worst at that, wasn't he?
He had no idea.
He was always about, we'll have a summit. We'll organise a summit.
Yeah.
And that he thought that was some kind of an achievement, which of course it wasn't.
I listened to him for years, Mike, and I didn't, apart from him fibbing to become Labour leader because he said a load of things and then turned his back on them, told fibs. I didn't know what he believed in apart from giving away our national assets and applying rules everywhere, and also reneging on the 26. He did care passionately about that. I mean, the Brexit vote, his attempts to flip that were passionate. He could really believed in it. Really hated that vote. But no, it's a shambles really. So I don't know how long it's going to take Burnham to work out what to do. First-rate comms compared to Starmer. Everyone knows that he's a better communicator than Starmer.
Yes. But the gloss of him kind of saying every 2 days, now we're going to do this, is going to wear off because people go, well, you say you're going to do
their
it,
lives
but you haven't done it.
No, but their lives won't change. And also, as your previous guest Russell Quirk was saying, some things do need to happen on entitlement spending.
Yeah.
I think someone calculated he's made something like 60 or 70 billion pounds worth of pledges in the first week, right? 60 billion quid's worth of pledges in the first week. Doesn't have a clue how to. One thing, I've said this so many times, the tax burden, the taxpayer, businesses and people, you can't squeeze any more.
No.
You can't beat any more money out of. What you have to do, what Burnham has to do, is take his backbenchers on and say the very big welfare entitlement spending transfers have to be cut.
But look at where he's come from. Just a week ago, he was talking about, possibly somehow paring down the welfare budget, somehow, getting people back to work. But his answer to getting them back to work is to give more money to the people who are on universal credit, so that their kids can go and do an apprenticeship, which costs us more money. So it's like they're increasing, so they've gone from saying, let's reduce the welfare bill to actually increasing it.
Yeah. No, well,
right?
It is slightly odd that we spend 20, I think in people in their 20s, we spend 27 times as much money paying them to stay at home in their bedrooms looking at their screens all day, which is very bad for society and everyone else, and only £1 trying to get them out of that. So I would support any any attempt to get them out of their rooms and into meeting other human beings and actually doing it. So I think.
But there is a sense, is there not? And I watched there was an Instagram video done by a woman that I used to know who worked for the Sunday Times, talking about how actually even middle class, sort of relatively well off kids are struggling now to get a job anywhere in London because. In order to get the job, they've got to live in London, where even on the outskirts of town, it's £1,000 a month to rent a flat. It's really tough unless if you're only making 25 grand a year as a sort of graduate, you can't exist in London.
No, and that's why a lot of young people are leaving the country. Because it's the maths don't add up. But also there's something just very clunky about the fact that what is 16% youth unemployment now. But despite that, you're still getting very, very large influxes of labour migration in. Right. And I just think, there's just no government.
It's not sustainable.
No, it's no government's taken this.
Well, I mean, I remember when we talked about this about maybe 3 or 4 years ago, there was something like a 25% unemployment rate in Spain for people who were sort of between the ages of 20 and 34 or something like that. Yeah. And so a lot of them came here. Yeah. And I stagger around London quite a lot, as you might imagine, listening to an awful lot of people speaking Spanish. There's a lot of Spanish people here.
I just spoke Portuguese to the guy at the gate just down there. Mind you, he's been in the country for 30 years.
But I mean, again, we've always had that kind of immigration scenario, but there's more people now coming here from places like Spain and places like
Southern Europe, all over
Southern Europe, Italy, because their economies are even worse than ours.
No, but you can't. The government, no government's planned anything. They won't train their own staff for the health service. Can't be bothered to do that. And I always think that if you have to import millions of people, it's like a warning sign. Something is not right. Yeah, something's not right. You can't have 5.5 million people, adults of working age, out of the workforce, and still import millions of people every year to do the jobs that we can't get them to do. Right. We've got to. It might have to be that you just have to make the labour market tighter sometimes. Perhaps wages have to go up. It's about your lorry drivers have to post.
I think you have to also go down the route of the Americans, which is to say, if you're unemployed, you can be unemployed for a certain period of time. Yeah. But after that period of time, as long as there's nothing wrong with you,
it used to be like that.
You don't get any more money. And then, it works in America because you get 6 months of unemployment there, and then after 6 months, you have to find a job. My son, who lives in California, I've mentioned to you before, he got made redundant from the job that he was in. And I'm like, how are you doing? Is everything okay? And he was like, yeah, I'm fine. He says, I'll get another job. And he was out of work for maybe a week because he couldn't afford to be out of work. Yeah. And he went, I'm going back to work. So he got another job.
And it depends which side of the tennis net you see it from, because if you speak to employers, they find it difficult to get good staff all the time, and reliable people turning up all the time. So, I mean, the rate of increase in disability payments to young people is just wrong. In my opinion.
Crazy.
You can't. Mental health is a serious issue among the young, and anxiety. It's a major challenge. But
is it? Can't.
Yeah, but
is it? I mean, you say that
it's there, but it is there. It is there. But what I don't.
If you've got a teenage child or a child in their 20s, which you might have, I have, and they say, I don't want to leave my house. I don't want to get out of the room. You don't just ignore it.
No, you've got to get them to get out.
You've got to somehow address it. You've got to somehow encourage them to get out and do something. You can't just go, it's a problem.
But they can't. What the state can't do is what it's done. Seriously physically disabled people must be looked after, and that flow of money must be there to protect people.
And nobody's ever going to disagree with that.
No, but the increasing use of mental health as a route to getting signed off and staying in your room shouldn't be a route.
No,
it can't be a route.
No,
I got into not terrible trouble, but I got into trouble. In the hustings in Leeds, I stood in Leeds South in 2019, and Hilary Benn won. But it was funny at the hustings actually, because Hilary Benn was there, and every time he spoke, all the students loved what he said, and he's handing the mic to me, and every time he handed the mic, I got a round of applause. Thanks. Yeah. But I was asked a question by one of the students. She said, "What's your party going to do about my mental health issues?" And I told her the truth, which is that the state doesn't have the means to look after
Right.
everyone's mental health.
Right.
She doesn't have the resources
Right.
to look after. And in previous years, previous generations, if you had a spiritual issue, you'd go to church.
Right.
And I suggested that she just turn up and go to church and sing some songs and
Yeah.
just meet other people, and didn't go down very well, Mike. But I think there's truth in it, because that's
Yeah.
how we used to deal with it.
Sure. Also, I think we have to stop mollycoddling people. And, I know people accuse me of being old-fashioned, but, you don't have to listen to everybody's complaints.
No.
Get on with your life. I came to work today. I've been already accused of being more hungover than you are. And I'm like, why is
very
William not
restrained.
hungover?
No.
I was quite restrained as well. But the point is that, that's my problem. I come here, I have to do my job. I'm not going to come in and go, Charlotte was horrible to me last night, and so now I'm in a bad mood, and I'm going to put that all on you. No,
people
that's not
do
what
get
I do.
down as
It's
well.
my job to
Yeah.
come in here
Yeah.
and do the job that I do, unencumbered by
Yeah.
whatever is going
No,
on in my
totally,
life.
totally. And
If I'm feeling crap, or I'm feeling happy, or I'm feeling down, or there's something preying on my mind, that's nothing to do with my job.
No, and it's normal for human beings to get down.
Yeah.
There are knocks in life, right? This happens to everyone. It happens to all of us. And
Yeah.
the answer isn't to lock for the state to say, have some money, stay in your room and don't move. And
Right.
it's pretty much the worst thing, or any clinician that deals with this will tell you that's the worst thing
Yeah.
that could be done for them. But that's what we do.
Yeah, I know.
Mad.
Shocking. I can't believe how long we've been talking. How long have we been talking for? Long?
20 minutes.
No,
There you go.
it feels like longer. It says here it's 8:39. Is that right?
That's right.
Yeah.
We're only here till 10.
Yeah.
So I'm going to have
And
to
you
kick
can
you
get some
out.
breakfast.
Yeah, you can get some breakfast.
Yeah.
There's some very nice cafes just up the road. Great to see you.
Good to see you, as always.
We're going to come to Clacton, as I say.
Yeah.
I think on Wednesday, the night before the
I'll be
election.
there. Yeah.
So you'll have to come and see us on the Wednesday night, and also then on the Thursday, I think we're going to be there as well.
Yeah.
And we're going to do a live show in front of an audience.
Wonderful place, honestly.
And
It's been
we'll look
great.
forward to that.
Yeah. Take care.
And we wish you luck.
Thank you.
So people know that we'll be releasing tickets because it's going to be like a live show as well.
Oh, right. That's what, yeah.
Evening and morning.
So we're going to be releasing what? So people have to buy tickets to come.
Only a £5 nominal fee, just
Right.
so we get everyone's details. We don't get any loonies in.
No loonies.
Yeah, well, I'm not going.
Well, you're not. Obviously, you're not going to be there. William, great to see you.
Take
Thank you very
care.
much indeed.
Cheers, man. Thank
Enjoy.
you.
We've got lots more to do. 8:40. Kevin McKenzie coming up at 10 o'clock, of course, on the UK Live Online, which is our new burgeoning station, which people are getting very excited about. Lots of people coming on and want to do shows. We are, in fact, last night. One of William's friends approached me and said, "Will William Clouston get a show?" And I said, "Well, if you can make any money for us, yeah, absolutely." So we'll see how that goes. Shall we get some news with Edward Hughes?
Good morning. I'm Edward the News Hughes. The fourth heat wave of the summer is peaking nicely today, with amber health alerts covering big chunks of England and temperatures pushing towards 35 degrees Celsius. Drought still grips parts of Wales. The ground's so dry the railways are buckling, and fire chiefs are basically begging people not to set the countryside alight. Classic British summer. Sun's out, infrastructure's out, and everyone's wondering when the hosepipe bans become permanent. Meanwhile, new PM Andy Burnham is throwing open the doors for cross-party talks on social care, while plotting to lock private firms out of the system entirely, because nothing says fix the crisis like turning it into another NHS-style waiting list. He's also pushing technical subjects for 14-year-olds so kids can study AI and manufacturing instead of just daydreaming about them. And in the Channel, a French Navy boat allegedly fired shots near a Tory MP mid-interview. They say it was a training exercise. Of course it was. Remember to like and subscribe. Laters, Tigers.
Thank you very much indeed. Edward Hughes there with the news. Coming up, we've got a great deal of things to do. We are doing, for those of you who've been wondering, by the way, about what's happened to Plonk of the Week, we're doing Plonk of the Week. We're going to film it later on today. I'm happy to report. So that will go out at the weekend. We've got Kelly Jane Keane, I think, haven't we? Which is going to be amazing. Amazing guest. What a great guest. Thanks to Charlotte. Also, and I've said this already once, I said it yesterday, we're going to do a live Ask Mike on Sunday, if all goes well. So if you've got any questions that you want to put to us from the Substack community, by all means do that. A couple of super chats. Dopey Dave says, I know, why don't the sensible candidates fight amongst themselves? Well, I mean, I think you're talking about Clacton there. I mean, I'm disappointed that the main parties are not contesting the seat with Nigel Farage. I think they should. I think it's kind of embarrassing for them, and I think it's a bit of an insult to the electorate, actually. This one from Loyal says, "Morning, Mike. Today is the 2-year anniversary of the Southport attack. Can we please pause for a moment to remember all the victims?" Yes, absolutely we can. And we're going to be speaking to Laura Perrins in a moment about the situation regarding that 2-year anniversary, because it is something that I think we were all terribly badly affected by. And of course, the reaction of Keir Starmer and the Labour government to those Southport attacks was what, in my mind, actually was the beginning of the end for Keir Starmer, because as soon as I saw the way that he conducted himself in the wake of that terrible, terrible incident, terrible tragedy, terrible murder, was disgraceful, I think, in many ways. And so we will be taking some time to think about the victims, the 3 girls, the little girls who were murdered in such a horrible, ghastly way, but also in terms of the other people who suffered because of what happened. You know, the parents, not only of the children who were killed, but also the parents of the children who were wounded. And if you're a parent, and even if you're not a parent, I'm sure you can imagine just how awful that must have been, you know? Because I can't even begin to think about what, as a parent, you would be feeling if something like that happened to you and your family. Can you get rid of that Simon Kilford thing? What's going on with it? So let's talk to Laura Perrins, who's a lawyer, of course, about the 2-year anniversary and what we've learned, if anything, and the conversations that we've had. I mean, we had the conversation with Stephen Barrett this morning. Laura, very good morning to you.
Good morning, Mike.
About how people have started to kind of discuss whether or not we should have the death penalty, whether or not that's a conversation that we're ready for or not ready for. But it's you know, the more you think about what happened that day, the more awful it becomes, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think the first thing to remember is just to remember, you know, it's 2 years in a way. It seems sooner, and it's not. It seems like it's not 2 years. And although you have to be very respectful for the families, and you're right, you just cannot imagine what they were going through. But I think everybody remembers where they were when they heard the news of this really brutal attack on such young children. I have a child. My daughter was the same age as one of the girls.
Yeah.
And it can be trite to say it, but I think it's just also really important to remember, you know, what the parents of the 3 girls, Baby King, Elsie, and Sergio, are of Alicia De Silva Aguiar. You know, you can't imagine what they were going through. The English school term had just broken up, and they had dropped them off at, you know, a very sweet and innocent Taylor Swift dance class. And I think when you have children, you know, it really brings it home to you just how vulnerable they are, you know, and we should never, there are so many issues that come from that. You know, they're so vulnerable, and you have to remember that, because at the trial, well, Alex Raducanu pleaded guilty, but at the sentencing hearing, certain findings were made, and one of them was that he had researched that particular dance class. And, you know, every single parent, anybody who's a parent, will know what it's like. You know, sometimes you might be rushing and you're just like, oh, you know, I'm going to drop them at the class. You know, everybody knows what it's like to drop your little one off at a summer camp or a class, whatever it might be. And then to get a call that the parents got is just, you know, it's absolutely horrific. And although it is distressing, the victim impact statements of the families are online. They came out in the first part of the public inquiry. And if you want to be respectful, it might be worth taking time to read that in full, and not just of the parents of the 3 girls who were murdered in such a brutal manner, but everybody, the ripple effect of that kind of trauma, Mike, you can't really begin to calculate. teacher who survived, all of the children who survived with really horrific injuries. It's, and this was caused by one person. And if we think a number of policy decisions, I'm sorry, did go into to at least contributing. Obviously, he is responsible primarily, but a number of policy decisions went in to, I think, eventually that day happening. And serious, Britain gave Axel Raducanu's family everything. They granted that family refuge. They educated the children. They probably provide them with a home. And the way they were paid back was really disgraceful. The parents were aware of an escalating threat that their son, that was a finding at the inquiry. They were aware that there was an escalating threat from their son. Obviously, one assumes they could never have imagined it would turn out quite this bad, like this horror show. And it was a horror show. But the father stopped his son on a previous occasion. And he should have alerted the police then and there. We know that he was excluded from school, and in the next, so-called school that they go to, that the head teacher there was shut down. And when she labelled him, I think it's not like direct quote, but basically frightening or chilling. And she was censored in that report because, again, she was seen as sort of targeting an ethnic minority. So he was also found on a police or on a bus with a knife, and that arrest was never happened. Again, I believe because of this overwhelming ethos of diversity, equality, and inclusion. And at the inquiry, it was found that had an arrest been triggered then, what you have to remember is the ripple effect, the chain reaction that will cause. Then the house is searched and the weapons and the computers are seized. And you can see that this is not just, this is not a run-of-the-mill kind of situation, that this person, this 17-year-old, is extremely dangerous, that he is preparing something. And all of that was ignored. And we have had part one of the inquiry, and part two, I think, is to come. Yeah. But there's a lot of questions. And then the latest, it seems like nothing has changed and nothing has improved, Mike, because the latest, of course, is that Axel Raducanu has been moved from the high security prison to Broadmoor Psychiatric Hospital. So now he's being treated not as a prisoner, but as a patient. Yeah. So he has been given far more compassion than he, when you compare the horrific attack he carried out on all of those girls. Yeah. Something has gone seriously wrong. And people wonder why, there's such a lack in trust in politicians or institutions as a whole. This is the reason why. You're left scratching your head. Why is the taxpayer paying for this? Yeah. He has committed the most serious crime anybody can ever commit. Yeah. He has destroyed.
I'll tell you the problem, Laura, is that we spend so much time being, civilized and thinking that we have to understand why he became that person. I don't care why he became that person. I'm not interested in, psychoanalyzing, the deep state of his brain. I just know that he should not be walking on the earth after what he did to those children, because, it's too horrific to even recount here on a public platform. But, the injuries that he inflicted on those dead children and also on the ones who survived, it just doesn't bear thinking about.
Yeah, I agree, and some people. What always annoys me, Mike, is how I think you or I or other people might sort of concede the morality of say an issue like the death penalty. No, it's morally wrong not to execute this person, and I'm not talking from a theme of vengeance or bloodlust, but sentencing somebody to the appropriate penalty. My only reservation, and this is where we might differ, is that he was under 18. But if you were to,
I don't care about that either.
I know you don't. But if you were to put together a dignified death penalty policy, you may say it cannot apply to people who committed an offence under 18. But the point is that executing somebody who has committed this crime is actually a serious duty of the state. And it is morally reprehensible, as we may have with the case of the murder of baby Preston. Is that what happens? This is that it's outsourced, of course, to other prisoners, right? Other prisoners may take it upon themselves to kill individuals or to kill criminals who have committed a very serious offence. And some people say, "Oh well, good enough for them." I even said it can prison justice be swift, but no, that's actually cowardly. It should not be outsourced to other rapists and murderers to execute an individual like this. This is a duty of the state, and the reason why you might carry out a sentence like that, which of course is incredibly serious, is because the wrong, as you say, the what he has done is so wrong, merits this merits this sentence. And if you don't think it merits a sentence, then you are belittling. You're not taking seriously what he actually did, and you're not taking seriously the loss of life that he has caused. It is morally wrong not to execute in a situation like this, and to perhaps outsource it on a wink and a nod to other dangerous criminals.
Yeah. And it doesn't either give license to the state, or perhaps to death penalty enthusiasts to carry that message to any other case. These are specifically very isolated cases. I would have said the same thing about the Bulgers, which the Bulger killers, which you probably would differ from me as well, because they were children when they committed the acts that they committed. But I also read the detail of what they did to Jamie Bulger, and what they did to Jamie Bulger was so heinous and awful and ghastly that these were not children; they were demons. What they did was so awful. Right?
I would disagree with you on
that. And I know you would say, yeah, but they were children, and they deserve a second chance. But look at the second chance that we've given them, and look at what they've done since that second chance was granted. And these people have proven themselves to be not, shall we say, contributors to society. What they've proven themselves to be is continual miscreants and problems and problematic individuals. And so I think there has to be a line over which, if you cross, I think, and you've said it, Rio de Cabana crosses it, I think they crossed it as well.
Well, I think you also have to take into consideration, the characteristics of the defendant, and I would definitely disagree with you on that. You cannot, we've got about 20 other people who committed heinous crimes as adults. We should be dealing with them first. I think you undermine your own argument if you're saying, children who committed very serious crimes as children should also be executed. I think that puts you outside the
Yeah, but I'm not saying that, no, Laura. I'm not saying that. I'm saying in this one case, because in the end, that's what we're all saying. We're not, you're not saying that all killers should be executed in the same way that I'm not saying children should be executed. I'm saying in specific cases which are particularly egregious and particularly heinous, which the Jamie Bulger case was, that puts them in a different category, and therefore it's not a rule. It doesn't mean that you have to do it in every case, but it means that you should have the ability, if necessary, to take that decision.
Yeah, well, that is true, but I would disagree with you on that. So if we were to have as they do in the United States, you have normally a trial section and then a sentencing section for the jury process. If you were on the jury and the jury decides what the sentence is going to be, me and you will be disagreeing on that jury for in terms of the sentence. But you can set up. The point is that you can set up systems along that line. But just going back to Southport, Mike, because you also mentioned in the introduction that as you said, Keir Starmer's reaction afterwards, when there were the various riots and protests, you have said that as we know, sort of two-tier Keir and Lucy Connolly ended up being convicted and sentenced. Another individual who ended up being convicted and sentenced during the rioting was Peter Lynch.
Yes.
I don't know if you remember, Peter Lynch was he was 61 years of age. I don't believe there was any finding of violence against him. He was caught up he's sort of at the beginning of a protest. I wrote about him a number of times. I think he pleaded guilty in a case where he shouldn't have, and he ended up being made responsible for much more serious actions than he was ever involved in. And he actually very unfortunately went on to take his own life in HMP Moorland. And this was another chain reaction from the then Prime Minister Keir Starmer's crackdown at the time. He was a very, very vulnerable individual. Arguably, I certainly would have argued that a custodial sentence should not have been imposed.
Yeah.
And the inquest for Peter Lynch is, I believe, ongoing. And currently, the evidence is that he was very vulnerable, and there was another a prisoner there who said he had to look after Lynch because it was his first time in custody. He was a really nice, genuine guy, but he was struggling with prison life. The custodial sentence imposed on Peter Lynch was really, I think, disproportionate and outrageous, and it will be interesting to see what happened after Southport. The reaction of the authorities to those protests, I think, was disproportionate, to say the least. You say it was the beginning of the end of Starmer. Perhaps that is true. But I think that current inquest continues. It'll be interesting to see what the findings are. But he was a very vulnerable individual.
Yeah, absolutely. A terrible, terrible day. Something that we should remember. And in fact, the more I think about it, maybe we should do a minute's silence for the 3 victims, and of course they're not the only victims, because as you say, Laura, there are many other people who have been affected by what happened that day, and we'll never forget what happened that day, and we'll never be able to get over it as well. 6-year-old BB King, 7-year-old Elsie Doc Stancombe, both died at the scene. Alice De Silva Aguiar died in hospital the following day. 8 children, 2 adults were treated as well for various different injuries and terrible injuries as well. Laura, fascinating conversation, which we should probably develop as time goes on. Thank you very much for joining us. Laura Perrins there, giving us her view on the death penalty. People are talking about it because it's something that we need to talk about, something that I think it would be wrong to dismiss out of hand. And I know that there'll be those of you feeling a bit squeamish about it, but I think it's time, Many of us are troubled by giving, and I'm certainly one of them, troubled by giving the right to kill and execute people to the state because they are so useless at everything else. And you'd have to be really careful about how you did it. But I think it's time for a conversation about it, isn't it? Definitely. I think we will do. Maybe Charlotte, we can organise a minute's silence before the end of the show for those 3 poor little girls who died so needlessly at the hands of that monster, who I never used to name, by the way, Rudy Cabana, because I just thought, he doesn't deserve it. Coming up, we've got plenty more to do. First up, though, it's coming up to Marilyn Hawes is joining us, Alex Wilson, Ellie Hodges. We're going to get some We Served guys on as well. Right now, though, it's very nearly 9 o'clock. Let's get some news with Edward Hughes.
Good morning. I'm Edward the News Hughes. The 4th heat wave of the summer is peaking nicely today, with amber health alerts covering big chunks of England and temperatures pushing towards 35 degrees Celsius. Drought still grips parts of Wales. The ground's so dry the railways are buckling, and fire chiefs are basically begging people not to set the countryside alight. Classic British summer. Sun's out, infrastructure's out, and everyone's wondering when the hosepipe bans become permanent. Meanwhile, new PM Andy Burnham is throwing open the doors for cross-party talks on social care, while plotting to lock private firms out of the system entirely, because nothing says fix the crisis like turning it into another NHS-style waiting list. He's also pushing technical subjects for 14-year-olds so kids can study AI and manufacturing instead of just daydreaming about them. And in the Channel, a French Navy boat allegedly fired shots near a Tory MP mid-interview. They say it was a training exercise. Of course it was. Remember to like and subscribe. Laters, Tigers.
Edward Hughes there with the news. Thank you very much indeed. We've got some great comments coming in on the YouTube line, and also on Substack as well. We've got quite a few. Stephen Barrett is right, says Kim. We are living in an infantilized society. If my grandfather were alive today, he would wonder why he wasted 5 years of his life fighting for the country. He would be appalled at what it has become. The dumbing down is depressing beyond the belief. And one from, where are we? Linda. Burnham really has some crackpot ideas, giving parents 4,500 quid to get their kids out of bed to do an apprenticeship. Now, it really is a laugh. How about stopping all the kids' benefits and give them £10 a week spending money and give their parents £30 of food vouchers each week, as together with another £10 clothing allowance voucher? Then their alternative is to do an apprenticeship, and if they don't go to college or their placement, stop the money they receive for going to college. Old Burnham, like his predecessor, only seems to want to throw money. They don't have every problem and never think things through. Well, that's called socialism, isn't it? That's the problem. Super chat from Harvey. Recent media coverage of Nigel's party seems designed to help a certain high-profile Labour figure build the numbers for an early general election. Couldn't agree more. There's no question, is there, that there's an awful lot of what you might call jealousy going on, and an awful lot of deliberate undermining, if you like, of the Reform Party, because it's just really, really obvious now that people have got it in for Nigel Farage and for Reform. Unbelievable stuff. Bless those little girls, says Rebecca. A lovely idea to do a minute's silence, Mike. You're the best. Yeah, I think we will. We'll do a minute's silence through the course of this particular hour. I think we'll get to it in a little while.
Mike, we've got 2 of these from Simon, very generous.
Very kind, Simon. Thank you very much indeed. The super chats are coming. And I don't know how, is he the one that does that little kind of animation? Is that
I'm not sure, it's messing with the
how does that happen?
I've no idea.
Because I mean, it's very nice, but I mean, I don't want it to sort of suddenly appear out of nowhere when we're doing the minute silence. Yeah, no, it's very kind of him, yeah. but you know, thank you for that. But we don't really want the bouncing around figure when we're talking about some things which are, you know, relatively serious. If anyone causes one of these little ones to stumble, it would be better for them to have a large millstone hung around their neck and to be drowned in the depths of the sea. That's a quote from Jesus Christ, apparently. El Salvador has the right idea. Yeah, absolutely. So, of course, this let them live to become haunted and consumed by the evil they are. Their evil deeds will condemn them to an existence of misery, says Nick. I think the time has come for a proper, kind of national debate about the death penalty. I don't think there's any question that that's out of time. I think we should definitely be doing that. Let us talk now, though, to our next guest, who is, of course, a member of the Reform Party here in the London Assembly, in the what we can only call the world of Sadiq Khan, my Lord Sadiq Khan, as he's now known, because, of course, he is the man who's about to walk into the House of Lords, which he wanted to abolish just a couple of years ago, right? Absolutely incredible stuff. Alex is here. Alex, very good morning to you.
Good morning, Mike. Great to be with you.
Yeah, good to see you. Haven't seen you for a while. Hope things are going well. What was the reaction in the London Assembly when the word came through that my Lord Sadiq Khan was about to be ennobled?
Well, it was bad enough him getting a peerage, a year or so ago. A knighthood a year or so ago.
Yeah.
But to cap that off with a peerage is ridiculous. I mean, look, it's a reward for failure, as the honour system has become, and it's disgraceful because the honour system should be there to genuinely, give people something as recognition of great service in the community, not just doing your job, and in his case, doing it very, very badly. London's the most congested city in Western Europe. It's harder than ever to get on the property ladder, and of course we have rampant knife crime, mobile phone theft, and all those issues, and at the same time as he's closing police stations. So I was not very impressed with that decision. It was yet another poor decision by Keir Starmer. Thank God he's gone now, and not able to make any more similarly poor decisions as that.
Well, yeah, indeed, absolutely right. So what's the time frame for all of this then? Because presumably he now is Mayor of London until what, 2 years hence? What's the when does he leave and go to the House of Lords?
Well, he hasn't actually confirmed whether or not he's intending to stand again for the mayor, and he can carry on doing both. We have 2 members of the London Assembly, Len Duval and Sean Bailey, who are both in the House of Lords as well. So there's nothing to stop him doing both. But I suspect he will step down at the next election, which is in just under 2 years' time, which gives us, as Reform, a really good opportunity with Layla Cunningham as our candidate to try and offer something very, very different indeed. But we'll see who Labour put up. It could be even worse.
Yeah, it could. I mean, is there a chance, though, that Labour might not win the next mayoral election if it isn't Sadiq Khan who's in the chair?
Yeah, well, you go into any election and every party wants to go into it with the hope of winning. And we're certainly in a stronger position now than we've ever been as a party, even here in London. We've made a bit of a breakthrough in the local elections, got representation on, I think, about 10 of the London boroughs, including taking control of Havering, which is our first London borough that we've taken control of, and we want to build on that. But we've got a very strong candidate in Layla with her background as a criminal prosecutor. Policing and crime and safety is the biggest issue in London. It's something that I hear on the doorsteps all the time, and having a candidate who's got a very, very strong backstory in that area is a huge advantage for us. The Conservatives haven't selected yet. God knows who they'll pick. But really, they ought to just get out of the way and let us have a proper, clear run at Labour if they are serious about wanting to get Labour out.
Yeah, absolutely right. Obviously, a lot of controversy around Reform at the moment in terms of the dangers of being a Reform sort of MP, if you like. I mean, after what happened to Anne Widdecombe, Nigel Farage has been talking in many very, very concerned ways about the dangers that not just Reform MPs face, but that Reform, sort of individuals like yourself and maybe even the people that work for Reform face. Let's have a look at what Zach Polanski had to say. He, of course, retweeted a tweet the other day, which was a depiction of Nigel Farage possibly being sent to the guillotine. We're making plans for Nigel, says one of the scumbag types lefties who thought that that would be funny and it would be a very, very good joke. Let's have a look at Zach Polanski trying to justify what he did.
Okay. It's not the first time you have shared something that afterwards you have regretted. 3 months ago, you retweeted criticism of the police's handling of the Golders Green attack. You apologised after that for, quote, sharing the post in haste. I don't really understand why you haven't learned.
Well, that was a totally different situation where I did make a misjudgment, and that's why I apologised for it. It wasn't inadvertent. I read it and then reshared it. I think there's
so there is a question about your judgment then, isn't there?
Well, I think there's a question.
One, you read it and retweeted it. One, you didn't retweet, you didn't read it and shared it anyway.
Other politicians don't use social media in the way that I do, and that's because, again, they often have the press to back their arguments. I believe in being in grassroots community. I believe in being in spaces. I actually collaborated with 8 people that evening.
Okay. Do you, just forgive me, do you still want to be Prime Minister? Do you still want to be in power?
I want to make sure that there's a Green government, whether I'm Prime Minister in the future or not.
Okay,
I want to keep making sure.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that, because these mistakes involving social media could be described as careless at best, dangerous at worst. You would forgive voters, surely then, for potentially thinking you might be careless or dangerous with their lives or their safety or their money if you were in power. Fair?
I have a job to do to make sure that I
Is that
build
fair,
trust.
what
Yes.
I have just... Right.
Yes,
so
it is.
voters would be forgiven for thinking that because of these kind of mistakes. And you're saying, yeah, that's fair. They've got a right to think that.
And it's my job to make sure that I build trust, that I demonstrate through my actions and through my behaviour, that I have people's values and their best interests at heart. I think lots of people watching this will recognise that people make mistakes and people make inadvertent mistakes. I'm particularly in a position where that mistake means you end up on live TV talking about it, and I accept that because I have a position of responsibility. I also think no matter how much responsibility you have, whether you're a leader of a political party or a Prime Minister, you make mistakes. The point is, what do you do about that mistake? How do you learn and how do you move on from it?
Well, he doesn't seem to have moved on from it or learned from it at all. I mean, I don't know, Alex, whether you feel vulnerable as a human being doing what you do, whether you have threats made to you on a daily basis. What's your kind of experience of all that?
Well, I don't think it would be sensible for me to really talk about my security arrangements live on air, so I'm not going to say that. But as a collective, as a whole, then Reform politicians certainly are on the receiving end of a great many threats. We heard not long ago how Nigel gets around 300 threats a month. Obviously, some of them are more credible and more serious than others, but the overall volume is certainly there and the rest of us do indeed receive a degree of harassment and threats, and it's always from the left. People, political violence, it should never be tolerated under any circumstances whatsoever. But for the most part these days, it comes from the left, whether it's harassment, whether it's comments on social media, or whether it's actual outright threats, or as we saw in the case with Anne Widdecombe, a horrific, brutal murder in our own home, and it would certainly appear that she was targeted because of who she was, and it's just not acceptable. And then so for someone who's in a very high profile position like Zach Polanski to share this image on social media, when just a few weeks ago in the Assembly we debated a motion that was reflecting and recognising the 10-year anniversary of Joe Cox's brutal murder, and collectively we took it on ourselves to renounce political violence at any circumstance, in any situation, and yet just a few weeks later, he's sharing this image on his social media, and he must have seen that image, and he knew what he was doing, and yet he won't apologise. Anyone can make a mistake. We all make mistakes in our daily lives. Yes, you need to learn from them, but the first thing you need to do when you make a mistake of this magnitude, which is effectively glorifying the murder of one of your political rivals, for Christ's sake, you have to apologise, and he's refusing to do that. And that tells you everything you need to know about the character of Zach Polanski and the Green Party more widely.
Yeah. We were talking earlier about the second anniversary of the Southport killings, and a relatively thoughtful debate with Laura Perrins, who's a lawyer, about the possibility of bringing in the death penalty for certain individuals and certain crimes. I'm not asking you to speak for reform, but what's your view of at least the consideration of the death penalty for certain crimes?
Yeah, well, I can't speak for the party on that. You'd have to ask Zia or Nigel. But certainly my personal views, as you said in your last segment, you're absolutely right to open the conversation, because there are some crimes that are simply so horrific that the ultimate sanction needs to be there, both as a deterrent and also as a punishment. And my personal view is that absolutely, where you've got 100% cast iron, clear evidence that you are not going to have a miscarriage of justice, then my personal view, I think that option should be there on the table, and Ruda Cabana is exactly one of those categories.
Yeah, absolutely. Alex, good to see you. Alex Wilson there talking to us from the London Assembly, where he is the head of the Reform Group, which obviously is, amongst other things, standing up to Sadiq Khan before he shuffles off to become Lord Sadiq Khan in the House of Lords with his peerage, which is kind of a little bit difficult to stomach, isn't it? Charlotte, I don't know if we're ready with the pictures, are we?
Yeah.
One of the things we said that we would do, and we're about to speak to Ellie Hodges and Marilyn Hawes as well, but I think before we do that, let us actually remember that it was 2 years ago to the day that we found out what had happened in Southport. And the terrible, terrible tragedy of the three girls who suffered so much at the hands of the dreaded Axel Ruda Cabana, whose name for a long time I didn't actually ever mention because I didn't want to. But as you can see, the three victims there, BB King, 6 years old, 7-year-old Elsie Dot Stancombe, Alice De Silva Aguiar, who died the next day. Let's just have a minute's silence for them, shall we? it just makes you think, doesn't it? It's good that we did that. I'm happy we did that. Thank you for all of your thoughts on it. BB King, Elsie Stancombe, and as I say, Alice De Silva Aguiar, who are no longer with us because of the act of that disgusting individual, who I believe actually, quite frankly, should be killed. I don't see any reason not to do that. Ellie Hodges is here.
Sorry,
Ellie,
I'm just...
do walk in. Listen,
Sorry.
don't worry. You know, sometimes the thing about what we do is sometimes you have to have a bit of, you know, seriousness. Sometimes you have to have a bit of lightness. Sometimes you don't know quite. We didn't know we were going to do that. We just thought it was something
I think
we
it's a
should
really
do.
good thing to do.
We should remember those beautiful children. But it's tough. You know, we will never forget the Southport Angels. Says Lou, hard-hitting show this morning. We have to keep talking. We do. I mean, I don't know what you're obviously, you know, from a different generation. I don't know what you have thoughts about in terms of the death penalty, but it's something I think we've started talking about today. I would have said to you a couple of years ago, maybe 4 years ago, 5 years ago, my concern about the death penalty is that I don't really trust the state to do my taxes, never mind, you know, give them the power to actually execute people. But you do wonder, don't you, when in these kinds of things, when this kind of stuff happens, you just think, what is the point of keeping this bloke alive? You know?
I think it's really difficult because when a tragedy like Southport happens, you do immediately think that, you know, Axel Rudy Cabana should not be living.
Yeah.
However, I think for people who commit those types of crimes, it's actually the easy way out for them. Death is the easy way out. And I think that they should just basically rot in prison for the rest of their lives.
Yeah.
And it should not be prison should not be a nice experience. It should be an experience where they're put into a cell with just, you know, a bed, a toilet, that's it, and they can live there for the rest of their lives and not have any luxury whatsoever. That's what I think should happen because, and it is hard not to automatically think, yes, this person should have the death penalty. However, I do think that for people who commit these types of crimes, it's usually the easy way out.
Yeah, I think so. And also, I think a lot of people are not happy about the fact that he's now been moved or will be moved shortly to Broadmoor, which is a hospital rather than an actual prison facility.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it's not very pleasant in there. People have said it's not, but it's better than being in a prison, you know?
Yeah, I think one of the parents, actually, one of the girls actually said, he's played the game. He's played the game and he's got himself into a nicer situation. And that, of course, shouldn't happen at all. And he should spend the rest of his life suffering.
Yeah, absolutely right. I'm going to play a little clip here because I want to get your view of Gary Stevenson.
Oh, God.
You know, Gary, the economist, who lots of people think isn't actually an economist and just a con man. But this is a guy who has been he thrust himself into the limelight a couple of years ago, I suppose, was when I first became aware of him. He's had a couple of run-ins with people, including Piers Morgan. He's now decided that it's a bit too much for him, and he's decided to leave the public space because, you know, it's really hard for Gary. Let's have a look at Gary talking about himself, as he does well.
Well, I am quitting, I am quitting.
Quitting public conversation?
Yeah, I am. Because I'm tired, Paddy. I've been doing this for years, you know. I'm tired of betting on people's living standards collapsing and trying to tell people every year and getting called a liar by liars and getting called in.
But, you know, he's one of those people, he's fed the kind of Gary Lineker creature, hasn't he? Where Gary Lineker's come out and gone...
They all kind of start blending into one.
Yeah, where they've gone, oh, I know, let's charge people much more money. Let's make millionaires pay more tax because Gary Stevenson thinks it's a good idea, you know.
They've got this thing now, Gary Lineker, I think he set up this thing called Patriotic
They're all called
Millionaires. And it's about, like, making millionaires and billionaires pay more tax and stuff. And it's called Patriotic Millionaires. But, like, you can actually donate more money if you want to. You can literally go onto the HMRC website and give money. So, like, why don't they just do it and then encourage more millionaires to do it instead of setting up a website saying, please tax us more, please.
There's a good reason why they're not doing that, is that because they wouldn't get any publicity
I know,
for
exactly.
it. And whereas if they do it this way, they can go, look at me, I think I'm a really, really good person because I'd like to give more money to the government. Gary Lineker, by the way, spent about £150,000 on lawyers to stop paying £4 million to the tax man after they said that's what he owed them. So he actually
should have just let them have it.
He wasn't a patriotic millionaire then.
No, of course he wasn't.
Just a couple of years ago.
It's just so performative. You get this from a lot of people on all sides of politics, but it's definitely more on the left.
Yeah.
Where it's just so performative. It's like every time they donate or do something good, they have to just tell everyone.
Yeah.
And it just gets boring. It just gets boring. I mean, every time that I donate to something, I don't put a post up saying, I've just donated to this, please give me praise.
I know.
That's what they do. They want validation.
Yeah. Well, funnily enough, I think there's a Jewish proverb or maybe even a Muslim one where they say, if you actually do something good, if you give money to a charity, but you also then mention it to anyone, you might as well have not bothered, because the religious view is that you must do it selflessly,
humble.
You must do it in a humble way, and you mustn't try and get praise for it. So therefore, you should just do it without telling anyone, effectively. But that's not what they do.
No, of course that's not what they do, because it's all performative, it's all virtue signalling.
Yeah.
And, as we said, if they wanted to give more money to the government, please feel free to do that.
Absolutely.
You don't need
Feel
to tell
free
everyone.
to donate it to the Mike Graham Show, and we will do with it what we will. Let me ask you about the Andy Burnham Premiership so far as it goes. He's been out and about in the last 24 hours talking about apprenticeships and about, getting people into work who are young. You're obviously young. You've come out of, the education system. How tough is it, would you say, to make a living and to get a job? And do you need to have your parents behind you? We're being told it's really, really almost impossible for young people now.
So I've been talking about this a lot over the last kind of week since Andy Burnham's come in and started talking about this. And there's different aspects to it. You have the whole part-time job situation, which is actually quite hard. I mean, I had 3 part-time jobs when I was in education. I ended up having 3 in total, and they were all at restaurants or pubs.
Yeah.
And I really liked doing it, and some of the time it was hard work, but it was really good to, at the end of the month, have money coming into your account, and it would be in your own, and you've earned it.
Yeah.
And I think that more young people need to do that. But the problem is, and I did a video the other day actually just giving advice to young people saying, if you do want a part-time job, the way to go about it, I would recommend, is not going online and filling out all these application forms. I think the best thing to do, and this is how I got all my part-time jobs, go into the restaurant, go into the pub and say, hi, I'm a young person, I'm looking for a part-time job. Introduce yourself, set an impression. It shows that you have initiative, it shows that you have confidence. And I think that people are much more likely to employ you if you actually go in there and talk to them instead of filling in an application form.
It's totally right. I mean, I belong to the old school of journalism where people used to go and doorstep people, basically, because the idea was that if you try and ring somebody up on the phone, or nowadays try and contact them on email or something like that, it's a very different experience. Whereas if you turn up at the door and you knock on it, and they open the door and you go, "Hello, I'm Mike Graham from the Daily Mail," and they go, "Oh my God!" But you've immediately got some kind of interaction going on, and you're more likely to get
a personal relationship.
to say something, and you can stand there and we've got all the tricks of the trade that we used to have. Some people used to say things like, "Oh, I've been sent here by the paper, and if I don't get anything from you, they might fire me." And they would try that sort of technique, guilt trip them into it. I would never do that. That wasn't my thing. But you would do, look, I'm here. I'm not going to leave until you give me a quote. And if you don't give me a quote, I'll be over there in the car until when you come out, people will take pictures of you. I said, if you give me a quote now, I'll walk away, and that'll be the end of that.
Yeah.
But it was much better than what they do now, which is the journalists don't go anywhere.
Yeah.
So you're right. I mean, I think that's a brilliant piece of advice actually. Yeah. Because I think also the thing that I've found with a lot of younger people in their early 20s is that because they haven't had an awful lot of interaction, they're not very good at it. So they'll go into even if they get a job, they go into a workplace and they kind of they don't really know what to say.
I think that's the education system's fault as well, because you're kind of stuck you're in this bubble where everything's protected.
They're not teach you how to do that.
They teach you the most ridiculous things. They don't actually teach you how to, I mean, it is kind of a basic skill, but I know lots of young people that would be terrified at the thought of going into a restaurant, asking if they've got a part-time job and them saying no.
Right.
And there's lots of young people as well. They'll send off one email or they'll go into one place, they'll get rejected, and they'll go, this is pointless, it's a waste of time, and just completely give up.
Right.
And that mentality is going to get you nowhere. And it's like, for example, how I ended up doing all of this stuff and getting in the media is putting myself out there.
Right.
And it's not just going to happen. You have to make things happen for yourself. And
Sure.
I don't think that a lot of young people realise that, because throughout all of their education, stuff's been done for them. Teachers have got them work placements and they're not used to doing things themselves. And you can actually do so much if you just put yourself out there, because there are lots of people in this world that will genuinely want to give young people a chance. And I think, like, for me, I just got loads of work experience and it got my foot in the door. And I did that all myself. And if you actually show initiative and show confidence and show willingness to learn.
But you're very good at speaking, though, for somebody, as
you.
I'm not trying to be patronising,
No,
but,
no, it's
you know,
okay.
you're very good at that. Not everybody is, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't know what you do if you talk to your friends who are trying to get jobs. I mean, is it difficult for them to get into, because it seems to me that there's no pathway, if you like, into, say, a big company, or if there's an apprenticeship, or if there's people say to me, if there is an apprenticeship in, say, for an estate agents or something like that, it's really, really hard to get into.
So hard to get.
Yeah.
I mean, one apprenticeship, say working in an estate agent, there's one apprenticeship to go around maybe like 200 people.
Right.
It's really, really hard to get one.
Yeah.
And when there isn't a simple route, and people say now, oh, there's loads of different routes, sometimes it's quite overwhelming to actually know what to do.
Yeah.
And also there's a lot of young people that actually just don't know what they want to do with their life. And I think that's so fine. I mean, I didn't really think that I wanted to get involved in politics until like maybe my last year of secondary school or something. It wasn't something that I always thought I wanted to do.
Yeah.
But I think that schools need to focus a lot more on having these kind of assemblies, showing the different career routes that you can go down.
And to say you don't necessarily have to go to uni to do that, right?
Absolutely. This is such a big thing as well, because now, I mean, I have friends that have gone to university and I'm like, why have you gone to uni? Oh, I didn't know what else to do. And it's just like, I mean, some of the courses as well are they're just a waste of time.
Yeah.
And I don't mean to be kind of really putting down on people that go to university. I think that for some people, university is the right option. If you want to be a doctor, or if you want to go into science or whatever it is, fine, go to university. But there needs to be that option for young people that you don't need to go to university. And a lot of young people, like myself, prefer kind of working up the ladder yourself instead of going to uni. And there's just all of these, I think since when Tony Blair came in and he wanted 50% of young people to go to university, the actual value of the degree has decreased, which means that if you go to, I found actually when you go to employers now and you say, I don't have a university degree, they actually kind of like that, because it's weird to not have a university degree now, because everyone does.
Because to have one isn't really an advantage, is it?
No, and this is the thing. There's no guaranteed job at the end of uni anymore.
Right.
So there's like, what is the actual point?
Interesting. Good to see you, Ellie. Thank you very much indeed.
Good to see you as well, Mike.
The show has gone like lightning today. I don't know why it's been so quick, but we've got Marilyn Halls to talk to, and we've got some We Serve guys coming in as well to tell us about what's going on in their world. But shall we get some news with Edward Hughes? Hey?
Straight to Marilyn.
Oh, straight to Marilyn. Oh, Marilyn, very important woman. I'm sorry, Marilyn. My apologies. I was trying to.
Charlotte and I are going to
well, I could do that as well.
Yeah, sorry, I'm making you feel
I was trying to supplant you with Edward Hughes. Welcome. Good to see you.
Thank you. Nice to see you.
You must be full of the joys of spring with this new Prime Minister we've got, because he's so good, isn't he? He's so brilliant. I feel with my heart's been filled with hope. I've got growth in my postcode. Don't you know? What's going on?
Oh dear. I mean, it feels like he's been in for a year, not a week, doesn't it? You know,
I know.
Around like he's got some magic wand, and who's going to fund all these things? I mean, Ellie or Ellen has just been on. I totally agree with her about the advice for kids, because, and I think that is good about how he wants to introduce apprenticeships. But I've been saying that ever since I was a deputy head. I was saying to kids, get out there, put yourself in front of people. But then you do that, and then you can't get in touch with HR people anymore. And they say things like, well, I know you had to apply online. Sorry, had to apply online. You can't get through to the HR people. But if you're doing pubs and restaurants, then I think that's a great thing. I always said that. Go and show yourself and dress up. What a terrible example BURNHAM is, trying to get down and cool with the kids.
I know.
Wearing a black T-shirt with his, jacket. It's hideous. You know, you're in a position of, a respected, so some would think, a respected position, and you look like you've just come out from doing the gardening or something. He looked hideous.
Right.
When he
I
saw
know.
Zelensky.
Well, I mean, he goes to meet old Zelensky, you know, Captain Dress Down, and he actually managed to look more scruffy than Zelensky did.
That's absolutely right.
You know.
And it's a terrible. It's terrible. I mean, you wear a shirt and tie. People do. Come on, people. You know, people dress up. It's disrespectful for the person you're meeting. You don't run a school. Come in your jeans that you've just done the gardening in. You know, you dress up. I used to say to teachers when they come in, we used to have this one teacher that, oh my God, it was when charity shops were absolutely awful. And she, you know, when they were like jumble sales, and I used to say, I'm sorry, you've really got to up your game. This is not a good look for the kids, because they need to understand that you know, I just, when I saw him greet Zelensky, I couldn't believe it. I thought, what are you trying to prove? You are an absolute knob.
Also, you know, because the other thing is that, you know, it'd be one thing if he was youngish, you know, but he's not. He's 50-something. It's not, you know, he's like your kind of embarrassing uncle. He's not, you know, he's not in New Order. He's not in a band, even though he'd like to be. You know, it's like you're not 30, you're 50-odd. You know, dress.
I mean, most people have a problem with men. I mean, men are the same.
Plonker.
You know, he hasn't got a sort of a bod to be proud of, actually.
No.
He's got man boobs when you watch.
He's got man boobs, yeah. I mean, he claims to be a runner, right? But everybody who runs says he has not got a runner's body. And also, have you seen that, you know, when they take a picture of him running, and everybody goes, oh, how's he got any security? And then you sort of pan back, and there's an entire film crew, you know, there's about 7 people filming him, you know, paradoxically, by accident.
When you go into the gym and you have your trainer, because the film crew are there, aren't they? You know, watching.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, there was a time, funnily enough, that, when I was at Talk, they decided they wanted to do some kind of a promotional film around me. And at one point, I went down to, so this camera crew was sort of following me around. And I went down to the canteen, and I saw a guy I hadn't seen for a while. And he's like, and I'm walking, and there's like 7 people walking behind me, lights and camera. I said, this is how I roll. You know, this is what I do all the time now. I'm just followed around by a film crew. It's ridiculous. But that's what it's like for him. And he's pretending, except he's pretending that he's like every normal person in the world. He's not. He's a complete and utter charlatan.
So convenient that, just as I'm going out for my morning run, there happens to be someone with a camera.
Yeah. Imagine my surprise, you know.
Absolutely ridiculous. I mean, it's like, no, he's not. I mean, he conveniently, didn't he? Well, he went a whole week without saying anything about the migrants, which is, you know,
right.
I was putting that on X.
And now we know why, because when he finally came out and said something about them, he got it completely wrong. He went, I think we're getting on top of it, you know, because there's fewer of them coming now than there were last year. Except there's more who came in his first week than came in Starmer's first week. Like 900 people have come.
I mean, I don't understand why they don't build all sorts of Nightingale centres to put them in, or just, and now we've heard today, aren't we, that, you know, higher taxes to pay for social welfare. Well, I mean, don't give the freebies out.
No.
Don't give the free. There was a geezer coming off the boat the other day, one of his big rubber dinghy things, and now they're increasingly looking like a liner, aren't they? They're massive. And he was getting angry, saying, right, I've come over here. I want my free house. When am I getting my free house?
Yeah.
He was really aggressive and awful. And I think, well, you know, you don't deserve a free house. Sod off.
Well, sorry. Yeah, none of them should be getting a free anything. I mean, that is the most ridiculous situation that we've found ourselves in. I mean,
there's a migrant who, this is just bizarre. He cannot get through being, you know, approved, right? So what's he doing here in the country then? Why is he still here?
Yeah.
He wasn't approved. Why is he still here? So he's really angry that 2 or 3 times of trying to get accepted. He's still not accepted. So, right, you're not. So what does he do? He rocks up in Rochdale with a jerry can full of petrol and a hammer, and he's then arrested. And he says, "Oh, but I didn't intend to cause any harm." Pardon? All right. So the schools are on holiday, but it doesn't mean to say that the caretaker and the builders aren't there, because they often work in the holidays as well. Yeah. He should have been on the first boat or played back out.
Right.
If you
these nutters all over the place. I mean, somebody was telling me the other day that they were walking around down in somewhere in southeast England, and came upon this character who was clearly had just got off a boat and was sort of ranting and raving like a mental patient because we don't know what they are, we don't know where they come from, what they've been doing.
But they shouldn't also be coming in if they can't speak English. Who was it? Somebody was over in front. I was watching GB News. Sorry, this morning.
That's all right. You can watch.
How
Listen,
dare I?
we were very, we don't mind that. In the old days when I was at Talk, you'd be like, oh, don't mention GB News. I don't mind if you mention GB News. I wish them well. I don't mind.
I can't remember who it was that was over there in France, and he was asking these people, well, France is a safe country. Why are you going to go to England?
Yeah.
And it was so funny. He asked the question, and the guy said, I don't speak English. And when you could understand the
Yeah, that's
question,
the Bracken Sie Deutsch. Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous, isn't it? It's completely mad. Completely insane.
but also I'm not politically married to any party, actually. I just don't trust any of them. But I do think it's right that Kemi is pushing for none of these violent migrants to come out. You've got violent migrants and 6,500 prisoners who are rapists, sex offenders, paedophiles. Why on earth would you think that was a good idea? John Warboys came out once. Within 5 weeks, he was on the hunt again. And so it goes on. They are not going to change. And the thing about I was really nice touch that you had that minute's silence, because I do think it's good to sometimes just draw back, stay silent, focus, and think, what must those parents be feeling today? I mean, at the time, oh my gosh, my little grandchildren were very into Taylor Swift, and they're the age of those children. And I mean, it could have been them. You think, they're just really
it doesn't
innocent.
bear thinking about, does it? You can't. I mean, as a mother, as a parent, you just can't even go there. But equally, let me ask you this: what's your view of the conversation we were having earlier about the death penalty?
Well, I suppose the jury is out on it. My immediate thing was, for goodness sake, what a wasted lump of flesh. What's the point? We've got to fund this. And parts of Broadmoor, I used to live down the road from Broadmoor Hospital. I was very lucky it wasn't slammed up in there. But I used to think, because I was deputy head of a church, it was down the road. 10 o'clock every Monday morning, the siren would go off, right? And I think, what a brilliant time to try and escape. 10 o'clock, the practice of the siren. If you had sense, that's when you go. But I think it's much more upgraded now. I don't think it's just a grotty little cell where you're sitting all day.
No, they've got all sorts of pool tables and gaming machines and all the rest of it. So that's why people are not happy about the fact that he's been moved there, because they feel as though he's kind of played the system.
Yeah, well, they do, don't they? I mean, this is what worries me when we finally get any more updates on Anne Widdecombe. Will the geezer that's done that suddenly will that be manslaughter because he's got mental health or difficulty with learning skills or something? That's what they do. They play the system. Murder is murder. You can't say Cal Cohn, who killed those gorgeous Nottingham students. That is murder.
Yeah.
Whether you've mental health issues, whether you're on drugs or not, you killed someone. Hello.
But he's another one. We had Emma Webber on, who is Barnaby Webber's mother, who was one of the victims, and she's been brilliant at sort of campaigning for changing the law, because Valdo Calacane is in a hospital. He's not in a prison, and so he's actually eligible for parole in about 10 years' time. And she's going, I don't want to let this guy out. And she said, and she's a very sensible woman, very intelligent, very sort of well-informed. And she said, I think it's time we started talking about the death penalty. She said, it's not something I ever thought I would say. But of course you're going to say that.
But I think the thing is, though, Mike, society has changed so much. I mean, I remember when, I think we've had this conversation before, when the death penalty ended. And my dad used to sort of say to me, well, if they get it wrong. But when if this person is the person, like I can't even say his name, Radicabana, when you absolutely know it's him, and he had a history of this. And of course, he was failed. He was failed by Prevent. He was failed by the school. He was same with that Vikram guy who murdered Henry Novak. Another one, he was in school taking in knuckle dusters and knives and all that. There's a lot more the schools could do at an earlier stage than they do, and be much more sort of strident about it, quite honestly.
Absolutely.
And they helped at an earlier stage, and I think that is true. But you know, my instinct is immediately kill him.
Yeah. Yeah, no, listen, but it wouldn't be something that happened a lot. You know, we're talking about basically, you know, 1 or 2 cases that have been so heinous that you'd have to think about, you know, doing away with the perpetrator.
Yeah,
you know,
the other one is the guy that awful one with Baby Peter. You know, that little Preston, Baby Preston.
Baby P, yeah.
I'm sorry, you know, you're going to come out soon. Well, not soon, but at some point, he won't have changed either. These people are still going to be a risk. So what is the point? I mean, I don't get it. I mean, yes, you do want them to suffer, and I agree with what Ellen said. But I do agree with that and what she said there. But I don't see. If we've got no room in the prisons, then surely that's that's the other option. I still want to find out, when they say they've got no room in the prisons, is it the category A prisons? Because I would imagine it is, because crimes have become so awful. You know, rapes and how many of them are and deaths like Siobhan White's daughter, Rhiannon. All these people that are foreign have come in, migrants, all that, at some point coming in here as a migrant. They should all be shipped back. Isn't it funny how we've gone so quiet on Shabir Ahmed, the guy who should have been back? Where's he disappeared?
Yeah, he's still wandering around in Blackburn, I think, isn't he? You know.
Yeah, but I mean, everybody. Oh, that's all gone quiet now since Burnham's arrived.
Well, this is my big bugbear with the media. Yeah, the media move around so quickly that, you know, once the story's been around for 2 days, they forget about it and move on to something else. Shocking.
And that's why we shouldn't, because as little girls today, I mean, 2 years today, you sort of think, well, I wonder what their parents are doing. You can never get over something like that, can you? And I mean, the other thing I think he should have stepped in on Burnham as well. Polanski, I think it's disgraceful that, you're tired.
Yeah, sorry.
Were you out partying last night?
I was.
But Polanski, when you think what happened to Lucy Connolly,
few
people would have seen that tweet that she put out, and she did 30 months inside.
I never saw the tweet. I never saw it. I didn't see it until after the story started breaking in a couple of hours later, right?
But Polanski, that he should be arrested and charged. Why should Lucy go through all that and not Polanski? I mean, he's a weird little goblin anyway, isn't he? He's
strange character, very odd.
Very strange character, and he's
I'd lock him up just because of his teeth, to be honest. You know,
that's horrible.
Could have been solitary confinement for the rest of the time. But listen, I've got to run because I've got 2 gentlemen here to talk to from We Served who are going to tell us about what they're up to. So Marilyn, it was a great. Should we do that Catherine thing, by the way, that came out a minute ago? Just to give Marilyn her due. Catherine's message, the one that you had up a minute ago, the one that was in praise of Marilyn, said she was fabulous. There we go. Oh, Marilyn, my favourite lady. I just love her. She makes me my morning. Plus, she talks so much common sense. Her views are shared with millions of us. A shame not enough people listen to her. There you go.
I love
Isn't that nice? Doesn't that make you feel good?
I had Hugh on my show the other day, and I have written to Lord Dannatt, so
I'm
waiting
good.
for a reply.
Excellent. Yes, Lord Dannatt, who I'm hoping will appear, thanks to you, on this show, if not on the We Served show, which we're going to do in due course.
He may be on holiday, but my son-in-law was up there the weekend staying with his son Bertie.
Oh, right.
So I'm...
Good stuff.
Watch this space.
Watch this space. Marilyn, good to see you. We'll see you soon, I'm sure.
Take care, love.
Thank you very
Bye-bye.
much indeed. Apologies for yawning. It wasn't anything to do with you. I just haven't had much sleep. What can you do? You know, you can't do everything in life. Ed McFarlane's here and Jack Murphy from something called Wobble. Ed, good to see you.
Hi, Mike.
Jack, nice to see you. Very
Nice
nice
to
to
meet
see you.
you.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
No, don't worry.
You know, life goes on. You and I, Ed, know each other from old. What are you doing with us today? What can you tell us?
So, well, thank you very much for having us on.
Yeah.
This is to introduce Jack Wobble and to get him to talk to us about the brilliant work he's doing with mental health support and really modernising the way that you access mental health support. He was one of our first partners in the healthcare, so we've been working together for about 8 months now. And he's done some brilliant work changing and focusing his approach with Wobble specifically to veterans. So I'm sure he'd like to talk to you.
So Wobble is your company? It's
Yeah,
your
yeah. So
venture. Tell us about
yeah,
it.
it's a company. So it's a new and unique format of way of getting mental health support. So it's you can essentially answer a few questions, send text or voice note, and then you get a personalised video back from a therapist. There's no waiting list, no appointments, no commitment. You can use it as much as you want, and we've actually built a version of it for veterans and in partnership with We Served.
Okay, because we've been talking in recent times, Ed, about finding sometimes members of the armed forces, former members of the armed forces, who could be trained up as well as kind of therapists, because they have a special understanding in a way of what other veterans have been through and what they maybe require. I don't know whether that's part of your program, but obviously an awful lot of veterans just need somebody to talk to sometimes.
Yeah, I think so. I think actually reaching out for help is quite hard for a lot of people, for the veteran community, when they've been trained to hold it themselves, cope and be the strong ones in society. I think it's probably a little bit harder.
Yeah.
So we're really trying to make that way to access mental health support much easier than what's already currently out there.
Right. And in terms of how you perceive the world as it is now, are people more likely to want help because that's what people talk about now? Because there was a time when we talk about, kids, for example, at the moment, not being able to get into work and not being able to find roles to sort of take them into their 20s, and because they're maybe not capable of doing it, or they're not trained to do it, they don't know how to do it. Are we in a different place now, say, from when we were 20 years ago?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't know about 20 years ago because I'm
Sorry.
I'm 30, but
that's starting to make me feel old now.
No, right? but the question stands. Like awareness is going up, right? Everyone is aware of mental health, but I don't think there's been a correlated rise in actually how to act on it or resolve it or work on it. So I think there needs to be more done in that. And I think that the trouble with actually accessing support is it's a very long-winded, very complex process at the moment that I would hazard a guess that not many people actually see it through. There's a lot of people that will still struggle, but never ask. But I think, to your point about young people, there needs to be a level of resilience. You can't just say, I'm struggling with X, Y, and Z, and then just use that without doing some work on it. There has to be some accountability with it.
Yeah, and I mean, I know Hugh said to me, Hugh Andre, from We Served, has said in the past that, the problem with getting somebody to talk to on the NHS, for example, is a sort of really, really hard thing to do, because they'll say, oh yeah, well, we can talk to you, but give us a call in 18 months or something like that, or 9 months, or so this is a shortcut, I guess, right?
Well, I think it's part of a structured program. So when we came to your live show, Mike, remember in Hammersmith, the public in the show very kindly raised some money.
Yeah.
So we're just finalising people to go on the Centre for Mind and Body Medicine course, which will start in September. So there are different approaches that suit different people. And what Jack is doing brilliantly is making it accessible instantly on your phone,
right?
As opposed to having to wait for anything. So the different people need different approaches, which is why we have different approaches for certain parts.
Right.
Veterans, again, particularly need a different focus and a different way of communicating with them, which is why Jack's working with Steve and the team to do his brilliant approach, so it's veteran friendly.
Okay.
So I think it's about having the instant access that Jack offers with the longer term access of other things that we can bring together, which is what we're bringing together.
Okay. All right, cool. And how did you get involved in Wobble in the first place, Jack?
Yeah, so my background's in the automotive space. So, so I actually struggled.
See, I love how, it's all about young people, right? The automotive space. See, in my day, you'd be going, sorry, what?
Yeah,
the automotive, what, you mean selling cars? Do you mean selling cars?
No, refurbishing alloy wheels.
Refurbishing wheels,
But I struggled with my mental health for about 10 years. And I think typical to a lot of people out there, I just ignored it.
Right.
Didn't really believe in help. I thought if I asked for help and got support, I thought it would make me broken.
And what did you think? What did you think was going on then, in terms of your mental health? How did you perceive it to be not right?
I would struggle quite often, but I would just try and ignore that essentially and just crack on.
But when you say struggle, what do you mean? Sorry to pin you out on this, but what does it mean to struggle?
Well, yeah, I suppose you'd have very low periods, right? Very low periods, or you'd struggle with different things. Like for me, there was a period where I was getting really low, but then I just thought, I think with same with a lot of men as well. It will just get better, right? You get through it, and then it will work itself out.
So sorry to bang on, but so you would wake up in the morning and just feel like, bleh.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't fancy doing anything, or how would it manifest itself?
Well, I think it can show itself in different forms, right? And I think it's different for different people. But I think if it gets to the point where you're consumed by something and you're not enjoying the things that you do day to day, and it's having a real negative effect on you day to day, whether that is through having low mood, having anxiety, which I think is used quite a lot these days, but it's just if it has quite a negative impact on your day to day life. But yeah, it's very different.
Okay, and so you conquered that. You came through it. So how did you do that?
Yeah, so I didn't want to know about support for about 7 years, and then someone very close to me suggested that I have therapy. I go through that process. At first, I didn't want to know, but then after about 2 to 3 years of persistent sort of pushing me and suggesting I try it, I tried it. It changed my life for the better. But then I realised there's got to be a ton of people out there like me who were just shut off to the idea of getting any help or support at all. And then that led me into Wobble. But I realised there needed to be a format of it which is accessible. I mean, if you go through the process now with traditional therapy, you could be waiting days, weeks, months, and you can't really get support in the moment. It's a very complex process. We wanted to build something which you can essentially get support within hours.
Yeah. And is it something that you can talk through with someone, right? If you are, and I don't want to sound superior to anybody because that's not my point, but I've been fortunate maybe, and I've never really had that problem. I've felt like that. Maybe other people around me have probably been more pissed off because I've been horrible to them. But but I've never had to look for that. But is it sometimes just about talking to someone?
Yeah, I think talking to people helps. Sure, I think there's a difference between talking to friends and family and talking to someone who is qualified and experienced and has trained their whole life to allow you to work on the things you need to work on to get better or to feel better. So yeah, things can definitely be worked on and talked through.
Right.
If I can give an example, Mike, yesterday I went and did a test Wobble to see the process. And you get asked about 7 questions. And within 2 hours, a video came back to me from a qualified therapist who had read what I'd said and gave me some very good advice, a breathing exercise, and then also an exercise to go and walk for 5 or 10 minutes. And as you know, I live on Hayling Island, so I went to the beach, and she said, focus on your feet. So I did, and I focused on my feet in the sand, and it was incredibly calming. And that's the point behind the...
Sometimes it's a small suggestion.
It's just the small stuff, and I think that the challenge with all of the mental health and anxiety, and your earlier speaker was talking about it, is people it builds up and builds up and builds up, and then becomes a big thing. And what Wobble is about being able to help you short-circuit that to deal with things and learn ways of coping. That means that when you're having a bad day or you're anxious, you find a way of dealing with it, which means you're then more productive in society and you're also better able to deal with it.
So in terms of your sort of tie-up with We Served and all of that, can people go on We Served and find their way to Wobble that way?
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's the new kind of thing.
Absolutely. We've always been linked up with Jack since we launched. So if you go into We Served and go into mental health, either under men's or women's mental health, and click into Wobble, you can go straight through there.
Okay, brilliant. Well, if anybody needs to find you, they can do it in a variety of ways.
Yeah, we'll getwobble.co.uk for the non-veteran pathway. If you're a veteran, go through We Serve. We're on there.
Okay.
But yeah.
We Served. Anything else coming up that you want to tell us about?
We've got a lot going on, Mike. Very excited.
I know Hugh and I keep trying to get together because we're hoping to put a show together for you guys on the new network, which is breaking out as we go in the next couple of months, hopefully. So we'll be talking about that. But what have you got coming up?
Yeah, so we're now building the partners behind mental health, physical health, and preventive health. And we've obviously got a global partnership now. We're beginning to work with people who want to go into Canada and Australia, which again is part of the plan. And really building a very good set of partners who are being able to offer the breadth that veterans require when they come on to look for help in either mental, physical, or preventative health.
Okay, that's good. And Andy Burnham came out in his first day, didn't he, and said he wants to try and put an end to rough sleeping, which is, I'm sure, a very valiant aim. Whether we can do it or not is another suggestion. But obviously, that's an issue for a lot of veterans, isn't it?
Well, it is, and actually, it's a very nice segue into the Centre for Mind and Body Medicine. So, as you know, you very kindly allowed us, and we raised some money. So one of the people who's going to go on that course, hopefully, will be a veteran who was on the streets, who came off the streets and off addiction into sheltered housing. He then went and got 11 qualifications and examinations.
Yeah.
And he now lives in housing which is helped and protected. But he also runs a Veterans Breakfast Club, and hopefully he will be one of the people going on the Centre for Mind and Body Medicine trauma recovery course. So this is a really good example of how it can help the whole way through the process.
Yeah, brilliant.
And you're absolutely right. There are a lot of veterans who are homeless, and it is a challenge, and everything that we can do to help them come off the streets and back into a better place is a very good thing.
Sure, absolutely. Ed, good to see you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mike.
Wobble is the name.
Yeah, Wobble.
And Jack, thank you very much indeed for joining us as well. So a couple of super chats to end. Have you got a pooch's pooch today or not?
No, we'll save it.
Have we not got one? We need El Salvador type of prisons and prison systems. Focus more on the rights of victims and not criminals, says Alistair. Yeah, I think a lot of people would agree with that. One from Uncle Joe. You cannot rehabilitate evil. The humane thing is to put them, these creatures down. They're not human. Axel Calicane, Thompson, Venables, etc. Yeah, I think a lot of people are starting to talk about that because I think a lot of people feel that there is a conversation to be had. George says, I was so lucky getting a brilliant therapist who never gave up on me, taught me how to cope when I was at my lowest. I think that's good. I think for people who haven't talked about things like it before, there's no reason not to now. Stan says, brilliant chat, well done. Thank you very much indeed. We're almost out of time. Kelvin McKenzie coming next. He's over at UK Live Online, of course. I think you don't have to go anywhere, do you? You can just stay here and it switches over.
Ed and Jack are going to be joining them as well.
Who's going to be?
Ed and Jack.
Oh, and you guys are going in there as well. This is double
Doing
bubble.
the rounds.
Double bubble wobble.
Yeah.
Double bubble wobble. There you go. Great stuff. Fantastic. Great to see you guys. Thank you very much indeed. We served. If you have been in the military in any way, shape or form, and you don't know about We Served, just go and check them out. WeServed.com, and they can help you navigate your way through the travails of life, as it were. And we'll be back tomorrow morning when it's Thursday, isn't it? 7 a.m. I'm going to be back here this afternoon, but you won't know that because we're going to do Plonk of the Week in the company of Kelly J. Keane, which is going to be very exciting. And I will see you in the morning. Don't be late.
Good morning. I'm Edward the News Hughes. The fourth heat wave of the summer is peaking nicely today, with amber health alerts covering big chunks of England and temperatures pushing towards 35.
Mike, thank you so much.
No, Ed,
Lovely
as ever.
No,
Really good to see you.
And thank you.
Yeah, hi. Good morning, Kelvin McKenzie. There's plenty going on in the show today. I just thought I'd clear my own mind of things that are absolutely aggravating me right now. One is the constant suggestion by our new Prime Minister that the South is a collection of rather horrible wealth-creating billionaires living the high life, whereas everybody in the North is in some odd way skint and desperate to get all the good stuff which is going on in the South. It is absolutely ridiculous. The reality of it all is, if you've got a decent job, I'm talking about a job, you're head of geography at a comprehensive school somewhere outside Sheffield. Okay, so you are probably making 55,000 a year. You can walk around the corner to a house which will be, let's say, detached house, Sheffield, nice road. What do you think? 350, 450, 500 perhaps, right? You do the same down here, you still get the 50 grand. You live, for instance, we'll say in Sheffield, in Guildford, and that same house will cost you £1 million, okay? You can walk to your school, or it's a 5-10 minute ride to your school in Sheffield. You have to take some kind of drive or something around Guildford Way, and you have to live quite a way away because you can't afford $1 million, $1.25 million for the house that you want, whatever. So that's just the basics of it all. You know, I really detest the idea that he has pitched North against South. Yeah, I do accept the North has suffered, right? Because there has been a deindustrialization. That is not coming back. It's not coming back in the South. It's not coming back in the North. It's not coming back in Scotland. It's not happening. There is not going to be big factories built. It's not happening. Why? Because the cost of employing people in this country is too large. If we want big factories, let's go over to the Chinese way of doing things, where actually there is no NI, there is no minimum wage, there is virtually no welfare. You want that? You want that, do you? You want that? You can have one or the other. You can't have both. If you are going to build a factory, you have some global product, why on earth would you put it into the UK? And all this AI nonsense, all these great big data factories they're talking about, do you know what we're likely to be employing there? Not people. Not people. There's no people going to be employed in those data factories. All you're going to end up is with security people. There'll be security jobs at the minimum pay. We don't have an economy set up to have factories. And anyway, factories today are basically, as Germany is discovering, they're just about robots. So let's put all that to one side. I'd be very, very grateful in order for our Prime Minister to understand he is the Prime Minister of the whole damned country. And if he's going to set North against South, don't surprise, I have always believed that we should have a Southern party, okay? So I talk about it and everybody laughs at me. Who is going to represent the interests of the South if we actually have a Prime Minister who is trying to attack the very people who just happen to create the wealth in this country, right? And the reason they create the wealth is because the city is based in London. If the city were based somewhere else, right, supposing it was based in Bolton, then Bolton would be doing great. In the same way as Aberdeen did great when we believed in something called oil, which is another thing the damn Labour Party don't believe in. We literally promote somebody who is trying to stop an area of wealth in our country. So please, let's understand we are one nation. And if we don't understand that, I very much hope that the voters for the South penalise our current Prime Minister, who with a bit of luck won't be here anyway much longer. When he comes up with crackpot schemes of either another 1.8% on our tax system or putting 10% on our deaths on top of everything else we have to pay all the time. What on earth is wrong? Why don't we just do what we do at home? Huh? We can't afford this, we cut that, we cut back, and then we grow. Instead of that, he says, I'll tell you what, I've always hated those Southerners. What we're going to do is we're going to tax the shit out of them in order that actually people can have what he believes is a better exit than they're going to have anyway. The situation here is quite clear. At the moment, if I'm ill, right, which may well be after this show, I should think, which is why they have a defibrillator in the background, just in case I cark it. Okay, what happens? I will have to pay for my own health. What is wrong with that? What's wrong with that? I'm older, I'm likely to be ill. Actually, what's the point of having assets unless you can sell them? Right, I love my kids. But actually, if I snuff it and there's nothing, that's only the same way that I came in, and it's the only same way for my parents. My mother left me some money. We shared it among my brothers. It wasn't a lot. I was very grateful. Fantastic for my mother, who started off with nothing and actually had a very, very difficult beginning to her life and actually was a triumphantly successful, enormously glamorous woman, right? And she left some money that would have pleased her no end. If she'd left me not one single penny, it wouldn't have made the slightest bit of difference. My father left me the square root of zilch. Made no difference about how I viewed him. Okay? So, if I use some money that I've created in my wealth and to look after myself, what on earth is wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Why are people trying to hang on to stuff? You create wealth. When you have money, it's up to you how you spend it. What it may encourage people to do, which would probably cheer up all the kids, is give your money away early. Anyway, so that's another thing. Always from the left, they're always looking at fresh ways of taking money off you. Let you decide how to do it. If you've got 24 grand or less in your bank account, you get all this stuff for free anyway. Well, it's not free. It comes through your council tax. Council tax going through the roof. Anyway, Burnham is talking rubbish, and I'm with the Labour. I'm with the Tory idea. Take it up to 85 grand or something. People have got money, and they're going to have to spend it on their health. They can spend it down the betting shop. They can spend it down the pub. They can spend it on going on holiday. They can slip the odd kind of money to their kids in order to get on the housing ladder. I understand all that, but actually health is what matters. So please, don't come up with fresh ways to tax me. I'm sick to the back teeth of it, and I'm sick to the back teeth of Burnham already, who's turned out to turn up here. Oh, I've got another unfunded idea. Oh, actually, I tell you what, my ratings in the polls have gone up. Right, we must have more unfunded ideas. You're likely to hear one of these a day for the next 900 odd days before there's an election. It may work for him. I hope it doesn't. Anyway, that's me, and fortunately the defibrillator has actually blown up, but that's mainly because Mike Graham's come in here. Morning, Mike.
It's a very good morning. It's like the old adage, isn't it? If I'd known I was going to live this long, I'd have looked after myself better. To be honest.
Well, that actually turns out.
I had to fill in one of these forms yesterday. For some life insurance, right?
Now this will be an absolute classic. The Mike Graham life insurance, when you come down to the line which says, right, so it said, how many alcoholic drinks do you have in a day?
Yeah.
And Mike thought it said bottles.
Yeah.
And actually it said units.
I put down what can only be described as the most truthful answer I've ever made.
Go on, which was?
Which I'm now on record as saying is 10 glasses. How many glasses of wine a week? They said.
Yeah.
I said 10. What are you laughing for?
10 bottles.
I said no. I think I said 10 last night. No, listen. I can't tell a lie, obviously, because I'm,
Yeah, but because you're a journalist. Yeah, I know that.
I couldn't do that. I mean, I used to work for you. I was taught well. 10 glasses a week. That's my lot. And I'm sticking with that. And thank you very much indeed for asking.
And can I just say, is there any, or is this like PIP, where you can put down anything you like and the other side has to accept it?
Well, no, the point is that in order to qualify, you have to fill out this form and you don't know.
To qualify for what?
For the life insurance.
Oh, I see.
Right?
You've actually gone for life insurance.
Well, only because I'm...
Right, okay.
Hang on.
Sell every share you have in Aviva. When he goes, I can't imagine...
No, but here's the thing, right? They're very clever, the insurance people, right? They come up with these methods of
finding out whether you're lying
money
or not.
from me, right?
Yeah.
I did this in New York when I was there, and I got into this sort of endowment life insurance policy, and then decided to come back to Britain and chart my way through Fleet Street. And I said to them, I'd been paying in about $1,500 a month for 2 years, and I said, I'm not going to be making that kind of money now, so do you mind if I take the money out? And they went, no, you can't, sorry. You can't do that.
That is true, actually. Those endowment were complete racket.
They were complete racket. They said, no, you've got to be paying in for 5 years. I said, so I'd paid in, I don't know, a few $1,000s. Just lost it. Never saw the light of day.
Yeah.
So I had to come back to Britain and, be a pauper.
But when you fill in this form, do they believe you?
Well, I think they say that if you make a misstatement, then it may affect your cover. But basically...
Well, hold on one second. Hold on. Let me just carry on with this. Pretend for 1 second I'm a journalist, right?
Yeah.
When you say if there's been a misstatement, to my certain knowledge, 10 is an underrepresentation of your alcoholic
Yeah, but you're
intake.
not a doctor.
Hold on a second. And if I multiplied it by 10, I might be closer.
Well, you can make that allegation, but that would certainly not stand up in court, because I would say, actually, I'm absolutely standing by this. And
10 a night.
I've got a doctor who will absolutely tell...
Have you?
Yeah, I've got a doctor who will say, Mike's alcohol consumption is not very severe at all. I've paid him well over the years. And anyway, look, the point is, it's not that. The point is that what's even more interesting is that the life insurance racket is a 10-year racket, right? So if I don't die within 10 years,
they've got their money back.
I don't get to cash it in. It's not an investment. It's not an endowment.
No, it's gone.
So it's gone. So it's now in my interest to die, literally, in the next 10 years.
Well, can I just say that
in order to cash in?
That with your alcoholic intake right now, I would have thought that was quite likely.
No, actually not true.
Is that not true?
No, I've got a cardiologist, right, in Harley Street who says I'm the healthiest person he's ever met.
Who drinks more than 12 bottles a night?
He said, given what you've told me about the way your life has been, it's quite extraordinary.
That you're still here?
That one, you're still here, but also two, heart function, absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
Lung function. He said, how many cigarettes did you smoke? I said, 60 Marlboros, red Marlboros a day for about 30 years.
How long ago did you get them out?
I stopped in 2017.
Right. Oh, that's good effort, actually.
Which he
because
said,
actually you can repair very quickly, can't you?
Well, he said the best thing you ever did was to give up smoking.
Yeah.
Second best thing is that you don't have heart disease in your family, which I don't have.
Correct.
Right. So
Yeah.
my heart is
family
in good
is
shape.
always a big one. Yeah.
My liver function is completely normal, extraordinarily, right?
In that case, remember to leave it to the nation, then, for God's sake.
Listen, they've got enough problems, as you would say.
No. If you've
but the thing is that we keep doing this, right? I keep giving money to people.
Yeah.
To try, because it's not for me. I don't care. I mean, if I die, I don't. I just want to try and provide for my family.
Yeah.
But they keep finding new ways to suck me in to give them more money, and it's not really getting me anywhere. I had private healthcare for a while. I've given it up because I had private healthcare. I thought when I was making a lot of money, I should have, Vitality was the company I used. Right.
Yeah.
Every time I rang them up and said, do you cover me for this? No. Any chance? I had a hernia operation.
That is absolutely true.
And so I said, "What's the point of this?" And they rang me up the other day, and they were like, "You're going to renew it." And I went, "No," because they were then going to put it up.
Which company was it? Vitality. Yeah. That's the one that advertises. It's quite a clever advertising campaign.
I was paying about 180 quid a month or something like that.
Yeah.
But it also covered my family. My son, I think, one of my sons got a video consultation with a doctor once.
Yeah.
And his mother had something wrong with her feet, and she got something sorted out. Sorry, she's going to kill me now. And then,
how is her feet, by the way? They're all right.
I don't know. I haven't seen him for ages. There's a joke there somewhere. I'm not. Anyway,
I don't think we need to get into that thing.
And every time, I said, look, I'm having this, I'm having these tests done because they're sort of preemptive. Oh, no, we don't cover that. Is it an emergency? No, it's not an emergency. I'm trying to sort of, have preventative
If you're over a
healthcare.
certain age,
They just don't pay for anything.
You're better self-pay.
Yeah. Well, I paid for my hernia operation $4,000.
Yeah.
I just paid it, and if they wouldn't cover it because it's a pre-existing condition. Right. Okay. And every time I rang them to say, "Do you cover this?" No. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to give you any more money. I've had enough.
Well, if you don't mind, I think I did tell you this. I had what is known in the trade as a rear end situation.
You did have that, yes.
Yeah, we know about it.
And actually, it was fantastic.
How's that going?
Yeah.
Well, it's still there. That's the rear end. But I told you, didn't I, that they stuck
that party, Mr. Benno.
They stuck a.
You were in the woods. Were you?
God, that was a.
Can't see the wood for the trees.
Can't see the wood for the wood.
So this is a joke. It's not a joke, actually. We had a Mr. Menno on here who is a massive gay advocate who believes that men are men and women are women,
right.
and he likes it like that. Okay, which I don't blame him for.
Refreshing.
So in the middle of the conversation, he said that he and 200 other people who followed his sexuality,
200 of his closest friends,
met in the woods. Now this was not a George Michael reunion conversation, kind of thing. And I said, well, why on earth would you meet in the woods?
Right.
And the explanation seemed to be, woohoo!
Yeah. Well,
is there a lot going on here? Do you think National Trust?
I would imagine there must be. There must be.
Why would they need to meet? there was nothing illegal about what they do.
Right.
Why do they need to meet in the woods? Why couldn't they meet in?
You just go around the corner here. There's a place.
Yes,
don't say it.
No. But I've just been told that by Pooch that around here there's quite a well-known pub.
There is, yeah.
That has a big gay night or big gay following.
Yeah.
And Sunday night, you'll be pleased to know, is horse meat night.
We still don't know what that is.
According to a sign.
Did you not say you got an explanation of that?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. What is it?
What is the explanation? Or shall we not bother?
Well, it's to do with big cocks.
Oh dear.
Right.
And then after the news, Andy Burnham, my horse meat night. But you know, he's a knob of the north, actually, which was your explanation.
It was.
So the only one other thing before we get down to some rather more serious stuff involving. But I was astonished that 200 gays would meet in the woods somewhere and presumably are carrying out whatever they want to do. Now this is the one that I find the most interesting.
Who's got the time?
Now, do you know a lady called Hannah Waddingham? And
yes.
She's watch this.
Yes.
Right, she's absolutely gorgeous. By the way,
lovely,
she's in Lasso, Ted Lasso, which is
she's quite an engaging individual as well.
Stunning looking.
No, but also funny and clever.
Oh,
and
is
all
she?
Of that. Yeah.
Oh, right.
I've seen interviews with her before.
Oh, that is great stuff. Have you got a picture of Hannah Waddingham? We could put up. She's absolutely stunning. She's in Ted Lasso, which could be very funny, but it's kind of reasonably funny.
I've never watched it, you know.
Oh yeah, right. It's fine.
Yeah,
it's fine. It's about a football club.
Football
she runs
club,
the football club.
Yeah.
Ted Lasso is the manager. Yeah. Actually, that is not as glamorous as she actually is. Actually, she's even more attractive than that.
That's not a bad picture, though.
It's a great picture, but that's for other reasons, and you wouldn't find her in the woods anyway. No. So
there you go, Colby.
There you go. How about that?
Well, you'd like to find her in the woods, but it reminds me of that old gag about the bloke coming and walking through the woods, and he sees a naked woman there, and he says, "Are you game?" She said, "Yes." So he shot her. Anyway, that going back down. That's going back down memory lane. So anyway, she's on there, right? So here we go. So she teams up. She's, I think, in her early 50s, which is absolutely astonishing. She teams up with a physician called Mr. Bereford Cleary.
Okay.
He's 46.
Right.
Kind of good-looking fella. And what's happened is...
When you say teams up, we mean he's a new boyfriend?
Yeah, new boyfriend.
Right, okay.
And so he's just an ordinary working doctor, right? But he's now in show business.
Right.
So he's gone from that, which is, he's perfectly all right, okay? Yeah. But now he's that, okay?
Or even this going, have a look at that one.
Yeah,
oh,
right.
Wow.
So now, now he's Mr. Wonderful.
Okay.
My experience of this kind of thing, the makeover...
Have you had that?
Women who come into it, well, Leslie has transformed me in lots of different ways.
Right.
Okay. I no longer drink and I'm no longer interesting. So what happens now is I go into a room and I say, I'm Kelvin MacKenzie, and it's like the Red Arrows.
Yeah,
everyone goes like that, right?
No, that's not. You see, I think it's a bit of a humble brag again.
I know, I've done this. It's not humble brag.
It is. No, nobody likes me. It's a Stig ableist thing, No,
it's because I'm not drinking.
No, but the point is that you haven't done that thing that men do.
Right.
Like we've talked about Rupert Murdoch, dressing up in, with his trainers and his Andy Burnham t-shirts and all that sort of thing. You've never done that.
I have not done that, but Leslie has got me in better shape.
Your brother, on the other hand, who has fallen for all of this over time.
Yeah.
Where the only bloke who he turned up once to play golf with me, and I was like, "What? Have you come dressed from a circus?"
Yeah. Dressed in the dark.
Dressed in the dark. Is tartan shorts.
Yeah.
And people dressed to play golf in very ridiculous ways.
Yeah.
But no, you've always been relatively straightforward in terms. You've always
But anyway, look what it's done to this
Good
bloke.
luck to him.
Yeah, no, he looks all right. But when Murdoch does it, that normally is the signal that the marriage is coming to an end.
Well, that's the other thing, isn't it? It's like a woman changing her hairstyle, and you go, "What's going on with her hair?"
Yeah.
If you happen to notice it, and the reason she's changed her hairstyle is she's shagging somebody else. And you didn't
that's
know.
not true in my case, because my missus is always coming back saying, "What do you think of my hair?" And I said, "Well, yeah, it looks like It looks like
It's
it was
it did
before.
yesterday.
Yeah. Now I've got to look upon bloody old Sammy the gardener in rather a different manner, haven't I?
Absolutely right. I mean, that is the trouble, isn't it? You know, when you accrue wealth, that's what you have to worry about. You don't have to worry about money anymore. You have to worry about faithfulness. You know, whether your wife is
Right, well, in that
she's
case,
up to.
I've just got to nip back home, catch her out.
Exactly.
Anyway, this is.
Am I allowed to tell stories about your previous?
No, you're not.
You sure?
About what?
Well, I was going to about the cutlery story. I was just like, the cutlery story is brilliant. He had an ex-wife who left him, and left him one fork, one knife, and one spoon in the cupboard, and took everything else.
Yeah.
I thought that was very funny.
It was quite funny. There seemed to be some pain there. Now, my next two guests, by the way, have been sitting there pissing themselves laughing
much nicer than me.
as what remains of my marriage is being torn apart on public television or out on YouTube, which is even more public. And I see that we have one quick chat. Is that some research from Ofcom now shows that we turn to Netflix ahead of turning to the BBC.
Yeah.
Last night, I come home and my stepdaughter is there with my wife, and she starts telling me about some fantastic things she's seen on Netflix. I, in turn, then say, you must watch what I'm watching on Netflix. She says, I'm halfway through it.
Right.
The water cooler moment in television doesn't belong to Escape to the Country.
No.
Okay?
No.
And the person who has really suffered in all this way is Holly Willoughby, who thinks, oh, I'm on ITV, which is directed to you whether you want it or not. And I like the idea of advertising funded television. Fine. I'm going on YouTube, i.e. the equivalent of you, Mike Graham. I'm going to go out there. There's millions out there. It'll be great. I'm a glamorous woman. I'm famous. I'm this. I'm that. And has received the biggest altogether, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. Well, I did a rant about this yesterday. I did my meltdown about it yesterday.
Yeah,
And I said basically, and the headline on the thumbnail was, Holly Willoughby falls on her arse effectively because it's going nowhere. It's 10,000. She's got 10,000 subscribers.
Yeah.
Right. We've got 175,000.
Right.
Or something.
Right.
She's got 40,000 views on the show. We get 100,000 a day. You know.
It can't work. Just saying, I am famous. I am good looking and I have been on mainstream television.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. If she came on there and started doing the Holly Willoughby sex chat.
What I know about Philip Schofield, you might get a few numbers.
Correct.
You know.
Okay. Philip.
Might work.
Actually, you put Philip. Right. Great idea. Philip Schofield, Hugh Edwards, Scott Mills. Put them on there with Mr. Menno.
Yeah.
Put them in the middle of a woods.
Yeah.
Right. Put them in the middle of the woods.
This is a great idea.
Right. Put them in the middle of the woods,
right.
and then allow them to enjoy.
I'll do an outside broadcast.
OB.
Pin the tail on the donkey.
Yeah, nice.
Well, I hope we don't. I hope we don't have to involve the donkey as well. That really. Mind you, if you were interested. Oh God! If you were interested in ratings, if you were interested in ratings, you would do that.
You would.
So Hugh Edwards wants to be on television, right?
We should give it a shot.
Philip Schofield wants to be on television.
Yeah.
Scott Mills wants to be on television.
Yeah.
Why don't they all get together, right? And actually, it would get an audience. It would get a bigger audience than Holly Willoughby.
Loose men, you could call it.
Very loose men.
Very loose men.
Very loose.
Yeah.
And get Mr. Menno, right? So it'd be like a chat show. Right? Chat show. He was good, actually.
Right.
He was bloody good. Odd, but good, right? So there we go. Right, we've got to stop this because otherwise, even YouTube might have a view about Into the Woods with Mike Graham.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the other thing we could do. You could be filming it, but Pooch would be doing it from a studio somewhere, commentating, saying...
You put a drone up.
Great idea.
Put a drone up.
Isn't that disgusting?
Yeah.
Where are they going? What's going on behind that oak tree? And then you get some vegetarian expert saying, well, the oak can be affected by... Yeah, thanks very much. Right, coming up now for the news. Thank you very much indeed, Mike.
Good to see you.
Whose audience continues to sparkle, by the way, in a way that Holly Willoughby gets the complete. I actually vaguely know Holly Willoughby, having been on this morning, or as actually, because of my age now, it's now going to be renamed This Evening, right? So I've seen a very nice lady, by the way. Spectacularly nice lady. Far too nice to appear on YouTube, is the truth about the matter. So, got the news coming up now. After the news, we have two spectacular guys who effectively worried about what happens to our brave soldiers when they leave the armed forces or leave the military. Does anybody care for them? Who can help them get work? They have great skills, and if you want somebody in a particular area of life, and before I joined Pooch has used them, they're going to come on and talk about how you can help and what they're doing and how successful they're being. So that's uplifting. And by the way, there is no suggestion that they're going to a forest near you.
Good morning. I'm Edward the News Hughes. The fourth heat wave of the summer is peaking nicely today, with amber health alerts covering big chunks of England and temperatures pushing towards 35 degrees Celsius. Drought still grips parts of Wales. The ground's so dry the railways are buckling, and fire chiefs are basically begging people not to set the countryside alight. Classic British summer. Sun's out, infrastructure's out, and everyone's wondering when the hosepipe bans become permanent. Meanwhile, new PM Andy Burnham is throwing open the doors for cross-party talks on social care, while plotting to lock private firms out of the system entirely, because nothing says fix the crisis like turning it into another NHS-style waiting list. He's also pushing technical subjects for 14-year-olds so kids can study AI and manufacturing instead of just daydreaming about them. And in the Channel, a French Navy boat allegedly fired shots near a Tory MP mid-interview. They say it was a training exercise. Of course it was. Remember to like and subscribe. Laters, Tigers.
Well, tell him it's not enough. Well, hi there. We've got a super chat here. Now, this comes from Simon Kilford. Now, Simon, I'm massively grateful for a tenner, right? I'm enormously grateful. But I've just been told by Pooch that you send 100 quid to Mike Graham.
You just sent another text here, look.
Kelvin Mackenzie after the news, another tenner. Well, that's very kind of you, Simon. Now, but my issue about this, I don't want to be personal at all about this, but I've known Mike for quite a long time, right? He doesn't need 100 quid, right? Whereas some of my commercial investments have not turned out to be quite as successful as I told my wife when she lent me the money. They turned out not to be. Anyway, so if you see a woman walking around looking very pained and saying that I'm leaving him for the gardener, that will be my missus. So I'm very grateful for the tenner, but if we could just move it up slightly. Right. Anyway, that's a joke, Simon. Half a joke. I tell you what, not much of a joke at all, actually. Right, guys, let's talk about you, Ed Jack. Yeah, you tell me, because I don't know. This is Pooch's idea, right? He said he saw two guys hanging around in a pub just up the road here.
In the woods.
In the woods. In the woods. Yeah. And he said they felt sorry for him, and that was it. So, would you like to explain what you do and why you do it, and how we can help?
Thank you. So WeServed is a digital ecosystem set up for veterans by veterans,
right,
in order to signpost veterans and their families to finding a job.
Is there a problem about finding work then for ex-members of the military?
When people leave the military, it's a very confused space. And they've come from a very structured environment, and they're going into the commercial world.
Yeah.
So about 20,000 veterans leave a year, and it's not only veterans; it's also their families as well.
Mm-hmm.
So
because they lose their homes as well, don't
exactly. So they need to find a house, they need to find a mortgage, they need to find schooling for their children. Right. So there's a whole part of how do you exit from a structured environment into the commercial world.
Yeah.
And there are many, many different platforms that you can go to. And WeServe was set up after having gone to 213,000 veterans to say, if we set up a platform, what would you want it to do?
Yeah.
And the prevailing wind was we want to find a job. So we now have over 1,000 jobs live every day.
What, literally on your website?
On the website.
Which is
called... If you go to weserved.com,
yeah.
weserved.com, and you sign up as a veteran, You sign up with your name, rank, and number. It's free to join, and then you can add 5 members of your family. We verify you're a veteran, so the people on the platform are known
who
to be
they say
veterans,
they
all
are,
their
right.
families. And in the UK, there are 5.6 million veterans and their families as a group of people. And then you can apply for jobs. You can also reconnect with your associations. And I head up the healthcare and wellbeing side. So I spent 7 years in the NHS, having left the army 30 years ago as a captain.
What regiment or battalion
So I
were
was
you
in the Coldstream Guards,
Right.
and I left in '96 as a captain, having done a couple of operational tours. My father served, my grandfather served, my uncle served.
It's a very interesting aspect, isn't it, of the military, that actually they're friendship groups. I suppose this must be similar to the police force, but the friendship groups, they are much, much stronger with other members of the military than they are in the civilian world, even once they've been out, and they could have been out for 20 or 30 years. I have a friend of mine I play tennis with, great player, by the way, great player. I'm not, but he is a great player. There was one other member of the military in our kind of tennis group. They were like that. They literally would go like that. They would literally talk about the same stuff. They would go away on tennis trips themselves, There were no woods involved or anything like that, right? But what is it about once you've been in the military that is the enduring friendship and kind of umbilical cord?
So I think the fundamental part is trust. So if you've spent any amount of time with someone in a trench, on operations, under fire, evacuating people, doing whatever you might have done around the world, particularly in challenging operational theatres, you will know people better than anyone ever did know them. Right. But also you'll have an endearing...
Because if you've seen somebody act actually in your interest, where it actually wasn't necessarily in their interest.
Correct.
Then you suddenly know, no matter what you thought of them personally, right, you know this is a different person.
And that level of trust is imbibed forever. Right. And also in the military, I might meet someone and they'll say, do you know so-and-so? And I'll go, oh, yes, I do. Yeah. And it's a connection. And it's like every network in the commercial world, it's a connection. But
it's much stronger than the commercial world.
It is, but I use it because it's the same kind of concept. Yeah. But you will very quickly find connections with people militarily, whether you served 30 years ago, 5 years ago, whatever it is. And it gives a level of trust, which I think is very important. And so that support network is what we're doing at We Served. And we then set up the healthcare and wellbeing side in January. And we've split it.
So what does that mean? I understand the jobs, right?
Fine.
Right. And are there jobs which... So let's deal with that because there's lots of difficulty out there for finding work right now, right? Actually, curious enough, better for being slightly older than being slightly younger, which is, I think, a damn good thing, to be honest. Okay, so these jobs, are they particularly aimed at a kind of skill set which the military would supply, or is it just general? You could be a driver. You could be digging a hole in the road.
We're working with suppliers and partners who want to employ veterans predominantly because they know that they will turn up for work. They'll be on time.
Let me ask you about that.
Of course.
So I'm a hire, right? I want to hire somebody. Yeah. Are you saying that actually, in a funny way, the military vets are likely to be a better hire than somebody who hasn't been in the military, on the basis that they're used to taking an order and they're used to carrying out duties without spending half the time moaning about either what the duties are or I don't like having this job or something?
I think you can't say that anyone's better than anyone because they've done that, but I think that you can say that a military person will have a certain get up and go, will be able to work independently and have an ability to make decisions and get stuff done, and therefore will be eminently reliable because it's part of how they've been trained, and that is something that the military brings to the job market. And I think a lot of employers recognise that, and if you know the Armed Forces Covenant and the programme there. So I would, as a veteran, say that veterans are eminently employable. Everyone else is eminently employable as well, but they do bring a special.
I'm not sure about the second point.
They do bring a special ability to be able to think on their feet, work with very broad groups of people and deliver and get stuff done.
Okay, well, let me bring in your colleague. You're Jack, are you?
Jack.
Yeah, so
Go on, Jack. So what do you do in the organisation?
So I'm not part of WeCert. So I'm a separate organisation called Wobble.
Okay.
But we partnered with WeCert.
Okay.
We're one of their first in the health and wellness space. So Wobble is essentially a new format of mental health support where there's no waiting lists, no commitment, sort of very low prices, and it gets you access to a qualified therapist within hours, really. So instead of waiting days, weeks, etc.
Which you would do under NHS service.
NHS and still private therapy, right?
Yeah.
But the reason Wobble exists is it's built for the people that will never really reach that traditional therapy and don't align with that journey. And
How do you mean? I don't understand that.
So if you think about if someone wants to get mental health support privately at the moment, they will have to make that decision, and they've got to find out where they go to get therapy. They've got to choose a therapist. They've got to book an appointment. They've got to turn up every week and see that person one-on-one. So Wobble's very different in that regard. You answer 6 questions via voice or text note, via text or voice note.
Right.
And then within hours, you get a personalised video back from a therapist focusing on 1 or 2 practical steps that you can implement.
Right. You still pay for that?
Yeah, of course. It's a business.
And how much would that cost me? I call up and I answer your questions and I pass the criteria or whatever. How much would that cost me?
So you can try it for £5.
Yeah.
So it compared to traditional therapy price, very, very cheap. And obviously, so the reason we're here, me and Ed are here today, is that we've got a veteran version of it through WeServed as well.
So, okay. So coming back to you then, so the issue is there any more mental health issues in the ex-military than there would be in society generally? Do you see what I mean? I mean, at the moment, we seem to be having a mental health explosion of an astonishing variety. Difficult to work out exactly the why of all that, but it's undeniable. Okay, so what would the military be suffering more? Ex-military.
So, if you look statistically,
yeah.
There is a very low percentage of all ex-military who have significant challenges.
Right.
But it comes in waves. So there is a view by some perhaps that veterans are victims, and actually we see them as assets. And if you take the wave of PTSD, the period is normally 14 years, but if it's going to come out, it's a gestation period. So we're just
Is that right?
Yeah, we're just hitting.
What do you mean that somebody could leave after 20 years in the? So you come out even after 20 years, you could literally come out. You'd be sub 40. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
And
it can be triggered at any. There's no set rule to this, and it might not be triggered, but it can gestate for 14 years. So we are sitting on a potential precipice of an enormous amount of people who went through Iraq and Afghanistan, particularly, who are going to potentially trigger into PTSD. So under our
what happened? Okay, I hear the words PTSD. I see it quite a lot.
And sometimes it can just be. It can't. Sometimes it's not definable.
Yeah.
So there are certain triggers that people have that perhaps need attention. So I actually took part in the Wobble yesterday, and I find it difficult with sudden noises that come.
Why? Because you think
if a sudden noise happens to me, I'm immediately on edge, because I just am. That's my sort of outcome from things. So I actually put that into the Wobble process yesterday, and the therapist came back to me within about 2 hours and gave me some really good advice and told me to go for a walk and to really think about my feet on the ground. And I live on Hailing Island, so I went on the sand.
Yeah.
And I really focused on my feet, and it was a fantastic exercise. And everybody has different ways of dealing with this. So Wobble is one route. We're working with the Centre for Mind and Body Medicine, which is a global trauma organisation who do very different
Do you get any subsidy or sponsorship from anybody?
No, so we are privately funded at the moment. We're looking to raise a few more funds, and then we do.
Supposing somebody wanted to donate towards you.
Absolutely.
How would they do that?
If you would like to, then either direct message me or write to us at info@weserve.com.
info@weserve.com.
Yeah, that will go privately to our we'll pick that up through there.
Okay.
But if you are wanting to invest in WeServe as a platform, we'd be delighted to hear from you. We're looking to raise another $500,000 if that money is out there.
Yeah.
And then we work with our partners who also pay to be on the platform as well.
Oh, good. Okay, well that's
so
good.
we're a commercial business, not a charity.
Yeah, okay, that's good. That's good. I 10 times, one of the things I hate was this blinking headline here saying shake up of social care to lock out private firms. This left-wing government, right, don't understand that wealth creation actually involves a lot of tax being paid, right? They're idiots. And not only that, God knows what's going to happen to the country if we carry on having that kind of headline appearing on a regular basis. So on the question of the wobble issue, I could, personally, I'm lucky. I've always been mad, and so it's impossible for me to fill in that form, right, on the basis that people would say we actually haven't got enough therapists to deal with your issues. But the military, to my mind, whenever I hear issues about the military and what's happened to them when they left, seems to be alcohol related. There seems to be a lot of homelessness among the military, or this is the way the story is told. Are our soldiers, our ex-soldiers, in any worse shape than society as a whole?
Again, I go back to the statistics. So some are. But in general terms, most veterans are in good shape and are very employable and are very active members of society. And
do you know? Okay, so I know, ex-military. By the way, ended up as a military attaché in Copenhagen and all the rest of it, right?
Yeah.
I've always thought with him that one of the issues is that they are absolutely used to taking an order, right? Right, that was my impression, that's through him, right? In this world, you give somebody an order here. The next thing is the why word, or why don't we do it this way? Now, why don't we do it this way is fine, but my sense is that the society as a whole wants to question command. And I just wonder whether the military can fit easily into commercial life.
So I would counter that with the fact.
I'm just raising it. I'm not raising it as a hostile thing.
It's a very interesting point. A lot of people might think that is how the military operate. If you actually work in the military, at times of incredible pressure when you're under fire, you will be taking counsel and advice from those around you. Someone has to make a decision at a point, and that is the commander. And a misconception, I think, is the parade square where you will hear a sergeant major giving words of command is one aspect. And in those environments, everybody has to go in the same direction. The brilliant thing about soldiers and the training, and whether you're a soldier or an officer, is that you are taught to listen and follow orders, but at the same time have the flexibility and the intuition to make decisions on the ground based on the facts around you. And I think that's one of the greatest things that the military bring to the civilian world, is that they bring the ability to make decisions when they need to be made in positions of authority. However, at the same time, absolutely listening to the people around them, because the people on the ground are the people who do it every day. And if you don't listen to them, you will make a bad decision. If you listen to people on the ground in your team, which is a very military bit of training, and I've run large teams of people in lots of different places across the country, and I always listen to the person on the ground, on the front line, doing whatever job it is they're doing, because they will give you the answer. And if you then listen to that and interpret that into the overall strategic direction of where you're trying to go, they will come with you, and that answers the why, but you do it collegiately.
Okay.
With the ability.
Well, that puts me right. That puts me right, since I always got the impression that they were saying, this is what we're going to do, you can shut your trap, and if you don't agree, boom, you're out. Right? That is no. I totally right. That is my idea of management, right? Generally, and actually, that's probably why I've gone bust on at least 5 occasions. Right? Okay, and by the way, with some other ventures I've got coming up, they look as though they're beckoning. I've got to go, or you've got to go. I'm very sorry. Good luck with Wobble.
Thank you.
Right, I love the idea of the Wobble. Right, the idea it's only a £5 as an introductory offer. When you think of the cost these days, you go into something like the Priory. Right, the Priory. In my wider family, a member of it had to go in the Priory for 10 days. The bill, right, for 10 days was over £7,000. Wow. Right, I remember saying to the mother, I said it'd be a lot cheaper if she went to the NHS. That's what we're paying for. She said, well, I'm not mad enough to go to the NHS. How about that? You're not mad enough for the NHS.
Could I just add that any veteran out there or family member, if you want to join WeServed, go to weserve.com, sign up, we'll verify you, add your family members, it's all free, and then you get access to the whole platform.
Right.
Thank you very much.
I like that. I like that. So that is command taking over, right? So you hear some waffle anecdote from me, right? And immediately the boss turns up. Yes, well, that's very kind of you to say that. But while we're at it, do you mind if I have a closing speech in which I give everything correctly? So thank you very much indeed, Ed and Jack. Anyway, nice to see you guys.
Thank you for having us.
Okay, very nice to see you guys. Very nice to see you. Right, we're going to go to the news, and then we've got probably.
Peter Barnes.
Oh, have we?
Peter Barnes.
Oh, I like Peter Barnes. Actually, I'm sorry about that. Peter Barnes. No, that was funny. That, by the way, that you see, once you've been in the military, you can't get that out of your system. That's all very well. Thank you. You see, I tell you who used to do that. Margaret Thatcher. So you go and see Thatcher.
Can we go to the news?
No, 1 second. Just let me turn to Thatcher. So you go and see Thatcher. You go and see Thatcher, and this is the way it goes. How are you? And you go, well, actually, I've lost, my wife has just died. I've lost both legs in a car accident. I've got a withered hand. And I've just discovered that cerebral palsy runs in the family, and I've only got 2 years to live. And she goes, that's as well. Do you know my policy about taxation increasing? No. Anyway, you get that for 4 hours. That was the equivalent of that. But thank you very much. After the news, we've got Peter Barnes, who's going to pour, with a bit of luck. I don't know this to be the case, but he won't be on for very long if he doesn't pour an absolute bucket on Andy Burnham. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Edward the News Hughes. The 4th heat wave of the summer is peaking nicely today, with amber health alerts covering big chunks of England and temperatures pushing towards 35 degrees Celsius. Drought still grips parts of Wales. The ground's so dry the railways are buckling, and fire chiefs are basically begging people not to set the countryside alight. Classic British summer. Sun's out, infrastructure's out, and everyone's wondering when the hosepipe bans become permanent. Meanwhile, new PM Andy Burnham is throwing open the doors for cross-party talks on social care, while plotting to lock private firms out of the system entirely, because nothing says fix the crisis like turning it into another NHS-style waiting list. He's also pushing technical subjects for 14-year-olds so kids can study AI and manufacturing instead of just daydreaming about them. And in the Channel, a French Navy boat allegedly fired shots near a Tory MP mid-interview. They say it was a training exercise. Of course it was. Remember to like and subscribe. Laters, Tigers.
Yeah, welcome back. Kelvin McKenzie here. That was fascinating, wasn't it? So my idea that in the military all that happens is that when they leave the military they still carry on ordering everybody about and find it difficult to take orders. I was firmly put in my place there by a former captain of the Coldstream Guards, I think. Yep. And impressive, though. I love the way that he took control and put me back in the box. Right, Peter Barnes here, political expert. So, Peter, how do you see the politics of the day?
Terrible.
Oh, right.
End of interview. No, realistically, I think we're cruising to the problem of we just don't have the money to do anything at the moment. This is the major problem, and I think Andy Burnham has suddenly had, the cold reality of that fact rather firmly hit across the face, and then he's backslapped him on the way back. But it's also just a major problem in our politics in general, because every political party is going to be faced with this. It is now, you can't just announce policies. Oh, he's doing what we call a speed run. Basically just announce. It makes it look like he's doing something. It makes it look like there's change. Reality is nothing is actually being made of any of this. Most of it is unaffordable. Most of it isn't even costed. But what he's doing is he's creating the kind of sense that he's doing something, creating that sense of movement to make it look like the Starmer government was old, decrepit, a bit behind, and now he's trying to make himself look new and fresh. It's what Blair did in '97 very, very effectively. It's why we got the kind of the grey man of John Major from. But the problem is, all the other parties are rightly pulling him apart on the money. Rightly say, where's all this coming from? All the Labour Party really have to do then is say, well, where's your policy? Where's your version of what I want to do? That is going to be a big problem for the Conservatives, Reform, Liberal Democrats, everybody. Because if you don't look credible, calling somebody else uncredible doesn't really work as well as you think it does.
Okay, right, good point. In fact, a long-standing Labour friend of mine, I don't like to use the word friend, but okay, shall we say colleague?
Yeah.
He was saying, I hate Andy Burnham. He was saying all this unfunded nonsense will come back to haunt him. And whereas I, because I'm caught up with the headline world and thinking, actually, he's doing rather well, and there's been the bounce and all the rest of it, right? So the reality has not kicked in. However, if we take the death taxes, a change is going to be heading our way, right? One way or the other. I rather like the idea that we should be funding ourselves, right? I don't see, if you've accumulated a house and you've got a load of equity in it, that's an investment in your health going forward, you know, and the idea that somebody else should pay for my lack of health is preposterous when you've got the wherewithal and somebody else hasn't. In the rest of Europe, there was quite a good piece in the Times today in which they spelt out the other countries that actually how they deal with these things. And so it says Denmark has the model closest to Burnham's vision. A Nuffield Trust report, so you've got to believe it, found it to have the most generous social care system out of 12 wealthy nations. The state pays 100% of care costs in full, funded via general taxation. People's wealth is not taken into account at all in determining if they should qualify for free care. However, people in care homes still get billed for their basic accommodation costs and food, known as hotel fees, but housing benefit is available to those who cannot afford it. A similar system in England would cost £18.5 billion, which is, to your point, where's that coming from? There are loads of other versions of it across Europe, of which half of it is insurance, and then you have to pay some. So if we're going to have it, everybody is going to have to pay. What I worry about is that because he's a lefty, right, he's going to say, actually, my tribe, the skin and the dim, right, are not going to have to pay. And you, by the way, who've actually either worked hard, saved hard, been lucky, something like that, you're going to have to fund it. And my bet is he goes for that option because actually, do you know what? He hates us. He just hates us.
I think you're absolutely bang on there. But the difference between Europe and the UK is Europe has a privatised system. It is more inclined to that private system, to getting used to being able to pay for something. You know, if you look at Germany, for example, I think it's like 70 to 75% have private health insurance. You know, you are encouraged to have it. Here, if you have private, literally anything, you're the demon. How dare you not use the state thing? How dare you want something better or something different? That is the major difference. I find it very funny when all these kind of pro-Remain and rejoin people say, oh yeah, we have to, Europe does everything better. But they never talk about their healthcare system and how much better it is compared to our healthcare system. They are eerily silent on that, which I always find funny. But I think that's the major problem, is that Andy's blocked out any kind of private company, which is just stupid beyond belief, because private companies know how to run things at a profit and also know how to keep within a budget. They know how to keep costs down. That is the one thing that the public sector has been catastrophically terrible at, because there's no consequence. Because the money tap will always run, there is no fear of failure. And if they do fail, they just get shuffled around and everybody gets a new job and probably a peerage. But I think that's one of the major problems. But I do think the The real thing with what Andy's offering is it's just a taxation without any major reform announcement yet. He said, I'm going to make you pay for this. And then when we go, well, what are we paying for? Silence on like a dust
and
bowl.
it's exactly the same with the change in universities, which I am actively in favour of. I think universities should not be a place of learning in straightforward, English lit, Shakespeare, great, everything else rubbish, or whatever, history and all the rest of it. If you want to know all that, that's fine. Go and learn it in your own time. Universities should be there to train you up to find jobs and work for youngsters, rather than spewing them out with the ridiculous media degrees and all the rest of it, all of which you can learn at 18 and all the rest of it. So they say we're going to go from hard hat is going to be as important as gown. Actually, that's always been true. In my place at the moment, I say this to everybody, my place at the moment, it's a refurb new house effectively, right? These people are geniuses.
Yes.
They are all capable of doing stuff which I gasp at, to be honest, right? The idea that we treat them as the half-wits who live down the road is utterly, completely preposterous. There is no way you can get tech in your house. There's no way the electric works. There's even no way the gardening can work properly without some kind of help. So we don't look upon them in that way. If there's more of them, the prices will go down. That will be interesting. But there's no explanation how this is also going to work. Are we going to turn schools at 14? Are we going to split them in half? Or are they going to be different schools that you go to when you're 14? I just don't know.
We used to have that. It was called the grammar school system.
Yeah.
But that was really what happened. Was the stupidest policy the new Labour government ever brought in was 50% of the population university educated.
Yeah.
It decimated every single thing in the nation. And more importantly, it introduced the bigotry of low expectations.
Can I ask you about that?
Yeah.
Ask you about that. At the time, I was quite caught up in it. I get caught up in whatever the bit next to big event. Oh, that's a good idea. I'm one of those. Oh, it's new and shiny. I'll have one of those, right? And then I discovered, probably more intelligent people like you, then point out, well, actually, that doesn't work. And then, is that right? So I was caught up in the 50%.
Yeah.
Where did that go wrong? What happened that made that inconsequential to a job market, which is the only thing I really care about?
Yeah, because basically you turn the degree into a kind of product. In other words, what you said, if you didn't have this, say like at least a 2-1, you were then blocked out from certain careers.
Correct.
That was the major thing, and also instead they funded everything into the direction of universities, and they didn't keep up on par with the blue collar jobs and the apprenticeships. That was the big problem. What it basically meant was if you didn't go to university, there was nothing for you to do. And so I was part of that kind of generation. It was basically sold the idea that if you go to school, get the good grades, go to uni, get the degree, you'll get the good job and the house and everything. Yeah. We were missold that. I actually think we were lied to perpetually by multiple governments. Because none of that has turned out to be true. Because you've got a jobs market that's flooded with everybody with a degree. So therefore, it is useless. It's not even worth the piece of paper that it's written on.
It's even true about somebody getting a first.
Yes.
In my family. Somebody got a first. I thought this was absolutely fantastic until I read the other day that actually universities churning them out by get either the kids are getting a lot brighter or I'm a lot dimmer, which actually I do get that. But the 14% of people of all students getting a first. So therefore, if you haven't got a first, you're not much up there.
They did the same with GCSEs as well.
So academia, the professors have done well out of it. Presumably.
Yes.
But aren't they all now being laid off? And there are a huge number of job losses.
Yeah, it's because they basically their entire university model became dependent on tuition fees rather than actually investing in things sensibly and being a kind of an area of expertise to attract the talent. They became a catch-all, and to be a catch-all, that meant you got people who were studying geography, history, all this kind of stuff, and therefore they just became dependent on the money coming from the government rather than actually being self-funded institutions and kind of making sure they stand on their own 2 feet.
So we've churned out a load of people. I don't blame anybody.
No,
the youngsters thought this was the way forward. I like your
to be honest, it was
get a 2-1 and there'll be a work.
Yeah,
they've now got 2-1s and there is work. It's called driving Amazon vans, working in Sainsbury's, which isn't going to go on much longer either because Sainsbury's don't want you. They want the tech of just clicking your goods through. What's going to happen?
Well, I honestly, to that, I don't have an answer to it because I don't even say it out loud because I think you're in for what will be the biggest economic collapse I think we've seen in generations, because you're going to have not just the younger people out of work, you're going to have an older age population who are still working because they can't afford not to because of the pension situation. But they'll be working in the Sainsbury's. They'll continue to work in sectors which would be traditionally for younger people.
Yeah.
So the closure of the high street is actually affects both ends of the age spectrum.
So are you gloomy about the way forward, regardless of which party is running the nation?
Yeah, pretty
or do you
much,
feel
yeah.
do you feel that are more capitalist friendly? We never hear that, do we?
No,
we never ever hear anybody say it's jolly good that somebody is doing well. You know, whether Apple are doing well or somebody's doing well, we never hear that. Are you fearful for the UK then?
I am, purely because I don't think the nation as a culture really understands the situation that we're in.
Right.
You can change the political party all you like, but the culture has to change with it, and I don't see that happening. I see an electorate that really punishes, it doesn't support. So basically, we've become so transactional that if you don't do this one particular thing, the government is voted out. That's why we cycle through prime ministers and parties so quickly now, is because if they don't deliver within an instant, then unfortunately they're booted out. And that means that we have no joined up government, no long-term economic kind of prosperity or track, because nobody's in power long enough to implement one. We want instant results. And unfortunately, the economy works in 10-year cycles naturally. So, our government's working 5. So that's not going to work that way, realistically. And we also need to have a fundamental reality that you can't just keep asking other people to pay for things. We've become so dependent on, well, somebody else will do it, somebody else will pick up the bill.
I definitely, on that millionaires leaving the country, which has now got the lowest number since, I think, 2008, that's also to do with house prices way down. But for most people, house prices are their significant bet in their life, right? And the idea that you can just shrug your shoulders and say, actually, the house price has gone down, for some people, that is an attack on them. They risked a lot of money. There's a big bet for them. They weren't sure how they were going to pay their mortgage. Finally, they get to the end of it and they find it's not worth as much. I think that is an uncomfortable area for politics generally. This guy, Burnham, hates wealth creation. Why doesn't he say anything? The other thing I can't understand, he says effectively says he hates the South. Right? Why does he act in this way? What is wrong with him? Does he honestly think it's a good thing to set parts of the country against each other?
Well, he's been doing it for most of his career. If you actually look at how he ran to be Greater Manchester Mayor, everything was always Westminster. He does what Nicola Sturgeon used to do. He'll do what Plaid Cymru does, and all the other kind of more nationalist parties. They always say it's Westminster, it's Westminster, it's London, it's London. And unfortunately, it kind of works. If somebody sees a house price of, say, for example, Fulham of 1.22 million, something like that, and their house, same size, all the rest of it, is worth half of that, people will start to wonder why. And because we've got in our heads the idea that people are rich, you're poor because another person is rich, that is what he gets to play on. It's not correct in that, but people believe that because they feel that there is a sense of unfairness. Now, when you look at the statistics, yes, the North is underdeveloped, it is underfunded compared to the South, but the South is the economic creator of the country. So you need to move the economics, don't just move the office furniture. That is what you need to do. You need to make places like Manchester business centres, hubs for this stuff. That was always the idea, and we abandoned it because, we don't like the idea of somebody doing better than what they started out with. Until we get rid of that mentality, you can change all the policies you like, but you have to get into your heads that you need wealth creators, you need millionaires and billionaires, and you need people to take a risk. You need people to say, I've got this amount of money, I'm going to start a business, it might work, it might not, but I'm going to do it anyway. And those people we should be giving everything to, because those are the people that employ people, they're the people that pay the tax, they're the people that make sure the NHS is there and our teachers and police. If you don't have that, you don't have anything. And we just continually beat people down who want to say, I want to have a go. And that has to change.
Peter, that's brilliant.
Peter, yeah. Well done, Peter. Well, that's great stuff. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Peter. Well, I hope we're going to have you more than once a week on here. It makes me feel better, frankly. I no longer feel alone. Sometimes I just wonder who on earth speaks for anybody. I read some courts minister for North London complaining, actually, only this morning, that there were Union Jacks and Union flags and St George's flags in North London. And she said, they need to come down. Right, she was telling the council, they need to come down because they're making people feel uncomfortable, she said, and accused the people who put them up of othering. Well, how can you other with the national flag?
Yep.
And if they do feel othered, I'd be very bloody grateful if they buggered off to where they feel less othered. Because less othered was the reason that the othering was the reason that they allegedly came here in the first place. Don't worry about our flag. Go back to your own if you honestly feel uneasy about it. I was absolutely shocked, mainly because she's on the government payroll. She's a minister. Anyway, Peter, thank you very much indeed. I'm sorry we can't have Unger, because I love having a chat. So we're going to have to try and work out how we can get you in on a more regular basis.
Yeah, happy to.
Thank you very much indeed. Very good to see you, Peter. After the news, we've got Kane Blackwell coming on. Now, Kane is described to me as an ally of Liz Truss. That is not a long queue, but I look forward to hear from you. Brilliant. You're right, okay.
Good morning. I'm Edward the News Hughes. The fourth heat wave of the summer is peaking nicely today, with amber health alerts covering big chunks of England and temperatures pushing towards 35 degrees Celsius. Drought still grips parts of Wales. The ground's so dry the railways are buckling, and fire chiefs are basically begging people not to set the countryside alight. Classic British summer. Sun's out, infrastructure's out, and everyone's wondering when the hosepipe bans become permanent. Meanwhile, new PM Andy Burnham is throwing open the doors for cross-party talks on social care, while plotting to lock private firms out of the system entirely, because nothing says fix the crisis like turning it into another NHS-style waiting list. He's also pushing technical subjects for 14-year-olds so kids can study AI and manufacturing instead of just daydreaming about them. And in the Channel, a French Navy boat allegedly fired shots near a Tory MP mid-interview. They say it was a training exercise. Of course it was. Remember to like and subscribe. Laters, Tigers.
Yeah, hi, welcome back. It's Kelvin McKenzie. Now, I've just been taken to task off air by my next guest, Kane, who actually I described as an ally of Liz Truss. Now, his point was, I'm a damn sight more than an ally of Liz Truss. That I can believe, right? He was getting quite irritable about it all. And I wish to apologise on behalf of allies of Liz Truss generally.
Oh, no.
Kane, you actually take a pretty broad view of politics of the right, really. You've been involved in CPAC. Now, I hear a lot about CPAC. I see a lot of it written down. Pooch has basically set up a tent and lived there for a few days, I think. What does CPAC stand for, and what is it trying to achieve, or what has it achieved, and where did it start?
Sure. So CPAC was actually set up in, I think, 1974 by Ronald Reagan in the US. And it's basically a conference every year that happens in the US, but also around the world. They've done it in Hungary, they've done it in Australia for many years, South Korea, lots of different places. And we did it for the first time in the UK, which was a huge success.
How do you judge the success of it? How many delegates or guests or punters came
What
through?
I'll say is this: it was our very first time.
Yeah.
Of course, we want to improve on it, and we will.
No, sure.
And I think the success was getting people in the room who had never been in the same room together.
Right.
Particularly people from business, people from the new sort of Bitcoin area of space, people from farming, people from who have been victims of the grooming gangs, all in the same space as politicians and business people, all coming together, who are all, quite frankly, really annoyed about the way things are happening in this country.
Correct.
And all want change.
Well, very similar to Peter Barnes.
Exactly. We were all there together.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, if we don't work together, we are not going to win.
Right. Okay. How many members of what I would describe as the government community and people who support that kind of view of life were at CPAC?
Well, I doubt very many of them were, because it's quite an anti-establishment conference. That's the whole point, because we don't want to be... We've got to realise in this country that the establishment isn't the establishment of what we have this notion of what it was or is.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not people in top hats who are sort of, you know, in their country estates.
Yeah.
That's the old establishment.
Yeah.
They're actually probably now part of the anti-establishment.
Yeah.
The establishment now is these lefties, liberals who are in Islington, who, you know, are who fundamentally believe that, for example, that the Union Jack is an evil flag, an evil symbol that is terrible, and we should take it down wherever it is. You know, these are the sorts of people who are the establishment.
Well, do you know
now.
what? In Surrey, in the last election, the council elections, both East and West Surrey are totally dominated by Lib Dems.
Yeah.
Do these idiots who voted like that ever follow whatever the Lib Dems believe, and also wonder how they accumulated a house that was worth so much money, right, and will be worth the square root of bugger all under these bloody half-wits?
Well, exactly, but it's champagne socialism.
Yeah.
It's people who actually don't live in the real world, don't come from places like where I'm from, in Sittingbourne, you know, North Kent, who, you know...
It's a nightmare, isn't it?
Well, it's different. In places like where my mum's from in Blackburn, you know, in Lancashire, these places are completely isolated from places in Surrey who have huge amounts
Can
of
I
wealth.
ask you about your mum?
Yeah.
No, not just your mum, not your mum, but generally Blackburn. Right? So Blackburn is an entirely... So how old is your mum?
My mum is 53.
Has she always lived in Blackburn?
She did for, well, not for about 25 years she hasn't. So, well, actually, maybe longer than that, 30 years.
Right. I mean, Blackburn is completely different.
Oh, completely different.
I mean...
I've got family up there now, so I go up there quite regularly.
Okay.
And that town from the 1990s, you know, which at the time it was really like a cultural sort of hub where, you know, you had, you know, the Blackburn Rovers, you know, winning the Premier League, you know, it was...
These were Dalglish times.
Yeah, exactly. But it was all this sort of... It felt like a place where, you know, everything was happening. You had the sort of you know, the British rave culture scene. You had all this different stuff going on, which made it fun, young.
What's it like today?
Now it is a place that is completely changed.
Go on.
Unfortunately, you have... It's a city that has been taken over, I would say.
Yeah, fine.
Particularly
By
by Islamists who fundamentally do not agree with our way of life. It has been infiltrated...
Is the council totally run by Muslims?
It's been a Labour council for many, many years. Now, I believe it's no overall control because you've had a real shift. Obviously, you now had the people the Islamists who were in Labour councils or Labour seats have gone, actually, we don't need you anymore. We don't need to go into these parties and sort of take them over. We can just do it ourselves. We can just be independents. And that's the difference.
Is that what's happened? Is there?
But it's happened across the entire country. Let's not pretend it hasn't, because we have to understand what is happening. And if we don't speak about these issues, and if we don't actually understand what is happening to our country, because there's so many things. Obviously, there is the Islamification of certain parts of this country, and we've seen it with the grooming gangs or the rape gangs, I should say, because that's what they are, where we've seen young women, white young girls, be systematically abused by Pakistani Muslim men, particularly because of their race and because they are seen as lesser or other. They are seen as other. Exactly, it's a little bit of othering. So that's what we have to. That's one thing. But then you also you have that with the deindustrialization of many towns, many areas in the country, so particularly in the north of England, where, you know, people used to have really good paying jobs. And what we have done over the years, particularly on things like energy, we have made it impossible for this country to make things and to be an industrial nation. I think that was done on purpose, quite frankly. I don't think it's just happened by chance.
You can't say that.
I think it is. I think it's been done on purpose.
You think that there was a room somewhere, everyone sat down and said, I tell you what, we want to drive factories out of this country, what we're going to do is
I don't think it's a room, I think it's a
out.
groupthink mentality. It's these people, it's the same people in the establishment now who fundamentally think that this country is not a workers' country. It's not a country of people who should make things, because that would mean we would have to pump terrible emissions in the air to do these sorts of things. We must get rid of this stuff and make everyone either go on benefits or go into jobs that are, you know, in things like the cultural space. So in things like, or even working for the government. Do you know how many civil servants this country has? If you don't include the NHS, I think it's about 3 million. And if you include the NHS, there's even more. That's how much we are paying.
If you just put together, I'd be interested in this number. You put together numbers which you would basically say are government jobs, which is teaching, police, fire, social services, council. If you put that lot together, what would that number be?
I think you're looking into the
6 million?
Probably around that sort of
6 million.
Which is crazy to think
and
that you need that many people.
So that is 6 million people who are all going to only vote. They're not going to vote for a wealth creation.
Or do turkeys vote for Christmas?
Capitalism. They're not.
Because it doesn't serve them. But this is my point, though, is why has this happened? Why has this been pushed? Why has this agenda been pushed? Because who benefits from this agenda? It is the left. It is the left who benefit from this agenda, because if you make sure that loads of people are in public sector jobs, who do they vote for? Because they're not. Because if you say, oh, actually, we're going to have to cut some of you, or we're going to have to cut your pension, they're not going to be voting for you because you're not the ones who are going to keep the gravy train.
Well, that's a very good point. So we haven't had. It has been very unfashionable. I basically blame recently Cameron. It was the Cameron way of just saying, well, how much do you want? Okay, well, there we go. Yeah. Right. So now we come to the point. So Cameron came in, 2010. 20 years later for the next election. Is that soon enough for a politician to stand up and simply say, boom, this is what we're going to do. Boom, 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 boom. If you don't like it, and you don't believe that this is the future, for God's sake, vote for somebody else. If you said that, people turn around and simply say, we're not going to do boom, 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 and boom, vote for us, and that they would win.
Sure. So what I would say to that is I think this country is crying out for change. I speak to lots of different people about this. Normal people who want change, fundamentally understand that the system is broken.
Can you, Kane, in your kind of energy and personality, can you actually, would you stand and would you fight? Is there a party that you would like to support?
So I already am a member of Reform UK.
Yeah.
I hope to stand at the next election because I fundamentally believe that if we don't put our money where our mouth is, then how can we sit here and pontificate to everyone else?
Good point. Yeah.
So, but what I will say is this: is just going back to your point on Cameron and the Tories, is the Tories failed to change anything, the fundamental stuff, because they wanted to be the heirs to Blairs, and it goes back to these people in Surrey. They're the same sort of people who believe that they want to be liked at these dinner parties in London. They want to be, told they can't vote. Well, they couldn't vote for Brexit because that would mean you're a racist and an evil person. This is the point. It's these same people, this establishment class, who have run this country into the ground, quite frankly. And if we don't change everything, nothing will change. You have to understand that if you don't get rid of those Blair laws that have basically tied this country up and allowed the decline of our country to accelerate.
Okay, but
nothing will change.
Nigel doesn't say this, though, does he? He's quite careful politically. He's not saying what I'm saying is, look, mate, we're going to do this, 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 and this, right? You don't like it. Thanks very much. Vote for Burnham and the T-shirt, okay? He's quite careful about how he puts these points.
Well, I would say I think Nigel is actually quite bold in a lot of things that he does. Look, of course, I would like Reform and everyone to be saying, look, we have to change everything completely. But we have to, and I think we are doing that. And I know Danny Kruger is working on the sort of civil service reforms and plans and stuff like that. Right. But what I would like Reform to start to do is to explain why we can't do things in this country. Because everyone always goes to politicians, why can't you get this done? Or why is the NHS failing? Or, why does the pound in my pocket not go as far than it did 10, 12 years ago?
I mean, that pound in your pocket point, have you seen that line today from one of the big economic think tanks saying that thanks to inflation, thank you, right? We can control some of that. We can't control all of it. There's 24 billion hole in our accounts, which literally we either borrow or we tax in order to fill that hole, in order for the quotes government to do what it wants to do. There is another way of dealing with it, which of course is to cut the spending.
Of course.
But the austerity, which is what laughably all this stuff was called, it wasn't
never austerity. It was never austerity.
Is not going to be on the political agenda for some years.
Well, I agree, but what I will say is this, is that the reason why we have huge high inflation, whose job is it to keep inflation down? It's actually the governor of the Bank of England.
It is, that's his job.
Now, they have failed at every turn. They have failed at every turn. They have printed money like it was going out of fashion.
Yeah.
You know, the problem is, though, who can sit there and say, can the Chancellor, can the Prime Minister of this country say, Governor, you failed. We'd actually like to replace you now because you are not doing the job that this government needs to do, that we need you to do. No one can do this. No one in government can change the course of our economy because we have made the Bank of England and all of these other bodies like the OBR, who has never got a forecast right, we've made them independent, which means unaccountable.
Right. Okay, so here we have a problem then. Something has to change from your perspective and also from mine, but that's not good enough, right? We can't push the peanut. So we're 2029.
Yeah.
You are now a candidate, hopefully. Actually, have you got any chance? There is a definite strange feeling in the country in which it's difficult to be in one party because although you believe in what they say there, you quite like a bit of this. Oh, I'm attracted to that. Anything that's new and shiny, I'm there, right? And then I suddenly discover, actually, that's just cost me 1,800 quid.
Yeah.
Right? Is there a problem, in a sense, with the electorate that they say, I don't care, as long as I don't have to pay for it, I'm voting for that. And that is where the left have an argument which seems to be sweeping the world.
I agree to a certain extent, but what I would say is the right needs to get better at explaining that nothing is free. That nothing is free because you are paying for it in taxation. Your taxes will go up. In some way, shape or form, they will go up because that's what the left do, because it's the only way they know how to raise money. So, but what I would say is this, is I think it's good that people, if you're in a political party, you shouldn't agree with every single thing that the party says or does. Because if you do, you're a sycophant, and that isn't a way to be a politician or isn't a way to sort of be in politics, because you need to be able to question and you need to disagree. But you can do that as a team. And that's the difference in politics, and that's the difference in terms of parties. And I think what the next government has to do is it has to explain to people that if they want their lives to be better, they have to be prepared for the change that is necessary. Because 40 years of legislation and laws that have tied this country up have to be removed, they have to be replaced, and the people who are actually running the country, let's be frank, the permanent secretaries, the bureaucrats, the quangos, they need to be replaced as well, or got rid of, quite frankly.
Fine. Kane, thank you very much indeed for that, Kane.
Thank you.
So you are much more than a Liz Truss ally, which is.
I am indeed, of course.
You know what? It's not a bad thing being called a Liz Truss ally.
I am an ally of Liz, and I think she. And I think what the next government has to realise on the right is this, very, very quickly, is that Liz was Trump 1.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have a plan. They went in and they thought they could trust the bureaucrats. The next government have to be Trump 2. They have to go in with a plan. They have to go in with the executive orders type thing. They have to know who they were going to replace these people with. Because if they don't, the system will eat them alive. And it's the case. We've seen it happen. Let's not pretend we haven't.
It is correct. Liz Truss had her time again. She said to me, and I think quite wrongly, she would do it all again, right? In the same. I don't agree with her about that. If we did learn anything, right, actually, I think a bit of softly, just to get in, just to calm everybody down, I think if you just go in there and it's like boxing. You don't go and throw your best punches in round one. You don't. Nobody knew that Thatcher would turn out to be Thatcher, to be truth. And nobody actually knew that Ronald Reagan was going to be Ronald Reagan. What you do is you come in, you talk quietly. As Clement Attlee said, talk quietly but carry a big stick.
Yeah. Well, I think it depends on what you've got behind you, quite frankly. And this is sort of what CPAC's doing, is it's about building the infrastructure around who that person is. Because if you don't have that infrastructure, you can't do the big bold stuff.
So I would say about CPAC, need to explain to a UK audience. So a friend of mine runs a right-wing business in the US, a TV business. He says, we're laughing. I said, why is that? He said, because when Americans are asked, 50% of them say they're conservatives. Right? Over here, if you actually, and what they mean by conservative in America is different from over here. I totally get that. If you ask that same question here, I don't know what it would be. What do you think it would be? 20%? 22%?
Because I think we haven't, because in America it's different because you have one political party, right?
Yeah.
So being a conservative is just sort of like the broad general term.
Yeah.
So if everyone is either Republican or Democrat, it's sort of easy to see that that is the case.
Yeah.
But here, it's quite difficult because conservative has a negative connotation because of the Conservative Party.
Yeah.
And also as well, this whole sort of idea that it's bad to be a conservative because the left have redefined honour and shame. It is shameful to believe in conservative things. It is honourable to believe in liberal ideology. If it's honourable to believe that a man can become a woman or that every migrant should be welcomed in open arms. These are the things that we on the right and entities like UK Live are so important because we reshift the balance of power. We have to push the Overton window the other way. And it is happening because people are more open to saying, yeah, I'm voting Reform UK.
Well,
people are more open about that.
I do notice that on here.
Yeah.
That, by the way, you needn't be some kind of right-wing loony about everything.
Exactly.
You can just have views which aren't actually, here's my 10 quid. By the way, if you could give me fourpence of it back, that would be fantastic. Okay, very nice to see you.
Thank you,
welcome back at any time.
Thank you.
All right, and good luck with your candidature, by the way.
Thank you. Well, we'll
with
see.
the reform. All right. So we go to the news now. Then after that, we're going to have a little bit of humour, right? Which is probably very welcome in these rather tough times out there right now. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm Edward the News Hughes. The fourth heat wave of the summer is peaking nicely today, with amber health alerts covering big chunks of England and temperatures pushing towards 35 degrees Celsius. Drought still grips parts of Wales. The ground's so dry the railways are buckling, and fire chiefs are basically begging people not to set the countryside alight. Classic British summer. Sun's out, infrastructure's out, and everyone's wondering when the hosepipe bans become permanent. Meanwhile, new PM Andy Burnham is throwing open the doors for cross-party talks on social care, while plotting to lock private firms out of the system entirely, because nothing says fix the crisis like turning it into another NHS-style waiting list. He's also pushing technical subjects for 14-year-olds so kids can study AI and manufacturing instead of just daydreaming about them. And in the Channel, a French Navy boat allegedly fired shots near a Tory MP mid-interview. They say it was a training exercise. Of course it was. Remember to like and subscribe. Laters, Tigers.
Hi, welcome back. Kelvin Mackenzie here, full of fire and brimstone, hating Burnham, hating his T-shirt, hating the idea that he's setting the North against the South. Why would he want to do that? Especially when the fact that the South generates the wealth, right? I want the whole country to be successful, right? The idea, why is he just setting up a government in Manchester? Why doesn't he set it up somewhere, with a bit more energy? Why doesn't he try putting it on the northeast coast? They could do with the hell. What about Hartlepool? Has he been to Hartlepool lately? Why doesn't he set one up there? What about parts of Lincolnshire? Right? Why don't you go down the Medway towns, you ignorant pig? Right? See, you think it's all great, do you? I mean, that chap Kane came on. He talked about Sittingbourne. Have you been to Margate? Forget about the PR. Some of the roads in Margate are beyond shocking. Honestly. It really makes me very angry what he's trying to do. And he'll pay for it, by the way. He will pay for it. Sitting around with your 1,500 quid suits on, claiming you're skint, you know, your £70 T-shirt. You wants to go to where my brother gets his T-shirts from. They're called 70 pence, and they're called Primark Rejects. Right, now coming up now, we have Danny Postil, a BGT finalist. I watch Britain's Got Talent because it's one of those shows where you can sit down with your kids or whatever and sit there and normally saying either, oh, they're not very good, or actually saying normally when they're singing some opera, thinking that's stunningly good. Danny, good morning.
Good morning, mate. How are you?
Yeah, very well. Where are you speaking from, Danny?
I'm speaking from Hartlepool. Where they hung the monkey. I'm sure a lot of people know that story.
Are you actually speaking from Hartlepool?
I am, yeah. I live here.
Oh, do you? That's funny. Right. I went for a job there once on the Hartlepool Daily Mail. And
Really?
I thought it was connected with the Daily Mail, right? And I arrived, I think the station is almost in the centre of the town, I think, in Hartlepool.
Yeah,
is
well,
it?
the head office used to be right in the centre, but I mean, I think it's gone a lot smaller now because of social media and everything, you know. I think papers aren't as big as they were. But yeah, Hartlepool Mail was huge at one point.
Yeah, no, it was fantastic. I was very surprised that the centre of Hartlepool did not look in good shape, though, when I was there. But as you can tell from this face, that may well have been too many years ago. So, how's things going, Danny? What's getting the biggest laugh at the moment? What kind of act does everybody do? You do an Andy Burnham, or do you do a Liz Truss, or do you do a Angela Rayner? Or?
We've had that many prime ministers over the years. It's hard to keep up, isn't it? You know what I mean? But you did mention Angela Rayner. Actually, she's one of my favourites to do. In fact, what I like about Angela Rayner is the fact she sounds like she could possibly be a female Keith Lemon. But if you actually said that to any Labour politician, they actually can't work out whether someone is male or female in the first place. That'd be very confusing for Angela.
That's very good, that man. Very good. So, do you do any of the old stuff? Do you do if you want to? I mean, you know how your act works. Which are the impressions normally brings the house down?
Well, you know, obviously Trump's one of my favourite ones. He's a great one to do. I think everybody knows Trump. You know, he's the most famous person in the world. No one's as famous as he is. Everybody knows that. And in fact, I've wrote a sitcom, and it's about Trump. It's about Trump in Hartlepool, and it's called Fish Chips and Fake News. And that's going to be, this is my voice now, that's going to be out on YouTube very soon. We've wrote 6 episodes. So basically, I tell you how it all started, right? So
go on.
I do cameos as Trump, hence the wig is in the office here, all pegged up. Do you know what I mean? You've got to get his hair right. It's very difficult.
Right.
Hang on, I've got it in the camera. Oh, there
Right.
we go.
So
there it is.
you put this stuff on for Cameo, do you?
Yeah, and I do birthday messages and for weddings and everything, you know, corporate messages, all that stuff. And
how much do you charge? How much do you charge?
Oh, about $150, something like that for each one.
And where does most of your client base come from? Does it come from the US, or does it come from the UK?
Cameo. And a lot of them find it difficult that I'm from England as well, because it's weird when you have such a strong Hartlepool accent.
Yeah.
And then you turn into the Donald. It's a huge transition, you know. Nobody can do transitions like me, you know. It's really great, so fantastic. So basically, I was doing cameos, and a friend of mine said to me, "Why don't you write a sitcom about Trump being in Hartlepool?" And I said, I don't know if I'm going to have time for that because I'm busy. I'm always on cruises. I'm always doing dinners and gigging, you know. I said it's bad enough doing these cameos, you know, fitting the time in to do them as well. But anyway, we basically didn't write the first episode. It was more like a mockumentary about Trump being in Hartlepool, and we just got people off the streets joining in and stuff. And then I thought, you know what? Let's start writing them. And we've done 6 episodes. We've just finished filming 6 episodes. It's all on Facebook at the minute. It's called Fish Chips and Fake News. And we've got a couple of people in it who are like have big social media followings, like Stephanie Aird. I think she's got over 500,000 Facebook followers. There's a guy in it called Lit Hope. He's from Hartlepool, and I got to know him just through seeing his Facebook videos, and he was really funny, and I thought he could be in it. It's basically what it's turned into is, have you seen the show Brassic?
Yeah.
It's basically like Brassic, but with Donald Trump in it. I mean, that's just something to put in your head there, but based in Hartlepool. So, I can deal with all of these people. I can deal with Putin, and I can deal with Kim Jong-un and all these terrible people, terrible leaders. But when I go to Hartlepool, those people are tough. No one can deal with people from Hartlepool. They're tough people. They're great people, in fact. My favourite people. So we basically got Trump as like it's got to the point where he just loves Hartlepool, and he's always back and forth there, Obviously we have to green screen the White House scenes because, no chance we could get film permission, in there, even if I flew out there. But yeah, so it's been really fun, I think what it is, in it, Trump just loves Hartlepool as much as Lee Anderson loves Ashfield, He's always been an MP. He's been an MP for Ashfield for a long time. And I reckon if he became Prime Minister, he would probably change the name of the UK to Ashfield,
Tell me about, Danny, how long have you lived in Hartlepool for?
Well, I've lived here all my life. I was here up until I was about 18. And then I was working on cruise ships. And then I moved to Devon for a bit. Then I met my ex-wife. I was living in Essex with her for a bit. And then we moved back to Hartlepool because you can get houses from the pound shop. So,
Okay, but it can't be that bad, can it? Why would you come back? Why would you come back to Hartlepool? Is it bad? Is it tough? Is there hope, or is it difficult to live there?
To be honest, I think it's a lot cheaper than most places in the country. I love it here. I love the people here. It has its issues like everywhere else does, I don't think we don't really have problems as much really in a lot of places in the country with regards to illegal immigration and stuff like that. We don't have any of them problems really. And I like it. I mean, the marina's nice. But what I've done in Fish Chips and Fake News is I've made sure that I've included all the areas in it. We've got the posh places, we've got the rough places. In fact, filming in the rougher places is just hilarious because you just get stopped all the time and people want photos with you, especially when you're dressed as Trump, And you'd think all these wrong'uns on bikes they're probably selling drugs or whatever they're doing, you know what I mean? They're the ones who were more interested in one thing. You'd think they'd be the ones causing problems, but they're not.
Oh, well, that's great stuff, Danny. Very good to speak to you. Look, why don't you come on anytime you think that Donald Trump would have a view. In fact, he's walking down Hartley. You've got a little film on, which is a bit of fun off your Facebook. Just say, put this on. We'll put this on. We're here to have a laugh, Danny, and you supply a laugh. It's very good to see you.
Well,
okay.
Well, if you click on the Facebook page, it's called Fish Chips and Fake News. And there's loads of footage on there. We even put outtakes and everything else on, In fact, we filmed one day. We were outside the Civic Centre and we got stopped and we filmed just the people. And it got to the point where someone actually wrote on Facebook, is Donald Trump in Hartlepool? Like someone actually genuinely thought. Yeah, they did.
I can't believe that. Right. I've heard everything now. Thank you very much.
Visit, you never know.
Well, if he does pop in, give us a shout, though, will you?
I will do. I'll let you know.
And it'll be an exclusive for UK Live. Very good to see you, Danny. Thank you very much for making us laugh and cheering up my morning. Thank you very much indeed.
Thanks so much for having me, mate. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, that's Danny Postel, who seems to have come up with a really mad idea, which I hope is a huge success for him, which is that Donald Trump has turned up mysteriously in Hartlepool. Now, look. In order to keep the area of madness going, what we're going to do at the end of every show, I think, because is to get Pooch on. I have yet to meet a madder person in my life, right? As a successful kind of producer, you'd think that he'd be sitting there all day, going through the numbers, wondering why numbers were going up when actually he didn't think much of the show that day. And instead of that, he is quite the nuttiest bloke you could ever hope to meet. So I said to him, look, you should have your own show. And he is Mr. Madman. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd just like to welcome Mr. Madman, because the things that aggravate him don't seem to aggravate anybody else. However, deep down, they are extremely upsetting. Now, actually, prior to coming on the show, we were talking about something that happened to you last night, which is actually true, but I didn't know why it was true. But thanks to him being actually a retired policeman, which he's not, he discovered what was happening. Tell me about your experience on Uber.
So Charlotte and I were going to the SDP party yesterday to meet William Clouston and a few people. Just
Right, now when you say SDP,
yep,
you are not becoming a Scottish nationalist,
No.
are you? So explain to the viewers what SDP means, because I'm go on.
Well, listen, we get invited to lots of things, so we go along. We are a broadcast organisation.
Yep.
We want to meet as many people,
Yep.
and we want people to come on. So there's no political affiliation, although I think William is a tremendous guy. It's the Social Democratic Party, the old Gang of Four from the 80s.
Yeah.
They're kind of revitalised. But anyway, so Charlotte and I were going to meet Mike there. We got ready here, and I said, let's get a cab. It was bloody hot yesterday.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
So ordered an Uber. Uber pulls up outside the studios, and Charlotte and I get in. It's bloody hot in there. So I
Yeah.
said to the guy, I said, will you put the air conditioning on, please, mate? He said, no, air conditioning not working. And he said, you should book another cab. So I hopped out, realised he hadn't cancelled it, so I had to pay for it. Booked another cab.
Seriously?
Seriously. Charlotte
Right.
said I should.
That was an uncomfortable conversation, I must say. Yeah.
And then, so we booked another one and got into the cab. And the new me, I don't like arguing with anyone. So I got into the cab with Charlotte, and it was still hot. And I said to the guy, can you put the air conditioning on? He said, it is on. I said, well, you got the windows open. The air conditioning can't be on, and if it is, it's not doing anything. So he closed the windows. The air conditioning wasn't on. It was like being in being in a spacecraft going around Mercury. It was absolutely boiling, and I didn't say anything. But the reason they don't put their air conditioning on, they all drive electric cars. They want to save battery life, therefore save a bit of money.
Yeah.
So Charlotte and I are paying profit for him via our discomfort, which
Yeah.
to me is totally unacceptable.
Wholly and completely unacceptable. And Uber should take this on board, that people are extracting money from you, so you're sweating like a pig,
Yep.
and they are making money out of it. So that is a very interesting aspect which I hadn't realised. They are clever people. They're trying to maximise their money. So Uber have got to change this.
Yeah, but also I find that you can't complain about things because this world we live in now, the be kind world,
Yeah.
we are the bad guys. Now, I don't complain when he's blasting out the Somali equivalent of ELO on his radio.
No, you could say to him, as I have done, right, to somebody else who did this, and this music was from Pakistan, right? So I pick up a cab outside Weybridge Station. We literally go about 15 yards, and I said, do you mind turning that off, right? I don't want to listen to it, right? I surely have a right to say that. He turned around and says, you wouldn't say that if it was 5 Live.
Yeah.
And I said, I damn well would. It's the noise which is aggravating me. Turn it off. And he started pushing back. I said, fine, stop the car.
Yep.
I got out, right? I had gone 18 yards, okay?
Yeah.
And you have a right to say, I don't want that on. You're paying for this journey, and if you're prepared to step out of the cab, then that's fine. If you're not prepared to step out of the cab with that, then I'm afraid you need to swallow it, right?
Yeah. Charlotte, can you go to me quickly? Who is Mr. Madman? He's over there.
No, hold on a second. I made a decision. He didn't mind it, by the way. He didn't want to put up with me. No, the only problem is that 95% of all cab drivers are Pakistani, right, in this country, which is fine. Gives them work, fine. I'm totally in favour of it. But when you have a conversation like that, you are meant to feel like that you're some kind of racist, because you don't want to hear music, right?
No.
I don't want to hear any kind of music pumped up like that.
No. And I did not want loud Somali ELO.
Yeah.
I didn't want Somali heat.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm the same as you. However, the irony here, Kelvin, which this is the other thing why I don't like Uber, is I have to get an Uber because I can't bloody drive anywhere because the traffic's too bad because of the Ubers. So it is. I had to buy some new shoes yesterday.
Hold on a second. This is a national broadcaster. In fact, it's going all over the world. We are now finding out the shoe buying preferment of our broadcasters. Now, ladies and gentlemen,
listen,
Mr. Pooch.
Listen, so I had to go up to Jermyn Street to buy some shoes, and the trip there in an Uber on the train would be about 50 minutes.
Yeah, it would.
The traffic is unbelievable. So I got on one of the bikes.
Oh, did you? Good idea.
Yeah, so they're great. Other than the fact that I do laugh because you become in that group mentality. You're thinking, because, when I'm driving, I hate all the cyclists. But when you're a cyclist, you hate all the cars. Well, actually, no, I don't, because I stop at the red lights. It drives me mad.
So you are unique. We have met somebody in London who, when they see a red light, does not take it. No. But I must remember to cycle through that and then shout at any either pedestrian or car coming in the other direction, of which who have to brake violently to stop killing you. Ladies and gentlemen, Pooch, the only cyclist we've ever met who stops at a red light in London.
Yeah.
And not only that, they are absolutely vile about it. Right?
Yeah, but also, if I'm going along and if there's a bus in front of me or a car in front of me, most cyclists just swerve out. They don't even look, and you've got to brake.
Yeah.
I think that the cyclist should, wait and let the bus go ahead.
Yeah.
They go to the front of the cycle. When you stop at the lights, there's a big bike thing.
Yeah.
I'm ready to pull off at high speed in my Tesla, and I've got some bloody cyclist in front of me, so I can't pull off at high speed. Do you know what I mean? You're being encumbered. But anyway, so I can't get around London.
Did you feel while cycling around that you were in danger from other cars?
Not at all.
Oh, right.
I know, and I saw loads of people with helmets on. Do you know what I did think, though? I thought, why don't I enter the Tour de France next year on a Lime bike?
Not a bad idea. But
I just wondered if I would win it. And I know it wouldn't be official, but I can go at 25 miles an hour non-stop for days on end. Do you reckon I'd win?
Are you suggesting?
Yeah, that UK Live takes me over and I just jump into the Tour de France on a Lime bike, up like this, in a suit. I'll wear a tie for it, Kelvin. Wear a tie, and I really want to do it. It'd be great.
Look, I'd be 100% in favour. It'd be a bloody good stunt for UK Live, that. And but the only trouble is, of course, you'd have to report in at this time every day in order to keep everything going. Right. So Uber. By the way, you're doing well on the messages. They like you. They like mad people. What they're trying to avoid is conventional, because as we spoke about Holly Willoughby, you, me, Mike Graham, anybody connected with the production staff here, all knew it wouldn't work. You have to be different, you have to be vaguely balmy if you can be, or you have to supply a knowledge which actually is not available to other people. So she took 50 minutes to make a spaghetti bolognese, I think. Honestly, most people are bagging it all up right in one massive go and keeping it for 360 days, and the whole thing lasts about 3 seconds.
Yeah, the point is, Kelvin, we're not mad. I know it's a bit of a joke, Mr. Madman. We are frustrated. We see these problems. We see the Labour government taxing us up the wazoo. We can't then go out and spend money in restaurants. Therefore, they're not earning. I mean, this, to me, the economics is very simple. All of these things that frustrate people, our lovely viewers watching, hopefully we give them a voice. So it's not done for effect. It's done because we are bloody cross about the state of the country. We're bloody cross about migrants coming in. And then, Charlotte, I think we've got a video there where the migrants come in and all the local do-gooders start giving them packed lunches and stuff like that. It's shocking what's happening to this country.
Well, what I find strange, and this is why I think that reform is slightly drifted in the polls, or has drifted in the polls, It's because actually the major issue of our time surely has to be the fact that we haven't got secure borders. And yet this seems to be taken by this government, right? And by the way, the Tory government before it,
100%.
as just, it's one of those things. Suck it up.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't want to suck it up. So I would like to see Farage, Tice, Anderson, Yousaf. I want to see them on the front foot on this issue, but I don't hear it. What they're trying to do is spread out their message.
Yeah.
Actually, when you run a business, there's an 80-20 return, right? Concentrate on the area which is getting you the greatest traction. And in Reform's case, it is, we are going to do something about this. And if they just said, we're going to do something about it, they'll be fine. If they say, actually, while we're talking about it, the 2 cap, the 3 cap, the 33 cap, we want to do this about the death cap and all the rest of it, yeah, by all means, have a view, but stay on the very narrow issue of which you think you will get the greatest return. I guarantee there's more success in that case. Right.
That 80-20, Pareto's law, is fascinating.
Yeah.
You know, it's absolutely fascinating.
But that's the way businesses operate.
Well, it is, yeah. And 20% of your product makes 80% of your profit.
Yeah.
And I think you're totally right with these views at the moment. We had Kane on. I thought Kane was fantastic.
Yeah.
There's some great guests. Peter Barnes, absolutely fantastic.
By the way, Peter Barnes does GB News as well, doesn't he?
Yeah. Not when you're on, obviously. Have you seen him there? Or?
I haven't seen him there. The guy I used to go on regularly with, I go on there a couple of times a week. And by the way, I'm a massive fan of GB News.
As am I.
Without GB News, a very good chance that UK Live would never have started.
Yep.
It may well have started, but GB News, the investors there, the management there, the presenters there are fantastic. Patrick Christie, off the dial. Michelle Dewberry, off the dial. But there's others. There's their political editor good. They are all of a quality. I'm a massive fan of what they do, but it's not profitable, right? Whereas here, we can't afford not to be profitable. So we do our best. But those guys are really pumping the stuff. But anyway, they had a spad on, a guy who was a Labour spad, right? He had a good backstory. He'd been in care, he'd been in this, and he'd been in that. Anyway, I saw his picture in the paper the other day. No, I saw it online, actually. He just pleaded guilty to nicking $6,000 through train fares and accommodation while working for one of the offices. I think was he actually in government or was he shadow?
I'm not sure. I saw it.
Anyway, he's a most engaging guy. So it's amazing how you can get caught up in all these. Pardon? Thank you very much.
Right.
He's probably just joined in there.
Yeah.
So I don't know what will happen to him. $6,000 fraud. What do you think?
Well,
do you think he'll Do you think he'll get canned?
Yeah, he'll get canned.
Yeah, do you think he'll go to jail?
No, he won't go to jail. Problem with stuff like that.
Yeah.
So as well as doing what I do with UK Live, I run our money.
Yeah.
So I suppose I'm CFO
Yeah.
as well, which
Yeah.
I don't want to be.
Yeah.
But we've all, like you've always said about when you start a company up, work all hours, earn less than minimum wage or an equivalent, and just make it work. So because I run the money, maybe this is, I don't see how people can do criminal activity notwithstanding the fact that they are going to get caught and the shame of it. I wouldn't take one penny from our company that wasn't totally written down. I know how hard we all work for it, but can you imagine the shame? Imagine if my wife found out, oh, Pooch, you've just, you nicked $3,000 from the business. Or you found out, you're my friend, Mike's my friend, Charlotte's my friend. It's so disappointing. Where do they get the right to think that they can do that? So,
well, one of the aspects is, in his case, of course, he talks about the crime that he was involved in when he was a teenager. And honestly, I've heard his story, right? Very interesting story. And it just occurred to me, well, actually, the apple hasn't fallen far from the tree. I mean, he's mad.
Yeah.
He's mad to try and steal money. You see, if that had been a private company, actually what happens normally is people just say, it's just not worth it. The $6,000, we'll swallow this. You go. Honestly, just don't ask for some kind of reference, right? So you just say he worked here, okay? And that's enough to tell most employees, future employers, that something may have happened, okay? In this guy's case, he was actually cashing in on the fact that he had been a bad guy and that he cleaned his act up, and haven't I done well? You feel good towards him. Then to find out that he admitted it, so I'm not saying anything that's going to damage his court case. No. That he pocketed £6,000 one way and another, and it was government money, so he was always going to get caught. Somebody told me that actually that nobody knew anything about this right up until the minute he went on GB News and started indicating that he thought that Andy Burnham was a dick. At that point, suddenly all this stuff started coming forward.
Yeah, no, absolutely crazy. Just going back to the Uber thing, Kelvin, and what was interesting about that company is everybody is self-employed for Uber, aren't they? So, I ordered the car. Charlotte and I chose just a basic one. Yeah. But it says comfort, and you expect if you think, how do you think I can complain? Can I be bothered to go online to Uber, wait with their AI chatbot, go through all of it? And I know it's £10 or £20, and it's money, but can I be bothered to do that? I mean, that's the thing. And I
think Uber are quite good, though, aren't they? In the fact that they have some pretty firm controls over everybody.
Well, yeah, I got banned from Uber, so I had to set up a fake account.
Oh, God.
No.
How do you get banned from Uber?
It was during COVID when I wouldn't wear a mask.
Oh, I see.
In the car, and I got attacked by the driver. We ended up having a fight outside the car. Which wasn't,
where was this?
This was in Norton Avenue.
Did I tell you he was mad or what? Having a punch up with an Uber driver?
No, defending myself against an Uber driver.
So where was this?
This was we just left a party at my friend Trev's house.
Yeah.
And we were going home. This was in Kingston upon Thames. We were going home, ordered the Uber, and this was at the end of COVID. Bear in mind how frustrated so many people. Totally sober, yeah.
Yeah,
okay. I said, look, I'm not going to wear a mask. He was wearing a mask, and it was that argument, you've got to wear a mask. And I said, well, does your mask work? He goes, yeah. I said, well, why do you need me to wear one? And, is that ridiculous? And I said, look, mate, I'm not wearing a mask. And he hurled a bit of abuse at me. And I said, mate, I'm not having this. I'm getting out of the car, and you can get stuffed. And he got out of the car, and he swung a punch at me.
Seriously?
Yeah, and the police were called. I got taken home. I got a free ride in a police car all the way home.
What? The guy said, "It's time I'll give you a lift home."
No. The police came and assessed the situation because the guy was on the floor. I looked like the guilty guy, and then I got interviewed in the police car. My wife and a witness opposite, totally not connected,
said
I saw him swing a punch,
throw the first punch,
and I hit him. Yeah. That's the last time I've hit anyone, and I never intend to do.
You then decked him. He's now unconscious on the floor.
Well, not unconscious, but moaning and complaining like a big baby. You're going to start
look. You're a trained boxer.
Yeah, I'm an old man.
Yeah, no,
he was a young lad.
Yeah, I know, but if you know how to throw a punch, you don't forget how to throw a punch, do you?
My contention would be, if you don't know how to throw a punch, don't throw one.
Yeah.
So I was pretty upset by it, and I just sat in the police car, handcuffed.
How long ago was that?
This was 2021, probably.
Good Lord.
Handcuffed. The shame of it, Kelvin.
Yeah.
And do you know what? My mate's wife used to, Charlotte, the screen keeps, you keep messing with the screen. Yeah, it keeps affecting it.
Be careful, Charlotte, otherwise you'll get a punch.
My mate's wife, that day, she worked at ITV, Good Morning Britain, and she gave us a Good Morning Britain mug. And that mug is in my cupboard, and to this day I've never used it, because I think if I use it, I'm going to end up getting in another fight. So it's like a touchstone. Every time I see it, I stay away from it, and it's something in my head. But no,
you're not. Look, I know you reasonably well. The truth about the matter is that you are never far away from exploding, though, are you? That's in your nature.
No, I'm a mile away from exploding.
Oh, right.
But I'm always on the cusp of wanting to defend someone who can't look after themselves. If I see an injustice, I have to say something. That's not, but I don't want to get into any fights or anything like that. I don't want to get in any punch-ups, but I do think we need to take responsibility in this world. You know, if you see someone being attacked in a street and it's 2-on-1, I don't care if that person started, I'll try and break it up. And I think we should all, as a society and a community, to try and do that.
Look, I totally get all this. I would say in London, New York City, or any major, or you know, Buenos Aires, that is a very dangerous attitude to have.
Agreed.
I mean, because you could get involved. Out there are some very, very dangerous people.
So are you saying that then we shouldn't get involved in the same way with politics? We can't change the system, therefore we shouldn't try?
No, I am right. So I want to change politics. You want to change politics. We aren't going to give our lives up. Okay?
No.
We're fighting for it. Whereas you, right, you see what you think is an injustice over there. I totally get that. Husband and wife having a set to or something in the street. You say, oi, don't you push her like that. You can never be sure that the next thing that happens is a flash of a blade and you're dead.
That's life.
Right. I agree. But the problem is we need you at UK Live. So I'd like you to think
twice
before it. Mainly because if there's no pooch, there's no last mad 20 minutes.
I've extricated myself from all of these things, public transport. I'm on the bikes now. I don't have to see anyone. I wave a cheery hello. I laughed at the lights the other day. There's 30 of us like that. All young people, all cool. By the way, the sun shining. All the gorgeous girls come out. Handsome young men. Handsome young men. It's great. I love it.
Yeah.
And I'm there in a bloody whistle with a tie on. 30 years older than everyone. And just laughing my head off. But I would just say to anyone, and Charlotte started doing this, these bikes are, forget the eco stuff. They're, on a nice day, you drive round the back routes and you see pubs you haven't seen before, you see buildings you haven't seen before. It's a good way to travel. London is still a great city. Britain is still a great place. We've got to keep it like that. We've got to fight for it. We have to fight for it.
Okay, fine. Well, that's great. See, I told you, Pooch, mad, but actually fully focused on actually seeing some joy in life. That should be the same for you. Have a lovely afternoon. I'll be back tomorrow. Kelvin McKenzie saying, until then.
Really good.
God, you cracked me up, Kelvin.
Yeah, no, fantastic.
That was bloody funny today.
I'm just going to end that one.
About
the woods.
The one about the woods.
I still just don't, but that's hilarious, isn't it? When Mr. Menno and 200 mates met up in the woods. Fucking unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's unbelievable that that is part of their social life. That can't be true of gays generally. They're not.
No. But if you look at men, some men would shag anyone any time, and others won't. So there's a proportion.
I remember an old journo saying to me,
Charlotte, can you end that stream, please?
Saying,
end the stream in there.
He'd been in the army. He said there were some blokes in the army. They would shag a hole in the road. I've got to go. We've got to talk about money, right? In terms of I need to be paid, right? How do you want me to do this? How do I invoice you? How do I have proof of?
Okay, I will